Chapter 3174. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was greatly shaken. Who else could it be? Wasn't it the last deity transformation cultivator that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't encountered after coming to this Xiaoyu continent, Xian Le Sex Chan Si Miao? Zhang Xiaohua steadied herself and looked over. She saw that not far from Feng Shu, there was also a faint illusory figure looking at her with eyes full of pleasant surprise. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly surprised. She really couldn't imagine, how did she suddenly become a treasure that everyone wanted to snatch? Humph, Chan Si Miao, what's the meaning of this? This thing was first encountered by this old man, and it was also this old man who made the first move. You don't have any reason, yet you also want to get involved? Feng Shu sneered. Thing? Zhang Xiaohua's heart went cold, and she inwardly sneered, I am actually a thing. Hee, what's wrong? Feng Shu, you're not happy? I was wondering why you repeatedly prevented me from investigating this little thing's meridians in the demon-resisting valley. It turns out that this little thing's body still has such a universe. Chan Si Miao sneered, perhaps, that soul-searching technique of yours was also deliberately used. If it was an idiot chi-refining cultivator, wouldn't it be easier for you to take over his body? Humph, Feng Shu coldly snorted and didn't answer. Only after a long while did he say, since you know the importance of this person to this old man, you presumably also know that this old man must have him. You can leave now. It's precisely because I know his importance that this old man, naturally also covets him. He's important to you, but isn't he equally important to this old man? But don't forget, this old man is also a spirit-severing cultivator, and in the future, I will also encounter the danger of crossing the tribulation. With such wide meridians and a sturdy body as a cauldron, how can this old man give it up? Chan Si Miao laughed and said, moreover, although his cultivation is only at the qi refining stage, the amount of true qi in his meridians is actually so exquisite, almost comparable to that of the foundation establishment stage. He must have cultivated a special mental cultivation method. Chan Si Miao, do you still want to say that the most valuable thing is that he used his middle dantian as his sea of qi, and didn't cultivate his lower dantian at all? For you and me, as long as we seize his body, on one hand, it's easy to cultivate our sex martial arts in his lower dantian, without any conflicts with other martial arts. On the other hand, we can use this thing's middle dantian to cultivate others' middle dantian to cultivate another dantian, and it won't have any conflicts with other martial arts. On the other hand, we can use this thing's middle dantian's middle dantian to cultivate. Miao, Chan Si Miao said. Chan Si Miao clapped his hands and said, the most valuable thing is that this person's physical body is innately tough. Not only does he not have to worry about the thunder tribulation in the future, but he also doesn't have to endure the intense pain when he takes over the body. His original body's divine sense won't deteriorate too much. When the two of them spoke, they didn't use telepathy, and they didn't hide it from Zhang Xiaohua. These words entered Zhang Xiaohua's ears, and Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine that he actually had so many benefits on his body. It was as if he was tailor-made for others to seize his body. Feng Shu, tell me, this is a good thing that this old man has never seen before. This old man can let go? Chan Si Miao said with a cold smile. Chan Si Miao, do you think this old man can let go? Feng Shu took a step forward and released his aura, closing in on Chan Si Miao. This old man is also a spirit-severing cultivator. Feng Shu, do you think you can do it? Chan Si Miao also raised his leg, and the two's auras collided, stirring up the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi like a huge wave in the sea. A hurricane rose from between the two of them, howling and blowing in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, was like Xiaohua in water, floating up and down a few times before floating into the distance. Sigh. Seeing this, Feng Shu waved his hand, and the hurricane disappeared without a trace. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt another wave of dizziness, and the entire night sky turned upside down. When Zhang Xiaohua regained his senses, he was no longer in midair. Instead, he was in a gray area. The storage ring floated quietly beside him, and there was also a bag of dirt and a strange Dharma artifact at his feet. Zhang Xiaohua recognized that Dharma artifact. It was Xiaofeng's, and that bag had fallen from Xiaofeng's mountain when he was killed. Looking up, Feng Shu and Chan Si Miao were still standing in midair. Feng Shu smiled and said, "Chan Si Miao, you're quite brave. You actually didn't escape and followed this old man here. What's there to leave for? This old man is the same as you. We're both spirit-severing cultivators. Even if you kill this old man, my main body is still here. Even if this spirit-severing cultivator loses this spirit-severing cultivator, I will tell this matter to the Alliance Master. This old man believes that the Alliance Master will be more interested in this matter than this old man." Chan Si Miao said indifferently. Are you determined to go against this old man?" Feng Shu was furious. Having a good cauldron to possess is the last method to successfully pass the minor heavenly tribulation. This old man has no reason to go against my own chance. Chan Si Miao was still indifferent. This old man believes that. Fellow Taoist Feng won't be willing to see a third person know about this other than me. Feng Shu's expression was uncertain. After a long while, he said gloomily, "This old man naturally doesn't want to do this, but there's only one of this. If fellow Taoist Chan uses it, how am I going to use it? Fellow Taoist Chan, don't tell me you're planning to share a soul with me? This old man also just found out about such a good cauldron. Where did this idea come from? If fellow Taoist Feng has any good ideas, please tell me." Chan Si Miao said with a smile. "Previously, I only had the thought of monopolizing it. Who would have thought that you would appear out of nowhere?" Feng Shu sneered and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the ground with an ashen face. He said, also, "Fellow Taoist Chan, you didn't know the gravity of the situation from the start. You exposed my plans. Now, it's too late to deceive this fellow. What's the big deal? Can't we just use the soul-searching technique again? We'll just make him an idiot and leave him alive." Chan Si Miao said disapprovingly. "If that's the case, do I need to lower my voice and deceive him?" Feng Shu's face was filled with anger. "If I use this soul-searching technique again, this guy's mind will collapse. This old man's consciousness will also perish if I go in again. Isn't this asking this old man to commit suicide? This." Chan Si Miao came to a realization. He thought for a moment and bowed deeply. "Fellow Taoist Feng, this matter. I was careless. Please forgive me. However, fellow Taoist, you don't have to be too concerned. I know a small mystic technique. There's no need to search his soul. I can erase this short-term memory." What could Feng Shu do? He knew that Chan Si Miao would definitely not let go. He could only wave his hand and say, "Forget it. Who knows if your mystic technique will work? It's not wrong to not know, but later, during the discussion, fellow Taoist Chan will have to take half a step back." Chapter 3175. Hehe, Taoist Priest Xiao. Xiaohua laughed. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Others may not know whether Taoist priest has cultivation or not, but how could I not know? What? You actually. Taoist priest Xiao turned pale with fright, almost jumping up. You were really sent by them? Who are they? Xiaohua laughed. Taoist priest Xiao is too suspicious. Could it be that if you weren't sent by them, they wouldn't know that you have spiritual sense? You. Taoist priest Xiao's face turned ashen, but immediately after, his face showed ecstasy again. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaohua immediately waved his hand, "Don't talk nonsense. You should first answer this Xiao's question." "Yes, yes." Taoist priest Xiao almost stuttered in his surprise. True essence condensing into a core is naturally the golden core realm that all Taoist disciples dream of. Other than this, what else is possible? Could it be? Taoist priest Xiao, oh, no, senior Xiao is already, third grade essence force. Third grade essence force? Xiaohua laughed. This Xiao wants it, but it doesn't want this Xiao. Do you think this Xiao is third grade essence force? Xiaohua's words were naturally ambiguous, but in a normal person's impression, Xiaohua naturally admitted that he was not third grade essence force. No, not possible. Taoist priest Xiao seemed to suddenly wake up at this time, shaking his head vigorously, trying to throw away his unrealistic delusions. Taoist priest Xiao has naturally terminated meridians. It's not possible for him to enter the foundation establishment realm, not to mention consecration and fusion. But finally, Taoist priest Xiao struggled like a drowning person grabbing onto a water plant, saying, "But that bald donkey from the small gold temple is at most in the early stage of the benevolence realm, he can be considered a low first-grade essence force. If Taoist priest Xiao can enter the ranks, then you can defeat the Buddhist sect and expel that group of bald donkeys from Longevity Town. Taoist priest Xiao, are you in the ranks or not?" He. Xiaohua smiled slightly, turning around to leave, and said indifferently, "This Xiao can be considered in the ranks. Looks like if this Xiao doesn't say it, you won't be able to sleep tonight." Ha ha ha! Taoist Xiao was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Since Taoist Xiao is at the lower first rank, then the challenge in 10 days will depend on you." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and ignored Xiao Jian's bow. Xiao Jian seemed to be an unspeakably snobbish person. His attitude towards Xiaohua changed several times. Xiaohua originally had the cultivation of a Buddhist sect, so he only treated the fight between Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple as a joke. However, the arrogant words of Shaojin Temple's monk Mingyu, who even proposed to expel Xiao Jian and Yuanya from Longevity Town, was not something Xiaohua was willing to see. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why Xiaohua helped Xiao Jian. After all, Xiaohua was also from the Tao sect. It was impossible for him to watch Taoism be expelled from Longevity Town by the Buddhist sect. Of course, 10 days was indeed a short period of time for Xiaohua. It was impossible for him to completely clean out the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians, dantian, and flesh. However, looking at Monk Mingyu's fat body and Yuanya's ability to fight 1 against 5, there was no reason why Xiaohua couldn't sweep through Shaojin Temple's monks. As for Longevity Academy and the people Chancellor Mingyu relied on, Xiaohua didn't care about them at all. Even if he couldn't recover to his peak state, when facing some foundation establishment or even Jindan stage cultivators, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage just by relying on some yellow and fire talismans. It was exactly as Xiaohua said. He indeed had the cultivation of a 4th-rank origin energy, but right now, his meridians and flesh were filled with earth crystal Yao milk. He couldn't use any divine abilities, so he really was just in the ranks. The 3 lonely and helpless Taoist cultivators of Jiangchao Temple saw the light and were filled with hope for their future. One closed his eyes and meditated, one meditated and prayed for blessings, and one even laid down on the branch of a banyan tree, looking up at the stars in the night sky. It was unknown what he was thinking. Less than 5 li north of Longevity Town, there was a hill several li in size. Shaojin Temple, which was a dozen times larger than Jiangchao Temple, was built on top of this hill. At this moment, inside Shaojin Temple, the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish in the main hall was heard along with the loud and clear sound of a bell. The fat monk Mingyu, who was wearing a bright kasaya, put down the small wooden mallet in his hand. He looked at the 30-something people in the main hall with great satisfaction and said in a deep voice, today's evening class ends here, you all can go back and rest. Yes, Abbot, the 30-something people replied in unison. It was very loud and resounding in the main hall, making Monk Mingyu even happier. After all the monks left, Monk Mingyu stood up, tidied up the kasaya on his body, and turned his head to look at the slightly old Shakyamuni Buddha statue in the main hall. He respectfully knelt down, kowtowed to the ground, and said in a low voice, "My Buddha, disciple Mingyu, has been in this Shaojin temple for more than 10 years. Previously, there were only 3 to 5 people in Shaojin temple, but now, there are a lot of people, reaching 32. My Buddha must have seen disciples' hard work in these 10 years. Of course, disciples' hard work is incomparable to my Buddha's boundless dharma. The reason why Shaojin temple is so prosperous is all because of my Buddha's mercy, and not because of disciples' hard work. Disciple is willing to take root in Longevity Town's Shaojin temple, in this corner of hidden immortal continent, to plant my Buddha's mercy deep into the hearts of mortals, to let them know, in this world, there is only Buddha, only Nirvana is their best home. Only by devoutly worshipping my Buddha, can they get rid of evil, can they cut off evil. Amitabha." After that, Monk Mingyu softly muttered for a long time, kowtowed again, and respectfully retreated from the main hall. After Monk Mingyu returned to the abbot's meditation room, he changed his kasaya into a white monk robe. Pang pang. Someone knocked on the door of the meditation room. "Who is it?" Monk Mingyu frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. "Senior brother Mingyu, it's disciple Ming Fa." A respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Amitabha, so it's Ming Fa. Monk Mingyu's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He walked to the front of the door, and personally opened it. Amitabha, senior brother is too polite. The one standing outside the door was the monk who followed behind Monk Mingyu in the afternoon. At this moment, he had a smile on his face, and his palms were clasped together as he said respectfully, "You only need to say the word, and disciple will enter." "Why do you need to personally open the door?" "Junior brother Ming Fa, for you to come so late, there must be something extremely important." Monk Mingyu invited Ming Fa into the room, and said with a smile, "To be able to rack your brains for my Shaojin temple, to be able to work tirelessly for the prosperity of my Buddhism sect, you are a meritorious servant of my Buddhism sect. This poor monk naturally has to personally open the door. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother." Ming Fa sat on the praying mat somewhat cautiously. Monk Mingyu personally held the pot, poured a cup of tea, and then asked with a smile, "May I know what is the matter, junior brother?" Chapter 3176. Reporting to senior brother. Mingfa picked up the tea, took a sip, and said, "Actually, it's nothing important. It's just that after finishing my homework, I returned to my room and thought of the challenge at the Temple of the River and Tide on the 10th day. I couldn't help but think of the situation 10 years ago when you came to the Shaojin temple alone with a warning letter. Then I thought of the prosperity of the Shaojin temple in the past 10 years. Now, even the Longevity Academy doesn't dare to look down on the Shaojin temple. They took the initiative to exchange pointers with the Shaojin temple on the day of the Immortal and Buddha ceremony. This was something I didn't even dare to think about 10 years ago. Amitabha, when I think of this, I can't sit still in my room. The development of the Shaojin temple these years is all due to senior brother Abbot's contribution. Therefore, I came here to thank senior brother Abbot for the effort you put in for the Shaojin temple." Amitabha Mingfa's words obviously had a faint flattery, but in Zen Master Mingyu's ears, it was very pleasing to the ear. Zen Master Mingyu unconsciously chanted the name of Buddha and smiled. Junior martial brother Mingfa really knows this poor monk's heart. Just now, this poor monk was talking about the development of my Shaojin temple in the past 10 years in front of Buddha. I talked about how when this poor monk first came to Shaojin temple, there were only 2 junior martial brothers, Mingfa and Mingchan. I didn't expect junior brother to also be so emotional. It seems that our cultivation is still lacking. This heart of a dry well realm is still very far away. Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful. Please forgive me for my unstable state of mind. Ming Fa hurriedly put his palms together and said very sincerely. Junior brother Ming Fa, if Buddha sees that the small gold temple has become so prosperous in our hands, I'm afraid he won't punish you. Zen Master Mingyu immediately curled his lips and said with a smile. For the Shaojin Temple, for the Buddhism sect, I'm willing to accept Buddha's punishment. Ming Fa also said. Junior brother, please have some tea. Zen Master Mingyu raised his cup and took a sip himself. He looked at the night sky outside the Zen door and sighed. Junior brother is right. Although we are Buddhists, we should have a pure heart and few desires. We should serve Buddha wholeheartedly. But in the end, we are just ordinary people. After all, we still have this stinky body. Seeing the Shaojin Temple being so prosperous, how could we not be happy? How could he not be proud? Back then, when this old monk came to Small Gold Temple, the first person I paid my respects to was Immortal Academy's Zhu Junfeng. Although that Confucian Dean Zhu was very courteous to this old monk could tell from his disdainful gaze that he was rejecting my Buddhist sect. Yes, senior brother Abbot is right. In the 3 continents, other than the Western Paradise, which is the pure land of my Buddhist sect, the hidden immortal continent and the Thousand Demons sacred realm are not places that my Buddhist light shines upon. Within the Thousand Demons sacred territory, who knows how many disciples who are willing to sacrifice themselves for the development of our Buddhist sect have been buried in the mouths of demons. On the hidden immortal continent, there is the resistance of Confucian cultivators. The spread of our Buddhist sect's dharma has also been greatly hindered. We disciples of the Buddhist sect have a long way to go. Ming Fa nodded his head in agreement. That's right, junior brother Mingfa. This is the voice of millions of Buddhist sect disciples. We are not afraid of blood and tears, we are not afraid of difficulties. We just want to illuminate the entire 3 continents with Buddhist light. Zen Master Mingyu's face showed a trace of redness, his eyes also flashed with fanaticism. Unfortunately. Ming Fa slightly clenched his teeth, the matters of this world are a test for us Buddhist disciples. In this small immortal town, not only does Immortal Academy have Ruo Tong Long tightly protecting their sphere of influence, even Taoism has revived from the ashes. A long time ago declined River Tide Temple, a wandering Taoist dares to go against my Small Gold Temple, challenging the dignity of my Buddhist sect. I won't hide it from junior brother. Zen Master Mingyu said with a smile, back then when this old monk saw that Taoist surnamed Zhao's face, I looked down on him from the bottom of my heart. What the hell, a scoundrel wants to challenge my Small Gold Temple in Immortal Town, who does he think he is? Indeed, Ming Fa said with a smile, I remember the first time this old monk saw that so-called Taoist Xiao, he was no different from a beggar. However, this beggar-like person actually went against my Small Gold Temple in all aspects. Zen Master Mingyu said with a sigh, if not for the fact that this River Tide Temple doesn't have many Taoist disciples, perhaps in these 3 to 4 years, that River Tide Temple really could catch up to my Small Gold Temple. This can't help but make me think of our Small Gold Temple back then. At that time, in Zhu Junfeng's eyes, you and I, probably weren't much different from this Taoist Xiao, right? How could it be that simple? My Buddhist sect's dharma is boundless, what does his Taoist sect have? It's nothing more than some tricks. It's fine to deceive ordinary people, but in front of us, it's just a joke. I believe that Immortal Academy knows all of this. The problem is. Zen Master Mingyu smiled bitterly, my Small Gold Temple is entangled with River Tide Temple, so many years of pure reputation will turn into flowing water. Even if I can't see River Tide Temple clearly, how will the secular people of Immortal Town view my Small Gold Temple? In the past, they compared Small Gold Temple to Immortal Academy, but now? They want to compare Small Gold Temple and River Tide Temple on the same level. At this point, Zen Master Mingyup said with some disappointment, I originally didn't want to say this. Yesterday, Minister Lu didn't even invite my Small Gold Temple's monks, so why did Ming Fa Shidi insist on bringing a few disciples to Minister Lu's home? Although Minister Lu didn't want to embarrass Small Gold Temple, so he gave half of the ritual to you. But can't you use your brain to think? How can my Buddhist sect's ritual be compared to Taoists? How can they be compared? Yes. Ming Fa's face showed some disapproval, but he still lowered his head and agreed. The most terrible thing is, Zen Master Mingyu didn't stop talking, and continued to reprimand, after the ritual, you actually had a conflict with River Tide Temple. You and your group of close to 10 people against River Tide Temple's 2 people, if others knew, it would be strange if my Small Gold Temple wasn't laughed to death. Senior Abbot, I know I was wrong. Ming Fa had no choice but to lower his head and explain, it wasn't that I insisted on going to Minister Lu's home to fight with River Tide Temple for the ritual. It was that this ritual was agreed upon the last time Minister Lu came to my Small Gold Temple to worship Buddha. Who knows what Taoist Xiao said to Minister Lu, I'm afraid he sowed discord and said that my Small Gold Temple was in the wrong. That was why Minister Lu was persuaded to invite River Tide Temple over. I only went to Minister Lu's home as agreed, but I only bumped into River Tide Temple. And Minister Lu also said it clearly, he was careless, and mixed up the matter. Sigh, forget it. 10 days later, this kind of thing won't happen again. Shidi, you have to take this as a lesson and never let it happen again. Zen Master Mingyu sighed and didn't want to pursue the matter. Senior Abbot, 10 days later, which Shu will be coming? Why will he come? Ming Fa's eyes lit up and asked curiously. If I'm not wrong, it should be Yunlin Temple's Shu Xinghai. Speaking of Xinghai, Zen Master Mingyu's eyes lit up, as if he was envious and jealous. It was a rare look. Senior Abbot. Ming Fa was even more curious and hurriedly said, didn't you come from Yunlin Temple? 10 years ago, you were entrusted with an important task and came to my Small Gold Temple. Then you must be familiar with Shu Xinghai. What kind of expert is he? He. Zen Master Mingyu laughed and said, my Yunlin Temple has thousands of monks. Although they are all devoted to Buddha, they all have their own responsibilities. Shu Xinghai is my Buddhist protector and has Buddhist supernatural powers. How can I know him? I have only seen Shu Xinghai a few times on some occasions. Speaking of Buddhist supernatural powers, Senior Abbot, you have to explain it to Shidi. Ming Fa's eyes were even more fervent, for us Small Gold Temple Buddhas, other than Shidi who came from Yunlin Temple, we all entered Buddhism from Small Gold Temple. We are really ignorant. By the way, although the monks of Small Gold Temple have practiced some martial arts in order to protect the temple, they are still far from Yuanya of Jiangchao Temple. If we all practice Buddhist supernatural powers, who would be afraid of a wandering Taoist? When Zen Master Mingyu heard this, a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. He put his palms together and said, Junior brother Ming Fa, fighting and killing should be the responsibility of the Buddhist guardians. We only need to spread the Buddhist Dharma and teach the ordinary people to be good. Senior brother. Ming Fa smiled bitterly, the problem is that our Small Gold Temple doesn't have a protector. If we had one, would we still be afraid of Yuanya of Jiangchao Temple? Even if there was that old Taoist and that young Taoist who just appeared today, I don't think we need to be afraid. Speaking of this, Ming Fa said with some hatred, I think that Taoist Xiao wants to get back last night's embarrassment, so he challenged our Small Gold Temple in public. He thinks that we can't deal with Yuanya alone. He wants to laugh at our Small Gold Temple. He really didn't expect that Senior Brother Abbot would take advantage of the situation to propose a competition in 10 days. He even proposed that whoever loses would leave Longevity Town, forcing him to a dead end. He lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. How can we compare to martial Uncle Xinghai's cultivation? Ba. Zen Master Mingyu chanted, I was also stunned by Daoist Zhao's anger this afternoon and lost my cool. That's why I proposed that bet. Actually, now that I think about it, Daoist Xiao came later. His existence doesn't matter at all. Whether he is here or not, Jiangqiao Temple is still a broken Daoist temple. On the contrary, our small gold temple is in a disadvantageous position. If martial Uncle Xinghai didn't come and it was someone else, there might really be a problem. Then what should we do? Ming Fa was also shocked and said anxiously. Zen Master Mingyu smiled, of course, then again, even if martial Uncle Xinghai didn't come, Yunlin Temple will send a martial uncle of the Transcendence realm. That Yuanya is definitely not his opponent. You and I can rest assured. Chapter 3177. Chan Si Miao smiled apologetically and said, Hee, that's easy. If it's not something important, why can't I take a step back? Zhang Xiaohua saw that the two of them didn't avoid her and only treated her as an object. She also knew that her life wasn't in danger. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the ground and stared straight at Xiaofeng's magic tool. She didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Feng Shu said, How about this, fellow Daoist Chan? I have an idea, but I don't know if it's suitable. Feng Shu, please tell me. I'm all ears. Yes, this cauldron is the last resort for us to get through the heavenly tribulation. If we all get through the heavenly tribulation safely, we won't need this cauldron. So, I was thinking, instead of fighting over this cauldron now, why don't we put it away first? Chan Si Miao's eyes lit up and he nodded. That's right. We're only in the middle stage of the soul formation stage. There's still some time before we pass the minor tribulation. Why should we fight to the death now? Why don't we use it when we pass the minor tribulation in the future? Also, if fellow Daoist Chan successfully passes the tribulation, we won't have to fight over it, right? Feng Shu flattered him. Hee, thank you for your kind words. Chan Si Miao smiled and said, also, although our cultivation levels are similar, we won't pass the tribulation at the same time. How about this, let's make an agreement. Whoever passes the tribulation first gets to use the cauldron first. If the person who passes the tribulation first succeeds, the cauldron will be given to the person who passes the tribulation later. What do you think? Hee, very good. I like it. Feng Shu clapped his hands and said, it's decided then. However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, Feng Shu frowned and said, we can make an agreement like this in the future, but, what about now? This old man originally planned to let this guy go to my Immortal Ascension sect first. After this old man is done with the Imperial Demon Valley, I will take him in as a disciple and use my sect's cultivation method to cultivate him. In the future, when I possess his body, he will have a good foundation. This. Chan Si Miao was also in a difficult position. According to his thoughts, naturally, he also wanted to get Zhang Xiaohua into his Immortal Music sect and use the Immortal Music sect's cultivation techniques to cultivate her. In the future, when he wanted to possess her, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, at this moment, it didn't matter who took Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was doomed, but, how could they let the other party take her? Why don't we find another sect and let him stay there? Feng Shu suggested. Don't. Chan Si Miao shook his head like a rattle drum. As long as such a good cauldron is placed in Dawn Rain Continent, all the cultivators who are about to transcend their tribulations will definitely fight over it. We absolutely can't let any sect know about it. Of course, Chan Si Miao did not say one more thing. Who knows what the other sects have to do with you? If you did something, how would I know? Perhaps even if I was the first to use the cauldron, would still fall into your trap. At this point, this train of thought had no meaning to continue discussing it. The two of them did not trust each other, so how could they be at ease with other sects? The two of them stood facing each other quietly. After a long while, Chan Si Miao urged, "Fellow Taoist Feng, could it be that there's no other way? Could it be that we're going to imprison this guy somewhere? Or let this guy cultivate alone in Dawn Rain Continent?" Feng Shu's eyes lit up. He clapped and said, "Fellow Taoist Chan is right. Why can't we? Where does fellow Taoist Feng want to imprison this guy?" Chan Si Miao was slightly stunned. It's not good to imprison him. After all, this cauldron is someone we want to possess in the future. Imprison him for a long time will be detrimental to our future development. Fellow Taoist Feng, don't tell me you're going to throw him to Dawn Rain Continent. Chan Si Miao said in disbelief, "If he's discovered by others, how can we still have a chance?" Fellow Taoist Chan, have you forgotten that the big hide in the city and the small hide in the wilderness? Even if you imprison this guy somewhere, he'll still be discovered by others. Furthermore, there will be many chances of him being discovered. Why don't you just let him cultivate in Dawn Rain Continent? There are countless cultivators in Dawn Rain Continent. Who would recognize such a lowly cultivator? Furthermore, if the two of us join hands to restrict this guy's middle dantian, who else would be able to discover it other than cultivators above the void refinement realm? How could such an insignificant cultivator be discovered by a cultivator with a higher cultivation base than us? Even if this guy's aptitude is very good, but there's no need to wait until then. You and I can transcend the minor heavenly tribulation, right? Fellow Taoist Feng is indeed wise. Chan Si Miao clapped again. However, he immediately felt bewildered. If this guy doesn't have our guidance and only starts from Qi refinement realm, I'm afraid his lifespan won't be enough. Feng Shu smiled bitterly. Could it be that fellow Taoist Chan has a better idea? If fellow Taoist Chan is still worried, why don't you let me bring him back to the immortal sect? Of course, Chan Si Miao shook his head. Then, Feng Shu whispered a few words to Chan Si Miao. Chan Si Miao was shocked at first. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded slightly. If fellow Taoist Feng thinks so, then I can only agree. Then, Feng Shu said again, since that's the case, the two of us will swear a hard oath. From today onwards, the two of us will never reveal this matter to anyone, including our own disciples. Furthermore, no disciple of the Immortal Ascension sect or the Immortal Music sect can give this guy any guidance. Wherever this guy goes, where he lives, whether he cultivates or not, it has nothing to do with us. Yes, that means that before we transcend the minor heavenly tribulation, we are absolutely forbidden to have any contact with this guy. Only when one of us transcends the heavenly tribulation can we appear together to capture this guy. Yes, if you and I want to do anything to this guy, we must discuss it with the other party. Only when both of us agree and both of us are present at the same time can we do anything. Also, if this guy is discovered by others, we must take action at the same time, to cover up this matter. No matter what method we use, we must kill that guy. But, what if it's an old ghost who's transcending the heavenly tribulation? Then forget it. Let's preserve our lives first. Also, what if there's any change in this guy? This is not possible, right? It's better to be safe than sorry. Fellow Taoist, let's make this clear first. Alright, if there's any change, we can investigate it. However, if one of us goes, we must inform the other. Neither of us can go looking for this bastard alone. I'll say the same thing again, this matter must not be known by others. Alright, we'll do as fellow Taoist Feng says. Seeing that the two of them were almost done discussing, Chan Si Miao thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. Then, the two of them dripped a drop of blood and mixed it together. In front of this drop of blood, they made a hard oath and pointed at the drop of blood. The drop of blood split into two and turned into two strange runes that flew to their foreheads and disappeared. Fellow Taoist Chan, it's time for you to use your secret technique. Seeing that they had made a hard oath, Feng Shu pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said indifferently, the memories of the past few days shouldn't be left behind. Well said. Chan Si Miao stretched out his hand and 10,000 broken fireflies flew out. Zhang Xiaohua flew into the air with the broken fireflies. In the hands of a soul formation cultivator, Zhang Xiaohua was like an ant. He had no power to fight back. The moment the broken fireflies fell on him, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a kind of sadness. The sadness of being a fish on a chopping block, the sadness of being an ant. This sadness didn't decrease even as his consciousness gradually blurred. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's ashen expression, Feng Shu wasn't surprised. He looked around and waved his hand. The storage ring flew into his hand and disappeared. The bag and strange-shaped magic tools on the ground also disappeared. Even Zhang Xiaohua's clothes were taken by Feng Shu. Then, Feng Shu said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Hee, little guy, I wanted you to raise him like a pig, but now I have no choice but to raise him like a sheep. Your fate was already decided when you saw us. Of course, it's not like you don't have any chances now. First, you can pray to the heavens and ask the heavens to reduce the heavenly lightning when fellow Taoist Chan and I transcend the tribulation so that we can safely transcend it. Fellow Taoist Chan and I promise you that as long as we transcend the lightning tribulation, we will immediately release you. Second, you can also cultivate diligently. As long as you transcend the tribulation before us, don't worry, we don't have to do anything. The small heavenly tribulation from the soul formation will definitely destroy this restriction." Zhang Xiaohua only listened in a daze. His eyes were straight, as if there was no spirit in them. Or you can do what you did just now. You don't want your life and self-destruct, turn around and reincarnate. Feng Shu ignored his reaction and continued, however, this old man has to remind you that if you disintegrate, the restriction that Chan Si Miao and I placed in your dantian will immediately alert us, and we will immediately rush over. Before your corpse turns cold, we will do something else to ensure that we can use it when we go through the tribulation. Of course, this is under the condition that you know who you are and remember what happened today. Feng Shu seemed to still be saying something, but Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was already blurred. It was as if he had fallen into a gray space. There was no possession, no furnace, no pain, no sadness, fellow Taoist Feng. Seeing Xiaohua standing in the air with an expressionless face, Chan Si Miao smiled and said, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Now that it's time to seal it, I wonder if fellow Taoist will make a move first. Or will I make a move first? You and I will make a move at the same time. Feng Shu smiled faintly. Just now, I thought of something. It seems that your immortal music sect and my immortal ascension sect both have half of the incomplete heaven and earth dual forms devil's sealing formation, right? Fellow Taoist Chan, don't tell me that you haven't studied it properly. Chan Si Miao laughed and clapped his hands. I also have the same idea. If we use this incomplete immortal formation to seal this guy, even void refinement realm cultivators or even higher cultivators won't be able to break it. Not only that. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Feng Shu's eyes. Not only do you and I want to seal this guy's middle dantian, we also want to seal his Naiwan palace so that he can't cultivate normally. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Chan has the advantage in the middle dantian seal while I has the advantage in the Naiwan palace seal. These two seals are connected by the heaven and earth dual forms devil sealing formation. Even if the old ghost Du Jie comes to break the seal and take over this guy's body, we will make him suffer. Alright. Let's do as fellow Taoist Feng says. Chan Si Miao laughed loudly and waved his hands. Countless mysterious spells were cast one after another. Countless hurricanes rushed into his hands from 100 li in the sky and gradually drew countless white brilliance. At the same time, Feng Shu did the same. Wherever he waved his spells, countless black brilliance was also produced. For a moment, the color of heaven and earth changed. Rumble. Thunder faintly appeared in the sky. It was as if the heavens were mourning for Xiaofan, who had just stepped into the dawn rain continent and hadn't seriously looked at the beautiful scenery around him. Boom. After an extremely loud sound, countless air waves rushed in all directions. Seeing the two layers of black and white seals fuse together and entering Xiaohua's Naiwan Palace and Middle Dantian without any obstruction, Chan Si Miao and Feng Shu raised their heads and looked at each other with a dignified expression. At the same time, they raised their hands. A white brilliance like a silk was drawn out from Xiaohua's Middle Dantian and swam extremely slowly toward the Naiwan Palace. At the same time, a black brilliance like a black line was produced in the Naiwan Palace and welcomed the white silk. Even the avatars of the two spirit-severing cultivators were extremely solemn at this time. Their gazes were fixed on the black and white silk and didn't dare to be negligent. The strange thing was that the two gossamers were like ants. Every time they swam an inch, the void seemed to be about to collapse. Every time they swam an inch, the two avatars also became a bit dimmer. It seemed that at this time, even the two avatars couldn't support this immortal seal. Woo! The moment the two gossamers touched, a mournful wail like a ghost and a howl like a wolf suddenly appeared. A strong fluctuation followed. The two gossamers instantly turned gray and entered Zhang Xiaohua's body. It quickly rushed in all directions. The wind and clouds in the sky changed again. This seal actually triggered a celestial phenomenon. Shwa. Thousands of crystal lights burst out from the two avatars. The avatars of the two spirit-severing cultivators, Chan Si Miao and Feng Shu, rapidly dimmed and then turned into specks of light and disappeared in midair. Rumble. Wherever the fluctuation passed, countless lightning flashed and thunder roared from the sky. There was also a torrential downpour. It was as if the heavens were crying and also as if the heavens were angry. Following the thunderstorm, Zhang Xiaohua's naked body fell from the sky. Two sparkling tears hung from the corners of his eyes. It was unknown whether they were tears of the heavens or his own tears. The rain continued for several days, and the lightning flashed in the sky for several days. It was impossible for the anger to not have an end. When the anger had no target to vent, the clouds gradually parted and the rain stopped. A seven-colored rainbow hung in the sky like a giant opened eye, revealing a strong sense of pity. Under the eyebrows of the giant eye, a black dot gradually got closer. When it got closer, it was a magic treasure that looked like a small boat flying over. However, the strange thing was that there was no one on the magic treasure. It seemed to be an ownerless magic treasure. However, when the magic treasure flew over a mountain stream, the light of the setting sun reflected on the magic treasure. A cultivator in a green Taoist robe suddenly sat up from the magic treasure. That's right, he sat up and even stretched his back. The cultivator looked at the sunlight reflected on the mountain peak and smacked his lips. Sigh, I just closed my eyes and another day has passed. Time is too short. At this point, the cultivator had already stood up. He tidied his Taoist robe and muttered to himself, "This old man has been waiting outside the valley for so long, but I still haven't snatched anything good. Why did all the spirit stones in the world run into other people's pockets? Why didn't a single piece run into this Zhao's storage bag? Don't tell me I have to return to Yellow Flower Ridge empty-handed again today?" The cultivator said in a bored tone as he looked around. The rain from before was really heavy, and the mountain stream was full of flowing water. The water in the stream was very muddy, and it flowed everywhere. On both sides of the mountain stream, many small trees and branches were blown down by the strong wind. Many mountain rocks were also shattered by the lightning, rolling down from the top of the mountain. The mountain peak was in a mess. Io, is this a person? A white flower suddenly appeared from the dark green leaves and was reflected in the cultivator's eyes. The cultivator cried out involuntarily. Wasn't this white flower person the sealed Zhang Xiaohua? She just rushed into the mountain stream along with the heavy rain. This person is actually still alive. The cultivator landed and immediately discovered with his divine sense. He couldn't help but frown. If she's dead, it's easy to deal with. I can just bury her. But this person, forget it, let's bring her back to Yellow Flower Ridge first. After waking her up, we'll send her down the mountain. Immediately, the cultivator took out a Daoist robe from his storage bag and casually draped it over Zhang Xiaohua's body. He carried her onto the flying boat. The flying boat rushed into the sky and quickly left. Zhang Xiaohua's story in Dawn Rain Continent was spread out along with the flying boat. Chapter 3178. That's good. Ming Fa heaved a sigh of relief and asked again, Senior brother, what is the Transcendence realm that you mentioned? I don't know much, so I'll answer your questions today. Hearing Ming Fa's question, Zen Master Mingyu had no choice but to answer. When I was in Yunlin Temple, I occasionally chatted with Martial Uncle while he was preaching about Tao. We talked about the 9 realms of Buddhism's supernatural powers. What 9 realms? Ming Fa couldn't help but ask. I only know the 4 realms of benevolence, transcendence, Ru Go and Ming Jin. Zen Master Mingyu answered, Martial Uncle never mentioned the other 5 realms, so I don't know either. Martial Uncle Xing Hai is only in the Transcendence realm? If it's Ru Go and Ming Jin, how powerful would they be? Ming Fa asked enviously. Oh, right, Senior Brother Abbot, you. Didn't I say it earlier? We are different from Buddhism's Dharma protectors, so we don't have to emphasize on cultivation realms. Zen Master Mingyu smiled, we only need to exhaust our energy to serve Buddha, and when we have enough merit, we can attain Buddha fruit. That's the best outcome. Sai, how can it be easy to attain Buddha fruit in Buddhism's 7 realms? However, the Sapphire Buddha fruit would probably require tens of thousands of merit points, not to mention the Supremacy, Heavenly King, Golden Gang, Arhat, Bodhisattva, and Buddha. This penniless monk does not even know how much merit points would be required to obtain the Arhat, Bodhisattva, and Buddha. According to what I know. Zen Master Mingyu hesitated and said softly, some Buddha fruits can't be attained in a lifetime, but in 2 or even 9 lifetimes. TSK. So difficult. Ming Fa took a deep breath and said angrily, previously, I was ignorant and thought that Buddha fruit was Buddhism's supernatural powers, but after hearing Senior Brother Abbot's words, there's a huge difference. Don't be discouraged, Junior Brother Ming Fa. Speaking of the supernatural powers of Buddhism, I've been practicing for more than 10 years, but I've only just stepped into the realm of benevolence. If I want to cultivate benevolence to perfection and enter the dust realm, I'm afraid it's impossible in this lifetime. Zen Master Mingyu encouraged Mingfa. However, we have spread the Dharma in the Longevity Town and revitalized the Buddhist sect. With the accumulation of merit, it's not impossible for us to attain the indigo Buddha fruit in this lifetime. Yes, I understand. Mingfa put his palms together and lowered his head. Buddha is merciful. Buddhism is widely spread. Regardless of whether it is the cultivation of divine abilities or the accumulation of merit, it will pave the path to heaven under the feet of us bodhisattvas. This disciple is willing to make the indigo Buddha fruit my lifelong pursuit. I will give my everything to Buddha Tathagata. Excellent. Zen Master Mingyu also pressed his palms together and said with a smile, Junior brother, you are so ambitious. You will definitely be able to attain Buddhist enlightenment. I'm very gratified. Disciple thanks Senior Brother Abbot for clearing my doubts tonight. Ming Fa stood up and thanked him. Disciple will take his leave now. Yes, Junior Brother Mingfa. The immortal Buddhist ceremony in 10 days will be the first for our Shaojin temple. You must not make any mistakes. Start preparing from tomorrow onwards. Zen Master Mingyu stood up and instructed. Yes, I understand. Senior Brother Abbot, please rest assured. Ming Fa agreed and slowly left the meditation room. Sigh, competing with the Jiangchao temple is really an unfair victory. I wonder if Martial Uncle Xing Hai will agree. Looking at Ming Fa's departing figure, Zen Master Mingyu sighed. However, I don't think he will watch us get chased away by the Taoist priests of the Jiangchao temple, right? The two monks of the Shaojin temple were thinking about the Buddhist challenge in 10 days and preparing for the immortal Buddhist ceremony that was held once every 10 years. On the west side of the Longevity Town, in the Longevity Academy, which was several times larger than the Shaojin temple, the sound of reading resounded from the academy, resonating in the night sky. Following the sound of reading, wisps of faint mist danced in the night sky. Also, traces of undetectable brilliance slowly scattered, enveloping the entire academy. Within the brilliance, in a corner of the academy, beside a lush bamboo forest, a disdainful voice reprimanded from within a small and exquisite library, Junfeng, you are a little reckless. The immortal Buddhist ceremony can be lively, but it is only held in our Longevity Academy. Why did you drag the Shaojin temple into it? A small temple actually wants to stir up trouble in the Longevity Town. Why don't you take a look at the morals of these monks? Huh, Mr. Tai, and you worry too much. Following this voice, another voice sounded in the library. It was Zhu Junfeng, Dean Zhu of the Longevity Academy. He held the fist-sized lamp on the desk and looked at the white-haired but hale and hearty thin old man in front of him. He smiled and said, I just happened to be returning from a walk outside the town with a group of scholars. When I heard about the bet between the Shaojin temple and the 3 Taoist priests of the Jiangchao temple, I felt it was funny. That's why I spoke. I wanted to let them know that in the Longevity Town, only the Longevity Academy counts. Whether it is the Shaojin temple or the Jiangchao temple, they are jackals of the same tribe. Yes, I just feel that competing with the Shaojin temple and celebrating the immortal Buddhist ceremony is beneath the dignity of the academy. It's not that I am dissatisfied with your arrangement. Mr. Tai nodded and said, if we can use the immortal Buddhist ceremony to suppress the arrogance of the Shaojin temple, that would be great. That's exactly what I was thinking. Zhu Junfeng explained, in the past few decades, the Buddhism sect has been wantonly spreading Buddhism in the hidden immortal continent and the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Although this doesn't violate the public opinion of the 3 continents, they have been brazenly establishing temples and sending some ignorant people into Buddhism. This has affected the rule of the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. I used the immortal Buddhist ceremony to make the Shaojin temple suffer. This is also a blow to them and let them know when to stop. Don't be greedy. The Buddhism sect has big plans. We Confucian cultivators are already vigilant. Mr. Tai frowned. The Buddhism sect has been building temples in the hidden immortal continent and spreading Buddhism to the point where it can't be suppressed. However, we Confucian cultivators have been building academies in the Western Paradise and teaching students. Progress is slow. The Buddhist people in the Western Paradise are very ignorant. It's hard to use benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith to teach them well. Even if it's difficult, we have to face it. Otherwise, how can we go up and down to seek? Zhu Junfeng was also somewhat worried. However, from what I saw today, the Shaojin temple has been unscrupulous in order to destroy the Jiangchao temple. The Buddhism sect's intention of eliminating dissidents is really scary. It's far from our Confucian cultivators' breadth of mind. That's right. That abbot of the Shaojin temple called Monk Mingyu obviously had the confidence to win. He was sure that after 10 days, there would be a Buddhist expert who defeated Yuanya. That's why he restrained himself and pushed the challenge 3 days later to 10 days later. He even used leaving the Longevity Town as bait to trick Daoist Xiao of the Jiangqiao Temple. His methods are really despicable. Chapter 3179. Poor Taoists. The Immortals and Buddha's ceremony is in 10 days. Although Longevity Academy won't make a move, they will disappear from Longevity Town under the pressure of the Buddhist sect. Mr. Taiyan couldn't help but lament the fate of the Rivertide Temple. Who says Chongqing Academy won't do anything? Zhu Junfeng smiled. Since Mr. Jianli is here, don't go back empty-handed. No matter what Buddhist masters come from Shaojin Temple, let Mr. Mo do it. Let them see what the Confucian cultivators of Zhangxian continent are like. Oh, Mr. Mo Yen is coming? Mr. Taiyan was surprised. I haven't seen Mr. Mo for years. Why did he come to Chongqing Town? Mr. Taiyan said proudly, Mr. Mo is young but mature. He is a famous scholar of Chongyun sect. Isn't it like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Hearing Mr. Taiyan's question, Zhu Junfeng's smile faded slightly, and he frowned slightly. He was also puzzled. Not to mention Mr. Taiyan, even I am puzzled. The Longevity Town is just a small part of the country of Xi. Our Longevity Academy is just one of the hundreds of academies in the country of Xi. 15 years ago, because of the appearance of a fox demon in Mount Sheng, the sect sent Mr. Lu Tinghan to eliminate the demon. I passed by the Longevity Town and stayed for half a day. Since then, no other scholars have passed by here. Even if there are disciples of the sect who want to cross Liao River, they come from Jishan Town. Very few of them come to Chongqing Academy. Mr. Jianli's arrival is very sudden. Didn't the sect say anything else? Mr. Taiyan didn't believe him. Oh, Mr. Jianli. Zhu Junfeng pretended to exaggerate, Sir is a senior elder of my Longevity Academy. Before this little one came to Longevity Town, Longevity Academy was managed by Sir alone. If the sect has information, how could this little one dare hide it from Sir? Ha ha ha, Mr. Taiyan laughed heartily. He stroked his beard and shook his head. I'm just curious. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Whoosh. At this moment, a green sword light flashed in the night sky outside the library. It cut through the open window and rushed in front of them. Who is it? Zhu Junfeng didn't have time to check what the sword light was. He turned his head abruptly and looked out of the window. His originally black and white eyes flashed with a faint clear light. Zhu Junfeng used the greenwood eyes of a Confucian cultivator to examine the situation around Longevity Academy. Mr. Taiyan waved his hand, and a ball of true qi flew out from his sleeve, instantly turning into a dozen or so strands to surround the sword light. Within the true qi, the sword light suddenly converged. It was a thumb-sized green flying sword. Mr. Taiyan opened his mouth and infused his true qi into the flying sword. The surface of the flying sword immediately began to roll like water. Gradually, something similar to a bamboo joint emerged from the flying sword. Principal Zhu. The vigilance on Mr. Taiyan's face faded. He smiled. This is a flying sword message from the sect. Try using Longevity Academy's sword comprehension technique. Zhu Junfeng used his greenwood eyes to observe for a moment. There was nothing strange within a few miles of the Chongqing Academy. He knew that the sword light must be a message from the sect. He nodded and formed a sword sign with his hands. When a few streams of Zhen Qi rushed into the bamboo joint like flying swords, the bamboo joint slowly opened. A clear voice came from the bamboo joint. Zhu Yan, I am Mo Jianli from the sect. I am now on the Liao River, which is more than 15 miles south of the Chongqing Academy. I have something to ask you. As Mo Jianli's voice faded, the bamboo joint slowly dissipated. Then, it turned back into a thumb-sized sword. Mr. Mo. Zhu Junfeng reached out and the sword landed in his hand. He carefully examined the sect insignia on the sword. He couldn't help but frown. He looked at Mr. Tai and asked curiously, how did he get here so quickly? Last time, the message said that he would come to Longevity Academy in about 6 days. Moreover, why did he go to Liao River instead of coming to Longevity Academy so late at night? Could it be that his main purpose of coming here today is Liao River? Since Mr. Mo is here, why don't we go and ask him? Why bother guessing? Mr. Tai said with a smile. When Zhu Junfeng heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Exactly. Tonight, the sky is clear and the stars are like lanterns. I really want to go to the Silver Han Dynasty with Mr. Tai. We'll play the stars and welcome the guests from afar. That's right. I want to go with you. Mr. Tai was in high spirits. He shook his hand, and a jade pendant flew into the air like an auspicious cloud. Then, he opened his mouth and breathed in a puff of true qi. The jade pendant flashed with a faint white light. Then, it turned into an auspicious cloud several feet in size and floated in front of Mr. Tai. Mr. Tai raised his leg and stepped on it. The cloud rose into the air and rushed out of the library. Mr. Tai's robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. Mr. Tai's auspicious cloud pendant is indeed marvelous. It's not something an ordinary origin artifact can compare to. Zhu Junfeng's eyes flashed with a divine light as he praised. He extended his hand, and his index and middle fingers came together to form a sword seal. Rise! Following Zhu Junfeng's soft command, one sound of a sword rang out. The treasured sword hanging on the wall of the library flew out of its scabbard, and like a silver dragon, it streaked across the air and rushed past Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng nimbly leaped onto it, and the treasured sword did not stop there either. It also rushed out of the library. In the sky above the library, other than the sound of students reading, Mr. Tai's voice could also be heard. The building is 100 feet high, and the stars can be plucked with one hand. I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of alarming the people in the sky. Zhu Junfeng heard this and laughed inwardly. Mr. Tai is in high spirits today. I'm afraid that Mr. Mo Jianli has inspired him. Mr. Tai has spent his entire life practicing the classics. Today, he has only reached the middle stage of transforming energy into qi. He is only a scholar. Mr. Mo, on the other hand, has practiced the noble spirit river. He is only in his 50s and has already reached the last stage of transforming energy into qi. He has become the youngest scholar in the Chongyun sect. Facing a child who once wanted to learn from him, no one would be able to remain calm. Sigh, where do saints come from in this world? The desire to win has never ceased. If Mr. Tai is like this, how can others be spared? Fortunately, although I am a young scholar, I am still much younger than Mr. Mo. Facing such a prodigy, how can I live with my dignity? Zhu Junfeng stood on his flying sword, looking like a sword immortal. He was even more graceful than Mr. Tai. Mr. Tai's high spirits had already attracted the attention of countless students. When Zhu Junfeng flew out, it caused a stir. Strong, quiet as a virgin, moving as a rabbit. Using qi to control the sword, moving unhindered between heaven and earth. This is my life's pursuit. A few students with delicate features could not help but clench their fists and sigh. I am willing to use my heart to strike the sky. I am willing to use my pure heart to cover the 9 provinces. I am willing to use the righteous energy of heaven and earth to destroy all demons and monsters in the world. Some students even sighed in the sky. However, more students were still whispering to each other. Since the headmaster has such a cultivation, if we work hard and train hard, we will definitely be able to win first place in the annual competition. Only then will we have the opportunity to enter the sect to cultivate. Only then will we be able to fulfill our ambitions. Our wish to sweep the world with our swords and cover the 9 provinces will come true. That's right. It's better to retreat and form a net than to admire the fish in the abyss. Of course, I won't lie to you. As they spoke, some students woke up from the chaos. They picked up their books and began to study word by word. Not long after, wisps of clear energy filled the entire academy, becoming denser and denser. Outside Longevity Town, night had already fallen. The fog of dusk only began to slowly recede at this time. The Liao River, which was dozens of li wide, was currently emitting hua-hua sounds of water. Under the bright moon, it flowed endlessly towards the east. The moonlight was like frost, sprinkling specks of water on the river. From time to time, fist-sized splashes would rise up and then turn into fireflies in the air. Occasionally, large whirlpools would appear in the rapid flow of the river. The dried branches and leaves floating on the river surface would all be sucked into the water. Although it was already late at night, under the moonlight, the Liao River seemed to be as bright as day. Not to mention the huge ships in the middle of the river. From time to time, they could see the dozens of small boats fishing at the river's edge. It wasn't just the huge boats. Under the moonlight, it was the time for the fish to swim upstream. Tens of thousands of small fish were like notes jumping around in the waves. They jumped and attacked the water, going against the current, unwilling to go with the flow. It was a scene full of vitality, a scene of people wanting to fight against fate. Unfortunately, on the dozens of small boats, there were some middle-aged men who wanted to take advantage of the night to go upstream and catch more fish to feed their families and buy more clothes for their children. Looking at the nets cast time and time again on the small boats, there were also heavy shouts and joyous laughter. Although they were tired, their harvest was bountiful. On the other hand, those fishes who wanted to change their fate would immediately fall into the nets of others as soon as they jumped up from the river surface. Other than becoming the meal of others tomorrow, there was no other ending. What bravery, what change, what unyielding will, they all turned into the moon's shadow in the river. Woo! Without any reason, a gust of cold wind suddenly rushed out from the river. A few seemingly ordinary waves rose up with a whoosh, immediately capsizing several small boats nearby. The river surface that didn't seem dangerous suddenly became a whirlpool. Nearly 10 people on the small boats fell into it and were immediately sucked into the whirlpool. There was almost no time to call for help. On the contrary, not far away, the fishermen who were celebrating their harvest inadvertently saw this and no longer cared about fishing. They shouted loudly, urging their family members who were trying their best to stabilize the small boats. They ignored the whirlpool on the river surface and rowed towards the small boats that were spinning rapidly in the whirlpool. There were even a few fishermen who didn't even think and jumped into the river, wanting to save the nearly 10 fishermen who had already disappeared. Chapter 3180. These fishermen might not be familiar with each other, but since they were still boating in the middle of the night, they knew that they were all people who worked hard. If they could lend a helping hand, no one would be stingy. How could their honest and upright hearts think more than that? Since those fishermen did not surface from the river, how much stronger could they be? But the strange thing was that these fishermen were much more agile than the upstream fish in the river. In a short moment, they had already neared the numerous large whirlpools. However, the moment the fishermen touched the whirlpools, they immediately sank into the water and did not show their heads again. It was as though they had never appeared in the first place. This time, the numerous fishermen who had rushed over from behind turned pale with fright. They hurriedly screamed and fled towards the shore with all their might. Unfortunately, it was already a little too late. The numerous large whirlpools were like huge mouths that could devour people. They were getting bigger and faster, moving towards these people. Help! The heart-wrenching cries for help could not travel far on the surging river surface. Not to mention the sound of splashing water, even the sound of thousands of fish falling into the water could drown out these cries. Just at this critical moment, a rumbling sound of flowing water suddenly appeared in the distant night sky. This flow of water was as continuous as the river water, but it also seemed to be more imposing than the sound of the river water. It was simply like a waterfall that washed down from the cliff. Following the sound of flowing water, another voice that was full of energy and even more powerful than the rolling waves sounded. "Hold on for a moment, this MO will save you all." Looking at the source of the voice, a long river that was like the Milky Way descended from the 9 heavens. On the long river, there was a scholar who stepped on a crimson cloud. He was dressed in a white scholarly robe and was flying over on a sword. Help! How could the numerous fishermen who had half of their bodies in the whirlpool care to look at the immortal's grace? They hurriedly shouted for help. Speaking of which, it was strange. When the scholar's voice sounded, the whirlpool on the river surface immediately weakened. Although the fishermen's bodies were spinning uncontrollably in the whirlpool, they did not immediately fall into the river like before. In a short moment, the scholar had already landed on top of the fishermen's heads. The scholar's thick eyebrows and his face was full of tranquility. Although he was facing the life and death of several people, his thin lips were tightly shut and there was no sign of panic. "Go!" The scholar waved his hand and a brocade silk handkerchief flew out. The sword wind became 10 feet long and the silk handkerchief fell down and easily wrapped around a fisherman. Then, the silk handkerchief flew to other places and wrapped around a few more. As for the scholar himself, he controlled the flying sword and grabbed the air. 2 fishermen were pulled out of the river and were brought to the shore. "This humble one thanks Mister for saving our lives." Several people landed on the shore. Their faces were already deathly pale, and they didn't think much about it as they lowered their heads and kowtowed. "Ah, get up." Crow's feet appeared at the corner of the scholar's eyes. He did not look young. He waved his hand and said, "It's late now and the Liao River is not peaceful. It's better to go back and rest early. Although fishing for money is important, your life is more important. Sir, please save old second son." One of the fishermen said anxiously, "He still has a 70-year-old blind old woman at home." The scholar looked at the Liao River which was still without any waves and bit his tightly shut lips slightly. Plop plop. Several fishermen hurriedly kowtowed again. They might not know who old second son was, but they knew that without old second son, that 70-year-old blind old woman would not be able to live for long. "Wait a moment." The scholar hesitated for a moment and flew into the air again. At this time, 3 slightly older old men flew over from the distant sky. They were all dressed like Confucian cultivators. However, these old men did not carry swords on their backs. Instead, they stepped on a faint green cloud. The 3 old men were very respectful when they saw the scholar. The scholar gave a few instructions and the 3 old men chased after the uncontrollable boats on the river. They seemed to want to send these boats to the shore. The scholar waved his hand and a sword light rushed into the night sky. The direction was the Longevity Town. Sword light flashed around his body and then he rushed into the Liao River. A few moments later, when the 3 old men sent the boats to the shore, Mr. Tai and Zhu Junfeng arrived together on a cloud. When they saw the situation, the 2 of them were shocked. When they heard the fishermen say that it was dangerous, their expressions changed drastically. They looked at each other and then looked at each other. It was not that the Liao River was not dangerous. It was not that no fisherman had died on the Liao River. It was that, as the fisherman said, Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai and had never heard of it before. "My name is Zhu Yan, and my courtesy name is Zhu Junfeng. I am the dean of the Longevity Town Academy. Greetings, martial uncles." Zhu Junfeng saw that the 3 old men were Confucian cultivators and hurriedly went forward to greet them. Mr. Tai and did not dare to be negligent and bowed as well. "Dean Zhu, junior brother Tai and we pay our respects to you." The three of them hurriedly returned the greeting and introduced themselves. They were all Confucian cultivators of the Chongyun sect. Their names were Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong. However, they did not tell Zhu Junfeng their courtesy names. After the five of them greeted each other, Zhu Junfeng did not ask too many questions because there were still fishermen from the Longevity town. He looked at the three of them and said, "Mr. Tai and will accompany the three martial uncles here. I will go and take a look." Dean Zhu. Qiu Jian hurriedly called out, "The river is dangerous. Mr. Mo Ming won't even let us go near it." "You should, it's fine." Zhu Junfeng smiled. "I have been in the Longevity town for a long time. If I haven't been to the Liao River 100 times, I have at least been here dozens of times. I have done many things like rowing at night and drinking." Dean Zhu. Li Mo Ming said unhappily, "I know that you are in charge of this place. However, since Mr. Mo Ming is here, we naturally have to listen to his orders." Mr. Mo Ming said not to go there. "That place is definitely dangerous. Furthermore, I have come here today precisely for this matter. If you think that a little scholar like you can handle it, then I will wait for Mr. Mo Ming to return and immediately turn back." Yes, I know my mistake." Zhu Junfeng's heart trembled as he hurriedly bowed. It's good that you know." Li Mo Ming nodded and did not say anything else. He raised his head and looked at the Liao River. The wide Liao River was the same as before. There was no danger at all. There were very few giant boats in the middle of the river, but one would occasionally sail by. The lights on the giant boat flickered with the stars in the sky, and the fragments of moonlight on the river's surface seemed to resonate with each other. It made one wonder if this was the falling stars in the sky. Whoosh! A long river flowed against the current and rushed up to the sky. The brilliance of the river instantly covered all the stars and moonlight. Chapter 3181. Mr. Mo is back. Ji Dong frowned and exclaimed, "But Mr. Mo, yes." Mr. Mo stepped on the river and flew across the sky, landing right in front of them. Unfortunately, his hands were empty, not even the corpses of the fishermen. "My apologies." Mo gently landed, ignoring Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Taiyan. Instead, he walked up to the fishermen and bowed. "I have failed you. Not only did I not find Sun Lauer and the others, I did not even see their corpses." "Mr. Mo, you didn't go with the river?" the fisherman asked in disbelief. "Of course I did." Mo Jinli was not embarrassed by the fisherman's pointing fingers. He explained calmly, "I have checked the area within a few miles, including the bottom of the river." Hiss. The fishermen were shocked, their bodies trembling. Could it be, I don't know what it is, and I didn't see it, so I don't dare to say anything. But for now, don't come out to fish at night." Mo Jianli said in a gentle voice, "Of course, we will try to find the reason around the Longevity town, but there might be some accidents. You should wait until the truth is out. But we all fish for a living. Even if we don't come out at night, we have to come to Liao River during the day." One of the fishermen said boldly. Sigh. Mo Jianli sighed, looked at Zhu Junfeng, and said to the fisherman, "The Longevity Academy of the Chongyun sect will do its best to protect you. However, you all still need to be careful." Mo Jianli then took out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the fisherman. He said, "This is for Sun Lauer's mother. Please give it to that poor old woman for me." "Thank you, Mr. Mo." The fisherman took it gratefully. "I thank you on behalf of Sun Lauer. I will definitely bring this to Sun Lauer. Please don't worry. You can go now." Mo Jianli waved his hand. "The fishing boat has been found. Go home quickly." "Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mo." The fishermen were overjoyed, but still scared. They packed up their fishing gear and their harvest and hurried back. "Greetings, Mr. Li." Zhu Junfeng could still call the few scholars martial uncle, but Mo Jianli, who was a scholar, could only call him grandmaster. However, among Confucian cultivators, teacher was an honorific, regardless of seniority. Most Confucian cultivators liked to hear this honorific, so Zhu Junfeng naturally addressed him as teacher. "Yes, Principal Zhu." There was no trace of a smile on Mo Jianli's face. He seemed to be feeling guilty about what had happened just now. He cupped his hands and bowed. "This old man will be troubling the principal for a period of time from now on. I don't dare." "Sir, please call me Junfeng." Zhu Junfeng hurriedly said respectfully, "Sir, you are my senior. Regardless of knowledge or cultivation, you are my teacher. The dean is just a common name. Sir, please don't humiliate me." "All right." Mo Jianli nodded, then bowed to Mr. Tai and said, "Mr. Tai, I haven't seen you for many years. Today, I see that you are still as strong as before." "Mr. Mo." Mr. Tai was not convinced before he came here. However, when he saw Mo Jianli was neither arrogant nor humble. Mo Jianli was so amiable even in front of a few lowly fishermen, he was convinced. He hurriedly bowed and said, "In the early years, I just explained a few things to you. I don't dare to call myself your teacher." "Sir, you are wrong. A teacher for a day is a father for life." Mo Jianli's tone was still a bit indifferent. "Although you have never been my teacher, a few words of advice are enough. It is the tradition of Confucian cultivators to respect their teachers. If I don't acknowledge you as my teacher just because my cultivation is higher than yours, how can I carry forward the inheritance of Confucian cultivators?" "Huh, Mr. Mo." Mr. Tai laughed. "You can call me Mr. Mo. You don't have to call yourself my student. Otherwise, as a scholar, if I were to hear a scholar call me teacher, would also feel uncomfortable in my heart." "All right, I got it." Mo Jianli didn't hesitate. He nodded and said to Zhu Junfeng, "Junfeng, did you hear what the fisherman said just now? Do you know what's going on?" "I've heard about it." Zhu Junfeng hurriedly replied. "I've never seen such a situation in all my years in Longevity Town. However, legend has it that thousands of years ago, Liao River was inhabited by the Water Tribe. These Water Tribe are cruel and often eat mortals alive. Every year, the Longevity Town would have to hand over virgin boys and girls on time. Otherwise, they would flood the town." "That's right." Mr. Tai nodded. "I've heard about it too. Because of the Water Tribe, the Longevity Town was plunged into misery and suffering. The people had no way of making a living. Almost every family was wailing in grief. 7 out of 10 people left for other places. Later on, an immortal passed by the Liao River and saw a group of fishermen carrying a crying boy and girl to throw into the Liao River as a sacrifice to the Water Tribe. Only then did he make a move to subdue the demon. He fought with the Water Tribe for 3 days and 3 nights, fighting until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. In the end, the Water Tribe was killed. Blood flowed all over the river. The immortal floated away. Later on, in order to commemorate this immortal, the Longevity Town built a Taoist temple for him on Jiangchao Ridge. It's called Jiangchao Temple. Zhu Junfeng continued. They even called the statue the god of the river. Junfeng, thousands of years ago, was there a longevity academy in Longevity Town? Mo Jianli asked abruptly. Of course there wasn't. Zhu Junfeng said curiously. My Chongyun sect only built the Longevity Academy 1,200 years ago. At that time. I'm afraid my Chongyun sect was still a small sect, right? Mo Jianli nodded. However, even if there wasn't a Longevity Academy in the Chongyun sect, there was still a Jingzhu Academy in the Bamboo sect. So why didn't the Longevity Town spread the story of the Jingzhou Academy, but instead built a Taoist temple in Jiangqiao Ridge? This. I don't know. Zhu Junfeng was a little embarrassed. The Academy's records about this are not very detailed. I don't mean to blame you. Mo Jianli explained. I received a secret order from the sect and found this information in the sect's records about the Longevity Town. I didn't know about this before. Mister, please enlighten me. Zhu Junfeng clasped his hands and said. There's no other reason. It's because the students of the Jingzhou Academy from the Bamboo sect all died in the battle with the Water Tribe. None of them survived. And that so-called immortal was just passing by when the Water Tribe died and took advantage of the situation. It's not like the story said, where they saw some virgin boys and girls. Mo Jianli sneered. That so-called immortal was not a Taoist cultivator, but a Buddhist disciple. But that disciple was not a monk who shaved his head, so he was mistaken for a Taoist cultivator. A Buddhist disciple who didn't shave his head? Zhu Junfeng was surprised. There's such a person? Which one is it? The sect's records didn't mention it in detail, so I don't know. Don't ask too much. I guess the sect didn't want to leave behind a thick mark of the Buddhism sect in the Longevity Town. Mo Jianli said lightly. And in the following thousands of years, the number of Buddhist cultivators gradually decreased. On the contrary, there were more and more monks who shaved their heads in the Zhongxian continent. Oh. Zhu Junfeng was deep in thought. Mr. Tai frowned and said, Mr. Mo, so what happened today, this? I don't know either. Maybe it's a little strange. Mo Jianli sighed. He turned to look at the moon, which had already set, and the Liao River, which was covered in mist again, and said, Our Chongyun Martial School has received some news. It seems that some water-kind creatures have come to the Liao River. As for whether they are the descendants of those water-kind creatures thousands of years ago, and whether they want to harm the Longevity Town, the Martial School has no right to know. But for the safety of the Longevity Academy, I have been ordered to come here. Hiss. Hearing this, Zhu Junfeng gasped and said hurriedly, The Water Tribe are naturally demons. They have a long lifespan, which is far from the human race. This Liao River is far away from the East Sea, and there hasn't been any Water Tribe members wreaking havoc for hundreds of years. If there really are Water Tribe members coming, they must be the descendants of the Water Tribe. It's too early to make a judgment now. Mo Jianli waved his hand. It's better to wait and see. Oh right, Mr. Tai looked at Zhu Junfeng and said in a low voice, The Shaojin Temple seems to have sent experts here too. Could it be because of this? Maybe. Mo Jianli's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. The Buddhism sect is everywhere in the Zhongxian continent. Their dharma is the best at bewitching people. What happened in the Longevity Town thousands of years ago may be hidden from ordinary people, but it may not be hidden from the Buddhism sect's experts. And now they have many spies in the Zhongxian continent. The sources of information are no less than us Confucian cultivators. If the Chongyun sect can get the information, they can get it even more. Besides, the Shaojin temple has grown from a small temple of 2 or 3 monks to a temple of 30 or 40 people. Its future is limitless. It can't be ignored by the Yunlin temple. I just don't know which monk from the Yunlin temple came here today. Zhu Junfeng suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, This afternoon, a demon appeared on the streets of the Longevity Town. Oh? What demon? What's its cultivation level? Mo Jianli's eyes lit up as he asked. Zhu Junfeng hurriedly told him what he heard, and then said, A few students from the academy who returned early have seen it. Mister, why don't you come back with me and ask for more details? That's right. Mo Jianli clapped his hands and said, Since there are traces of that demon, I'm more confident now. Ji Dong, you stay here. If you encounter anything strange, just go back to the academy and report it to me. Yes, Mr. Mo. Ji Dong answered and walked out from the crowd. Chapter 3182. The others followed Zhu Junfeng back to Longevity Academy. Ji Dong flew to a hillside and stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the rapidly flowing Liao River. Liao River's water was like thousands of years ago. Although the waves were small, they were not completely dead. Under the small waves, there was an incomparably surging undercurrent. This undercurrent was not something that could be seen clearly by the greenwood eyes and divine sense. Longevity Town's turbulence did not affect Xiaohua at the tidal river temple. Xiaohua sat on the praying mat and calmly refined the earth crystal Yao milk. In front of this mountain of crystal milk, Xiaohua's refinement was tantamount to a foolish old man moving a mountain. Although Xiaohua still had some Mo Zhao's corpse in his space, which also had a corrosive effect on this crystal milk, the stingy Xiaohua was not willing to part with it. This was all heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Wasting even a little bit was disrespectful to heaven and earth. He could only move it bit by bit like an ant moving house, turning it into a part of his cultivation. Now that I've arrived at hidden immortal continent, perhaps I can find my origin. Xiaohua secretly thought as he cultivated, since I have the 18th level of qi refining technique, it is obviously different from Dawn Rain continent. The Taoist technique of hidden immortal continent is also different from Dawn Rain continent. The classification of the lower levels is also very different, very similar to my cultivation. Maybe I didn't come from the 10,000 demon realm, but from one of the 3 continents. The heaven sent this Xiao back to fulfill this Xiao's dream of returning home. Of course, if I can't find my home here, then I will do my best to improve my cultivation and return to Dawn Rain continent. Presumably, those 2 old farts from Immortal Music sect and Immortal Ascension sect will know something. Xiaohua thought of this, and his eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Other than Xiaohua, there was also Xiao Jian who was restless. Tonight, Xiao Jian was like sitting on a wave. He was suddenly thrown into the air and then fell down again. Even now, he was not at peace. It was because he really could not guess Xiaohua's cultivation. On one hand, he doubted Xiaohua's origin, on the other hand, he believed in Xiaohua's innocence. On one hand, he overestimated Xiaohua's cultivation, on the other hand, he doubted his own overestimation. After all, Xiao Jian did not detect Xiaohua's divine sense, nor did he detect Xiaohua's true qi. He did not believe that Xiaohua's blocked meridians could cultivate true qi. But it was clear that since Xiaohua was able to produce miraculous pills and possess divine sense, his background was in no way simple. But what made Xiao Jian about to go crazy was that this Taoist cultivator with an extraordinary background actually didn't even know about the essence energy of the 3 continents. Even with his wisdom, he couldn't figure out if Xiaohua was testing him or if he really didn't understand. Rather than calling Xiaohua fellow Taoist, Xiao Jian might as well call him Senior Xiaohua. However, rather than calling Xiaohua by his real name, he still wanted to call him fellow Taoist Xiaohua. In the face of the challenge from the small golden temple, just Yuanya alone was no longer of any use. The only person he could rely on now was Xiaohua. Xiaohua was the only person Xiao Jian and Yuanya could rely on to not be expelled from the Longevity Town. Compared to Xiao Jian's distracting thoughts, Yuanya was much simpler. This guy hugged the branch of the banyan tree and slept soundly. His saliva, along with the smile on his face, almost got stuck on a banyan fruit. If the townspeople who flocked to the Rivertide Temple to pick the immortal fruits found out that the thing they regarded as miraculous pills was actually stained with Yuanya's saliva, would they beat Yuanya to the ground and trample on him 10,000 times? Would they not care about the happiness Yuanya brought last night because of his dream of becoming Xiaohua's disciple? The night passed quickly. It was not delayed by the deaths of several fishermen in Liaojiang. When the first rays of dawn appeared, the sunlight passed through the banyan tree and fell into the temple. Xiao Jian's heart was even more anxious. If not for the fact that he couldn't use his divine sense often, he would have already released it. He really wanted to know if the Rivertide Temple's liveliness last night was able to attract the townspeople's attention. Would it be able to make them slightly shift their gaze and piety from the small golden temple to the Rivertide Temple? At the very least, there was no need for him, the representative of the Rivertide Temple, the successor of the Taoist school, to show his face in public and set up a stall to sell divination, right? Listening to the chirping of the birds on the banyan tree, Xiao Jian's eyes from time to time drifted towards the small door of the temple, ready to be drowned by the tide of people at any time. Unfortunately, after looking for the time it took to eat a meal, the small door did not even make a creaking sound. First, there was still the pleasant chirping of the birds, which made Xiao Jian feel that it was too noisy. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Jian woke up. Since when did his Rivertide Temple have birds? Those birds were a delicacy in the eyes of Yuanya, who grew up in the forest. Especially when Yuanya did not have enough copper coins to buy meat buns. Therefore, after Xiao Jian and Yuanya arrived at the Rivertide Temple, there were no more birds chirping in the morning. How come there are birds today? Yeah, has he already stuffed his teeth with meat buns? Xiao Jian immediately had a bad feeling. When he hurriedly rushed to the west wing, Xiao Hua, who was meditating there, was already nowhere to be found. Damn it, the two of them couldn't have eloped, right? Xiao Jian immediately became anxious. Although he was paranoid for an entire night and did not eliminate his doubts about Xiao Hua, but thinking about it, if Xiao Hua was not by his side, he would have no one to rely on. It would be just like when he was alone and did not have Yuanya. Xiao Jian rushed out of the temple even more hurriedly than before. When he saw Xiao Hua, who was on the empty ground next to the Rivertide Temple, using the Big Dipper magical fist, and Yuanya, who was obediently lying behind a small tree in the distance like a leopard peeping, his heart immediately calmed down. Hee, this sunlight is really beautiful. Xiao Jian looked at the distant morning sun and took a deep breath. He raised his hands and stretched his waist, pretending to dance a few times with his fists and legs. He opened his mouth and scolded, "What a good-for-nothing. How can a small tree support your fat body? Since you want to secretly learn, then do it openly and brazenly. Why do you have to be so secretive?" Xiao Jian's words immediately startled the chirping birds on the banyan tree. Naturally, Yuanya also flew up with the birds. This guy's face carried a trace of shame. His hands and feet nimbly climbed up the small tree. His whole body borrowed the elasticity of the branches to rush up the banyan tree and then hid his whole body between the branches. Xiao Hua naturally had already seen through the appearance of this pair of master and disciple. He secretly laughed in his heart and did not pay attention to them. The current him is already 200 years old. He can really call himself an old man. Xiao Jian and Yuanya are just two little children in front of him. However, Xiao Hua's face is so tender that he also likes others to call him young man. The Big Dipper magical fist was used one move after another. The slow and steady flow melted the earth crystal Yao milk bit by bit. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and enjoyed this relaxed and tranquil atmosphere. He did not seem to care about Yuanya secretly learning. If the Big Dipper magical fist could be learned so easily, would it still be a bone-tempering secret technique? Even though Yuanya, who had escaped, still revealed half of his eyes on the banyan tree. His eyes were burning with passion, but Xiao Hua did not expose him. Xiao Jian also did not think that Yuanya, who was always ignorant of the ways of the world, would be so shy today. He actually escaped back to the Taoist temple. He strolled in front of the Taoist temple for a while. From time to time, he would look down at the Jiangchao Ridge and see that there were already some people on the main road. Unfortunately, these people were only limited to the main road. Not even half of them flowed towards the Jiangchao temple. Xiao Jian sighed. He knew that his dream was shattered. He loudly berated, "You quickly get down for this old man. Follow this old man to the town." Similarly, the "yes, master" that Xiao Jian was accustomed to did not appear. Instead, it was Yuanya who asked in puzzlement, "Master, didn't we have so many copper coins yesterday? Why do we need to go to the town again?" "Oh, that's right. Master wants to eat steamed buns, right? I will look for a while and then go buy some for master." Idiot. Xiao Jian had already entered the Taoist temple. He angrily scolded, "What do you know? Do you know how to sit and eat? Although there are a lot of copper coins, it is not enough for us to eat for a year and a half. This old man should take advantage of these days when the Taoist temple's feng shui is flourishing, to earn a few more copper coins." While speaking, Xiao Jian hurriedly entered the east room. There was a series of crackling sounds in the room. It was as if someone was looking for something. Last night, there were really a lot of people who came to the Taoist temple. There were really a lot of people who rushed into Xiao Jian's room to search for the so-called elixirs. Even the box that Xiao Jian locked with a copper lock was pried open. "Let's go," what could Xiao Jian say? Inside the achievement box was a pile of copper coins. It looked much cuter than the copper lock. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Jian had already tidied up. He was still wearing the same Taoist robe, the cloth bag, and the bamboo pole. Xiao Hua's Taoist robe. Lowering his head to look at his own Taoist robe, Xiao Jian suddenly remembered that the clothes that Xiao Hua was wearing today were not the same ones that he was wearing yesterday. Moreover, it looked a bit strange. It was different from what he was wearing. What was special was that the material of the Taoist robe seemed to be of a much higher quality than his. Where did this guy get these things? Look at how he has nothing on him. Damn it, did he take the copper coins from the main hall yesterday? Xiao Jian suddenly woke up and hurriedly went to the main hall to check. However, the achievement box was still locked. He picked it up and weighed it a few times. The weight was the same. Only then did he fiercely look at Xiao Hua's direction and extinguish the thought of interrogating Xiao Hua. "Master, wait a moment. Let me take a look again." Xiao Jian walked out of the main hall. Yuanya's careful voice came from the banyan tree. "You idiot!" Xiao Jian berated, "Quickly come down. How many times have you seen it? You still can't learn it? It's not that I don't want to teach you, it's that you are not cut out for it. You are just a petty person." "Yes, master," Xiao Jian's familiar reply finally appeared. However, there was a trace of depression in his tone. "It seems that I am indeed not fit to cultivate with master. It is only the 108 fist and leg style. No matter how I look at it, I can understand it. However, after I hit the front, I forgot the back." Chapter 3183. Let's go. Follow this old man. Xiao Jian raised his head and shouted unhappily. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of beating drums. The sound of the drums wasn't very loud, but it was clear in Xiao Jian's ears. In particular, the sound of the drums was getting louder and louder, and there were also some messy noises. "Ha ha ha! Someone is coming." Xiao Jian laughed and threw the bamboo pole away. He had just scolded Yuanya for being petty, and now he rushed to the front of the Taoist temple. However, Xiao Jian didn't jump out directly, but instead, he peeked out half of his head and looked outside the Taoist temple, just like how Yuanya hid on the banyan tree and peeked at Xiao Hua's practice. "Don't look." Xiao Hua's faint voice sounded from above Xiao Jian's head. "You can't see anything if you hide in the Taoist temple. They have just reached the foot of the mountain." Hee hee. Xiao Jian awkwardly straightened his back and looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing beside the door of the Taoist temple. He smiled embarrassedly. I want to see if the group of people from the General Ridge came again. They turned our Jiangchao temple upside down. It shouldn't be the group of people from the General Ridge. Xiaohua glanced at the distance and said, they seem to be fishermen. Some of them are holding fishing nets, and some of them are holding oars. In addition, some of them are wearing white mourning clothes. They should be here to worship the Taoist temple. Worship the Taoist temple? Xiao Jian seemed to be a little disappointed. He coughed twice and was about to walk out of the Taoist temple. At this moment, Yuanya's cheers sounded, Master, there are pig heads. Big fat pig heads, cow heads, and sheep heads. Slurp. At this point, Yuanya couldn't help but drool. When Xiao Jian heard this, he naturally swallowed his saliva. He walked to the front of the Taoist temple and looked down along the mountain path. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua and Yuanya had said, there were dozens of people at the foot of the mountain path. In front of these people were 3 bare-chested strong men. Above the heads of these 3 men were a red lacquered tray. On each tray was the head of a cow, a pig, and a sheep. Behind the 3 heads were 2 children, 1 male and 1 female. Each of them was holding a fist-sized incense burner. At this moment, there were 3 incense sticks in each burner. As soon as the incense sticks were lit, the incense sticks slowly floated up and were blown away by the mountain breeze. Behind this group of boys and girls, there were another dozen or so people. Among these dozen or so people, 2 of them were carrying a red drum that was several feet in size. There was also a burly man who was several feet tall, holding a drumstick that was even larger than his fist. He was beating the drum with all his might. Large beads of sweat dripped down the man's forehead, and his veins throbbed as he beat the drum. Next to the 3 people beating the drums, there were 4 people holding gongs in their hands. Clang! Clang! As for the people dancing along with the gongs and drums, there were 2 men dressed as lions. In front of the 2 male lions, there was actually a thin young man holding a colorful ball in his hand. It was like a lion dance. As they pounced on the young man's colorful ball, the young man nimbly jumped in front of the male lions, dodging and leading the 2 male lions up the mountain path step by step. Behind these people, there were dozens of fishermen wearing tattered clothes. Each of them held a fishing net and oar in their hands, respectfully following behind the lion dance. Their faces were solemn and pious. As for the people in mourning clothes that Xiaohua had mentioned, they were walking at the very end. There were about 10 people, women, children, and the old and weak. What is going on? Xiao Jian was shocked. This was something that he had never encountered in the years he had been at Jiangchao Temple. What are they going to sacrifice? Could it be that they are going to make a water and land Dao temple? Xiao Jian said to himself. Then, should they go to Shaojin Temple? Master. On the branch of the banyan tree outside the temple, Yuan Ye's figure strangely appeared. He shouted, I'm afraid that your reputation has already spread out last night. These people are here to worship you. Io, not bad, not bad. Xiao Jian suddenly understood. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at his own Dao robe and immediately felt extremely dissatisfied. He turned his head and crashed into the temple. It was unknown whether he went to lock the door or to change his Dao robe. In short, when the sound of gongs and drums arrived in front of the temple, Xiaohua quietly watched from the side. Xiao Jian was wearing a new Dao robe and brought Yuanya out of the temple. At this time, Yuanya was also wearing new clothes. However, looking at Yuanya's twisted head and back appearance, he was definitely not used to it. However, this did not affect Xiao Jian's face full of smiles and extremely amiable. Xiao Jian walked in front of the 3 big men holding the tray and bowed. I, Xiao Jian, am the temple master of Jiangchao Temple. May I know the reason for your visit? Who knew that the respect and answer that Xiao Jian expected did not appear? The three men did not pay any attention to Xiao Jian at all. In the order of sheep, pig, and cow, they walked past where Xiao Jian bowed and entered the Taoist temple. Even the boy and girl behind them with the incense burner in their hands did not pay any attention to Xiao Jian. Cough cough. Xiao Jian was extremely embarrassed. He coughed twice and was about to speak when Yuanya suddenly said in a low voice, "Io, master, I forgot. Previously, when I was in Longevity Town, I seem to have heard someone say that this Jiangchao temple used to worship the sea god. Did they come to worship the sea god? Are they not looking for master? Damn it." Xiao Jian lifted his leg and turned around to kick Yuanya's knee. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Disciple just remembered." Yuanya felt very wronged, but he still nimbly dodged Xiao Jian's kick and explained in a low voice. "Go in first. No matter who they are worshipping, you are the temple master now." Xiao Hua said in a bad mood. Yes, what fellow Xiao said is right." Xiao Jian felt that it was reasonable and felt less embarrassed. He did not have time to argue with Yuanya and took the opportunity to enter the temple while the lion dance was showing off in front of the temple. Sure enough, after Xiao Jian and the others entered, the dozens of people behind the lion dance also rushed in. In an instant, the small temple was completely surrounded. Xiao Jian had just walked to the center of the temple when he saw the three big men enter the main hall. One of the three big men waved his hand and the candles on the altar were swept to the ground by him. Seeing this, Xiao Jian could not help but feel anxious. How were they here to worship? They were clearly here to cause trouble. The Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect were not on good terms. The monks of the small gold temple also did not come to the Jiangchao temple to cause trouble. Xiao Jian shouted loudly. However, without waiting for him to shout, the three big men simultaneously turned around and angrily said, "Where did this wild Taoist come from? This Jiangchao temple is the place where my Longevity Town worships the sea god. Not only did you secretly occupy the temple, but you are also here to act mysterious? If you dare to say another word, see if I don't chase you out of the Jiangchao mountain range." When Xiao Jian heard this, he immediately shut his mouth and did not dare to say another word. He was afraid that he would be chased out of Longevity Town by these fishermen before he could fight with the monks of the small gold temple. "Lord Sea God!" Mournful shouts came from behind Xiao Jian. Dozens of old and weak women and children wearing mourning clothes entered the Jiangchao temple and cried as they rushed towards the main hall. Xiao Jian tactfully dodged to the side. He was even more agile than Yuanya. Following the cries and shouts of these fishermen, the three burly men placed the three offerings on the altar. The two virgin boys and virgin girls also presented the incense burner respectfully, then stepped back to the altar with their heads bowed and eyes lowered. In the main hall, the three offerings shone brightly. The two young boys and girls were beautiful and charming. Smoke curled around the incense burner. Although the statue was still tattered, with the cries and sincere worship of the fishermen in the main hall, it was unknown how many times more powerful it was compared to the worship of Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Xiao Hua stood not far behind Yuanya. His eyes flickered as he saw everything clearly. After less than an hour, the fishermen wearing mourning clothes paid their respects. The other fishermen also paid their respects. Xiao Hua already understood. He knew that a disaster had occurred in the Liao River last night. 10 fishermen lost their lives in the river. These fishermen came to pay their respects to this statue for their own safety and future livelihood. They did not know how many years they had not paid their respects to this statue. At the end of the worship, a few craftsmen first went forward to pay their respects. Then, they took out a strange ruler and thread to carefully measure the statue. Then, they took out a brush and ink to carefully mark some numbers on an image. Xiao Hua also clearly saw that the image was of a statue. This statue was of a male body. The 2 strands of mustache above his lips were especially obvious. Other than the mustache, the statue was full and round like a heavenly palace. His ears were even drooping over his shoulders. In his eyes, other than some compassion, there was even more ferocity. Oh! Is this the so-called sea god? It seems like it is only a so-so. Compared to Taoist Master Xiao, it is still far inferior. Xiaohua faintly smiled and looked elsewhere. Unlike Xiaohua's indifference, Xiao Jian was laughing non-stop. He promised the villagers of General Ridge that he would reconstruct the statue's golden body. However, in reality, he did not even know what the statue originally looked like. Moreover, he still had to find the craftsmen and discuss with them how to repair it. In particular, although he had a lot of copper coins last night, it was far from enough to repair the statue. Now that the fishermen were paying their respects to the sea god, wouldn't it save him a lot of trouble by reconstructing the statue's golden body? How could Xiao Jian not be happy? When the villagers of General Ridge ask me, this old man will say that I repaired it myself. Xiao Jian had already made up his mind. Moreover, he believed that the villagers of General Ridge would definitely not ask too much. The craftsman wrote down some numbers and hurriedly left the Taoist temple. It was obvious that they wanted to reconstruct the statue's golden body in the shortest time possible. The fishermen in the Taoist temple excitedly paid their respects a few more times. Seeing that the ritual that had nothing to do with Taoist Master Xiao Jian was about to end, more than 10 people came in from outside the Taoist temple. These people looked different from the fishermen. However, when they looked at the fishermen in the Taoist temple, there was no surprise in their eyes. Naturally, the fishermen did not pay any attention to them. They even nodded to each other in a friendly manner. However, when these people kowtowed, their first sentence successfully caused the emotions of the 2 groups of people to explode. Chapter 3184. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. One of the vigorous old men knelt down in the main hall and said in a low voice, "Last night, I received Taoist Zhao's miraculous elixir and took it overnight. The chronic illness that I've had for decades disappeared at once." Before the old man finished speaking, the fishermen who were packing up and preparing to leave the Taoist temple could not take it anymore. A strong man hurriedly shouted, "Old man, what are you talking about? This Jiangchao temple worships the sea god of our fishermen. There's no Taoist Xiao. If you want to worship, you can go to Taoist Zhao's Taoist temple. Don't worship blindly here. If you annoy the sea god, not only will we fishermen have nowhere to make a living, but the entire Longevity town will also be eaten up by the monsters in the water. Little guy, what do you know?" The old man glared at the fisherman with disdain and said, "This Jiangchao temple worships Taoist Xiao. He just showed up yesterday. Not only did he save my family of 3 in General Ridge, but he also gave me elixirs. Look, my chronic illness and these people's illnesses are all thanks to Taoist Master Zhao's blessing." Bullshit. Before the old man finished speaking, another old man who looked older than him rushed out from the fisherman. He held a small oar in his hand and scolded, "Rebellious thing. This is the place where my fishermen worship the sea god. It has been here for thousands of years. When did it become the place where you worship Taoist Xiao? Seeing that you are all villagers of my Longevity town, get out of here quickly. If you dare to say filthy words again and slander the sea god, I'll beat you to death with a stick. How dare you?" The few villagers next to him could not take it anymore. This is obviously Taoist Zhao's Taoist temple. Last night, we just worshipped Taoist Xiao. Furthermore, Taoist Xiao has already shown up. Beat them to death. The old fisherman was so angry that he was trembling. The oar in his hand was also trembling. When these fishermen heard that nearly 10 fishermen had died in the river last night, they already felt that something was wrong. They discussed overnight that they would rush to the sea god of the Jiangchao temple to repair his golden body. Moreover, this worship ceremony was decided after a night of discussion. Who would have thought that after they had been busy for the whole morning and were just about to end, the villagers of General Ridge would appear and call the sea god Xiao Daoist Xiao. This was obviously blasphemy to the sea god. The painstaking efforts of nearly 100 fishermen were all in vain. How could this old man not be angry? He seemed to see the Liao River filled with fishermen's corpses. Since the old man had such thoughts, the other fishermen naturally had the same thoughts. Over 10 fishermen who were closer to the main hall waved their oars and pounced forward. In an instant, they had knocked over the villagers from General Ridge to the ground. Quickly go and save them. Xiao Hua saw that the situation was bad and knew that the situation today was worse than yesterday. He hurriedly ordered Yuanya. Yuanya was stunned for a moment, then he let out a loud roar. His figure pounced out like a leopard, rushing to the side of the main hall. He raised his hands and stomped his feet. In just a short moment, he had knocked the dozen or so fishermen to the ground. Where did this bastard come from? The old fisherman's mouth was so foul that it hit Yuanya's soft spot. Roar! Yuanya kicked a fisherman into the hall, raised his head and roared. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared at the old fisherman with his bloodshot eyes. Plop! Without waiting for Yuanya to make a move, his gaze that was as sharp as a sword was enough to scare the old man to the point that he wet his pants and sat on the ground. Great-grandfather! A few strong men in the distance shouted and prepared to pounce over. Yuanya's strength had already gathered and was about to erupt. It seemed that he would be able to rush to the front of the old fisherman without the need for those strong men to pounce over. He only needed to lightly slap and he would definitely be able to kill this old fisherman who flaunted his seniority and spoke vicious words. As long as it was a farmer in the countryside, no matter if it was a fisherman fishing on the Liao River or a farmer digging for food in the fields, all they cared about was the life of their family members. All they thought about was their ordinary life. When they were powerless to control their lives, they would always place their hopes on God, on an existence that was beyond their ability. Moreover, in their simple minds, they might not risk their lives for the sake of living because there was always a glimmer of hope in life, making them reluctant to risk their lives. However, for the sake of the God in their hearts, for the sake of their last hope, they would definitely risk their lives regardless of everything. Perhaps the farmers were simple, but if they were stubborn, then even if they were to bang their head against the wall, they would not easily turn back. Therefore, even if Yuanya suddenly showed his power and knocked several fishermen to the ground in an instant, and even looked at the old fisherman like a wild beast, if something went wrong, he would immediately kill him. However, those fishermen who had been fighting against the fierce wind and fierce waves for many years instead became ferocious. That old man clenched his teeth, as if he did not care about Yuanya's snake-like gaze staring at him. He waved his hand and said, "Hit." Xiao Hua was slightly angry in his heart. He could clearly see the farmer's pity, but the farmer's selfishness was also something he did not expect. Even if it was just a clay sculpture, it did not really bring them any hope, yet they were already fighting over it like this. If there were really any benefits, then it would be just like yesterday's chaos. Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and was just about to speak. However, he heard a loud and clear voice speak before Xiao Hua could say anything. "How dare you? This is the dojo of my Taoist god. I would like to see which one of you doesn't want to live anymore and dares to anger the god. It doesn't matter if you don't want to live, but don't let the god's anger land on Longevity Town, General Ridge, and Liaojiang." Xiao Hua was startled and looked at the main hall with some disbelief. Xiao Jian, who was cowardly and fearfully shrinking back just now, actually stepped over a screaming fisherman and stood in front of Yuanya as he said coldly. The fishermen were somewhat unruly. Just when they heard the old man's command, the dozen or so well-built fishermen all wanted to pounce towards the main hall. However, Xiao Jian's cold words were like a sudden clap of thunder that struck their heads, instantly scaring them. You are all originally pious people. Today, you came to worship Lord Sea God. Lord Sea God is also very happy. Seeing that the group of fishermen were temporarily frightened, Xiao Jian hurriedly said, but now, you dare to behave atrociously in front of Lord Sea God. Do you still have Lord Sea God in your eyes? Since you dare to make a move in front of Lord Sea God, how can you say that you believe in Lord Sea God? Since you don't believe in Lord Sea God, how can he accept your offerings? Although these three animals are extremely revered, how could they have the slightest bit of weight in the face of your disrespect? Even if you offer 10 offerings and reconstruct your golden bodies 10 times, you still won't be able to obtain Lord Sea God's gift. Hearing Xiao Jian's short words, not only did the expressions of all the fishermen change, even the old fisherman who spoke viciously was greatly shocked. That's right, today, I came to worship Lord Sea God. If I were to make a move here, how can I be considered to be worshipping? Since I'm not worshipping, then wouldn't everything today be in vain? Lord Sea God, please forgive our mistakes. We are all people who deserve to die. I hope that your mercy will exempt us from the disrespect in our hearts. There were already a few women and children who were trembling with fear. They threw themselves onto the ground in front of the main hall and started crying. How could the fishermen who were about to make a move still move? They hurriedly shrank back and stole a glance at the old fisherman. The old fisherman clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Jian beat him to it. You aren't my Taoist disciples, so you don't understand my Taoist rules at all. Let's not talk about the thousands of titles of the gods we worship. Even I, other than my original name, have different titles like Taoist Xiao and Wanderer Tranquil. If I were to succeed in my cultivation one day, perhaps even a holy name would descend. Therefore, Lord Sea God is Taoist Xiao, and Taoist Xiao is also Lord Sea God. By the way, this old benefactor, I want to ask you, what did Lord Sea God call himself that day? Has he ever appeared in front of you? This. The old fisherman originally wanted to say something, but his words were immediately choked by Taoist Xiao. He opened his mouth, but was unable to say anything. If I'm not wrong, Lord Sea God should have appeared before. Even all of you have seen his heroic bearing. Taoist Xiao continued. However, we don't have the immortal lifespan of gods, so how can we remember so clearly? Even if our ancestors knew that Lord Sea God was Taoist Xiao, when it was passed down to our generation, his name had long been forgotten. I can't help but say that Taoist Xiao appeared at the River Tide Temple 2 days ago and scolded us for forgetting him and cutting off his family line. Plop. The old fisherman didn't dare to say another word. His knees went soft and he knelt on the ground again. Damn it. Xiao Hua at the side couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Taoist Xiao's serious face, he thought to himself, this Xiao Jian is definitely not an ordinary person. With a few simple words, he was able to convince these irascible fishermen and force them to kneel down. Truly amazing. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. Could it be that what this guy said before, and those stories, are all true? Xiao Hua's impression of Xiao Jian wasn't particularly good. He felt that Xiao Jian's mouth was full of nonsense and slippery. Therefore, he only believed half of what Xiao Jian said. Now, looking at Xiao Jian's appearance, he was somewhat pensive. Just when Xiao Hua was admiring, he suddenly saw a strange expression appear on Taoist Zhao's incomparably pious face. Taoist Zhao's 2 eyes were blinking at him, as if he wanted to say something to him. Oh! Xiao Hua suddenly woke up and immediately opened his mouth. Humph! An extremely cold voice floated above the main hall of the River Tide Temple. Ouch! At the same time, in the River Tide Temple, other than Taoist Xiao and Yuanya, everyone held their heads with one hand and a painful expression appeared on their faces as they wailed with all their might. Chapter 3185. A bunch of stubborn things. At the same time, the voice scolded coldly, "Back then, I saved you from fire and water. How many years has it been, and you actually don't even know my name? Lord see God. Lord see God." Everyone was trembling with fear, shouting loudly and banging their heads on the ground. "Moreover, all of you actually dared to cause trouble in my training ground. You've truly disturbed me. You wait. Forget it." Following the last sentence, the faintly discernible voice suddenly stopped. At the same time, everyone's head no longer hurt. "Lord see God, Lord see God." All the fishermen wailed loudly, "Please don't give up on us, Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao." More than 10 villagers from General Ridge also shouted loudly, looking abnormally remorseful. Sigh, humans, their nature is just so despicable. Daoist Xiao's words leisurely rose, living comfortably, they forget their own beliefs. Only after receiving a lesson and suffering, do they realize their unbearable stubbornness. After saying that, Daoist Xiao turned his head and knelt in front of the statue. Keng keng keng, he kowtowed a few times. His forehead was clearly bruised, but Daoist Xiao was still unwilling to give up. He directly kowtowed 9 times, a stream of blood flowed out from his forehead. Only then did he cry out sorrowfully, "Daoist. Don't blame them for not believing, don't care about their stubbornness, this is all my fault. It's all my fault for not waiting for Daoist to teach them properly. If Daoist master wants to blame me, any punishment will fall on this lowly one. I am a Daoist disciple, I should receive this boundless punishment. I am willing to represent everyone in Longevity Town." Speaking until here, Daoist Zhao's voice immediately stopped, he hugged his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. In just a moment, his Daoist robe was already in a mess, his teeth were also clenched so hard that it made creaking sounds, blood even seeped out. Xiao Hua was stunned, he looked at Daoist Xiao with some disbelief and said inwardly, "This guy, isn't his acting too realistic? I didn't use the soul-piercing technique on him at all." Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao. Seeing Daoist Xiao in such pain, a few villagers hurriedly shouted. Humph. When he saw this, Xiao Hua knew that it was time for him to enter the arena. Thus, his cold voice resounded once more. "Out of consideration for the fact that I'm a disciple of the Daoist sect." Xiao Hua had also learned to be obedient now. He didn't even finish his sentence and let others guess the second half of his sentence. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Hua's voice faded, everyone cried tears of joy and shouted, "Lord see God, we know our wrongs, we know our wrongs." Naturally, Xiao Hua wouldn't make another sound. As for Daoist Xiao, he stood up in an awkward manner. His face, which was in so much pain that it was almost convulsing, still carried a trace of glory and even some unusual excitement. Oh no! This Xiao has fallen into his trap again. Xiao Hua looked at the excitement on Xiao Jian's face and suddenly had a feeling of being schemed against. That's right. Last night, no matter how Xiao Jian probed, Xiao Hua didn't say anything. This caused Xiao Jian to be puzzled the entire night, unable to determine Xiao Hua's cultivation. Or perhaps, he couldn't be sure whether the so-called miracle was done by Xiao Hua or not. Even if he was sure that Xiao Hua had some tricks up his sleeves, but, as long as he was a little clever with his mouth, wouldn't he be able to achieve the effect of scaring ordinary people? But now, he was able to make hundreds of people hold their heads and cry out in pain. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even an ordinary cultivator probably wouldn't have this kind of magical ability. Xiao Hua, who claimed to have just entered the grade yesterday, was now probed by Xiao Jian all of a sudden. This guy really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was no need to say more about the following scene. The fishermen and the villagers of General Ridge wept bitterly and almost hugged each other. They all regretted their contempt and ignorance, just like brothers who had met after dozens of years. All the previous grudges vanished like smoke in thin air. Then, the crowd, under Daoist Zhao's gratified gaze, gave out a lot of copper coins. Only then did they respectfully bid farewell to Daoist Xiao and Lord Sea God with their longing for a beautiful future and their unwavering belief in Daoist Xiao or Lord Sea God. The entire Jiang Chao temple gradually calmed down. Although there were still some believers who were reluctant to leave immediately, they still wandered around inside the temple, wanting to touch the divine aura or encounter the so-called miracle. But these Daoist Xiao didn't care anymore. Without the previous carefulness and that charming smile, Daoist Xiao leisurely instructed Yuanya, watch over here properly. Don't let the secular people offend Daoist Zhao's dignity. Yes, Master, Yuanya answered, but his eyes were looking at Xiaohua. The scene just now had made him extremely shocked. He was able to knock down 10 strong men in one go, but he didn't have the means to give hundreds of people headaches at the same time. This was really beyond his knowledge. After inviting Xiaohua into the east room, Xiao Jian looked outside and saw that there weren't many people paying attention. He bowed and said, "Disciple Xiao Jian greets Senior." "No need," Xiaohua waved his hand and stopped him from bowing. He said lightly, "You're not a true Daoist disciple, and I'm also not your so-called Daoist successor. You don't have to be so respectful. I'm just staying here for a few days. When the time is right, I'll leave." "Yes, Senior." Xiaohua's cultivation hadn't recovered by 10%, but Xiao Jian was even worse. He tried but couldn't kneel. Xiao Jian took advantage of the situation and said with a bitter smile, "Disciple knows that I've offended Senior before, and even I've offended you a lot. But right now, River Tide Temple can be considered a Daoist sect. Although Senior has already agreed to take action 10 days later, I hope that Senior will take into account the fact that the villagers of Longevity Town worship Daoist Xiao and Lord Sea God, and help us. In this world, there might not be a God. It's just that when there are many people who believe in it, there will be a God. This God is nothing more than the hope of these villagers. Whether or not the God exists, is not important. That so-called miracle, is even less important." Xiaohua said indifferently. "Yes, Senior's words are very pertinent. But right now, the ignorant villagers don't know that this God is in their hearts. They've only been blinded by the mortal world, and only want some miracle to help them escape from the mortal world. It's just like how poor people yearn to become rich overnight." Xiao Jian agreed with Xiaohua's words. "That's why, although this disciple tried his best to pass on my Daoist teachings to them, they simply didn't listen. They only looked at the methods of the Xiao Jin Temple's bald donkey." He. Xiaohua knew that Xiao Jian and Monk Mingyu were the same kind of trash, so he was too lazy to point it out. He only smiled and didn't say anything. Xiao Jian was somewhat unable to understand what Xiaohua was thinking. He looked at Xiaohua somewhat awkwardly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "If you have something to say, come in and say it." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. "Do you think this old man can't see you hiding there?" "Yes, Master." Yuanya jumped out from the door of the east room and once again knelt down in front of Xiaohua with a plop, kowtowed and said, "Master, please accept this disciple's kowtow. It's useless for you to kowtow again." Xiaohua didn't stop him. His tone was still indifferent as he said, "This old man has already said that you are already old, and your meridians have completely matured. You simply can't cultivate my Daoist techniques anymore. Moreover, your temperament hasn't been guided since young, only knowing how to kill. Now that you haven't obtained a divine ability, you are already somewhat unable to control yourself. If you obtain this old man's divine ability, wouldn't you be even more rampant? This old man can naturally control you, but what if this old man isn't here? You will bring about a huge disaster." "Master." Hearing this, Yuanya's face became very anxious. However, he also didn't know how to explain himself. He obediently got up and opened his mouth, not knowing how to persuade Xiao Hua. Xiao Jian even gave him a look, telling him to continue kneeling and rather die than get up. Xiao Jian already saw some clues. Xiao Hua was someone who could be persuaded but not cowed by force. If he continued to pester him, he might be able to make Xiao Hua change his mind. Unfortunately, Yuanya wasn't Xiao Jian. Although he understood Xiao Jian's look, in the end, he still didn't kneel down. Senior. Xiao Jian's eyes turned, sighed several times, and similarly pleaded, "Ya is a good child. This is something this disciple knew when I first saw him. That's why I brought him by my side, Xiao Jian." Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately interrupted him and said coldly, "Don't think that this Xiao is kind and deceived this Xiao. Don't think that this Xiao doesn't know that you left Yuanya behind, because you want him to protect you. It's not because of your so-called kindness, nor is it because of his nature. Don't think that this Xiao doesn't know that there are several eyesores under Jiangchao Ridge." This. Hearing this, Xiao Jian's face immediately turned pale. He bit his lips and looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. He didn't understand. In just a day's time, Xiao Hua already knew so much. It's all this disciple's fault. Xiao Jian lowered his head and said very sincerely, "Just now in the main hall, this disciple had some thoughts. This disciple actually had the delusion of testing senior's cultivation. I really deserve to die." Xiao Hua didn't comment. He was indeed a bit angry because of what happened just now. Moreover, this disciple also admits that when I saw ya, my first thought was that he was a rare commodity worth hoarding. Since he was going to be thrown into the wilderness or killed in the arena, why not see if I could make him submit to this disciple and become this disciple's protection? Xiao Jian continued, "However, this disciple's heart isn't made of stone. All these years, this disciple saw something in you that this disciple couldn't see in other people. Although he didn't live in the human world since he was young and didn't understand human nature and ethics. But it was also because of this that he maintained his pure heart and maintained his innate hobby. He likes to kill, and this is the most direct way to solve problems. But he wouldn't cause trouble for no reason and kill people for no reason. You also saw it for yourself. He would rather buy a few meat buns on credit than rob others. He would rather give his precious meat buns to senior than let senior starve." Chapter 3186. How is that possible? Hearing Xiao Jian's explanation, Xiao Hua sneered, "How can a person who came out of the forest not rob other people's things? Otherwise, how could he come out of the forest?" "Yeah, tell the senior." Xiao Jian kindly looked at Yuanya. "Yes, master." Yuanya nodded and looked at Xiao Hua with some fear. "Master, when disciple just came out of the forest, disciple often robbed other people's things. He had even injured someone before. However, that was something that happened in the gladiator arena. Since then, I have followed master. Master told disciple that other people's things belong to other people. Only things obtained with one's own strength are one's own. Especially when disciple saw the bun shop owner and his staff buy meat, knead the dough, wrap the buns, and steam the buns. Disciple knew that buns are not fruits on the tree and do not grow out of thin air. Disciple stopped robbing other people's things." "And?" Xiao Hua's expression did not change. Seeing that Yuanya had stopped talking, he asked again. "And?" "That's all." Yuanya was stunned and answered casually. "Sigh." Xiao Jian sighed in his heart. Xiao Hua's tone was obviously a little loose. Perhaps Yuanya could say a few more words? Actually, Xiao Hua had already vaguely promised Yuanya before, but Xiao Jian was still not at ease. After all, Yuanya did not become Xiao Hua's disciple. "How about this?" Xiaohua saw Yuanya's honesty and thought for a moment, this old man has a weapon here. If you can pick it up, this old man will accept you as his disciple. Saying this, Xiaohua shook his hand and took out the heaven-leveling rod and casually placed it on the ground. Looking at this 1-meter-long iron rod as thick as a duck egg, Xiao Jian was overjoyed. Yeah, quick, quick. Senior Xiao wants to accept you as his disciple. That's right, this heaven-leveling staff was so unremarkable. Anyone who saw it would know that this was Xiaohua giving Yuanya a way out. Xiao Jian was very clear about Yuanya's strength. Not to mention this thin staff, even if there were 2 more, Yuanya would still play around with it. Yes, master. Yuanya's eyes were also filled with ecstasy. He rushed to the heaven-pacing staff, bent down, and grabbed it with one hand. He channeled his strength and tried to lift the heaven-pacing staff. Unfortunately, when Yuanya exerted his strength, his hand actually slipped. He leaned back and almost fell. Xiao Jian was stunned, and he couldn't help but stare fixedly at the rod that seemed extremely ordinary. Rise! Yuanya didn't dare to be careless this time. He walked in front of the heaven-leveling staff and reached out with both hands. The sky-leveling staff didn't rise as Xiao Jian and Yuanya had expected. It didn't even sway. Master, I can't lift it. Yuanya was very direct. He immediately let go after trying. His eyes were filled with frustration, but he still answered Xiaohua honestly. Then don't call me master. Xiaohua waved his hand. Yes, master. Yuanya was so used to answering that he blurted it out without thinking. Xiaohua was too lazy to bother about it. He stretched out his hand and easily grasped the heaven-leveling rod. Then, he pulled the rod into the space. Seeing the sky-leveling staff mysteriously disappear, Xiao Jian suddenly exclaimed, "Small universe pouch. Senior actually has a small universe pouch. Alright, you can busy yourself later." Xiaohua didn't ask what a small universe pouch was. He saw that Yuanya's shout had already attracted some villagers. He waved his hand, turned around, and walked out of the east room. Now, there seemed to be some people in the temple, and they were respectfully offering incense. He walked out of the temple, found a secluded place, and started practicing the Big Dipper Divine Fist again. Seeing that Xiaohua had left, Yuanya hung his head dejectedly. Xiao Jian looked at him and wanted to comfort him, but he knew that anything he said would be useless. He could only say nothing and walk out on his own. As soon as Xiao Jian walked out of the east room, someone immediately saw him. 2 middle-aged men hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Daoist Xiao, this humble one is from the immortal town's eastern suburbs. I just heard that Daoist Zhao's cultivation is profound, so I hurriedly came to seek Daoist Zhao's advice. This humble one's family is about to be married, and I don't know which day is suitable. Seeing that there were people coming over, Xiao Jian's face immediately became solemn. After listening to the 2 men, he pretended to be profound. His finger was still moving up and down. After half a cup of tea's time, he opened his mouth and said, "If we're talking about marriage, cough cough, if we're talking about an auspicious day, it's tomorrow at noon." Xiao Jian's spittle flew everywhere, and he spoke for half a meal's time. The 2 middle-aged men were completely convinced by his words, and they were so happy that they wanted to take out their copper coins as thanks. Xiao Jian shook his head slightly and pointed at the merit box that had just been placed on top of the main hall. He said in a deep voice, "This old man is under Daoist Zhao's orders to solve the problems of the villagers of Immortal Town. These gifts can be sent to the merit box. That's for Daoist Xiao. This old man will use the merit in the box to reconstruct Daoist Zhao's golden body, so that the villagers of Immortal Town will forever be under Daoist Zhao's grace." Excellent. The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with sincerity. Fine, the merit given to Daoist Xiao was naturally different from the gifts given to Daoist Xiao. The copper coins from before were not enough, so the two of them took some more before they were willing to put them into the merit box and hurriedly left. Damn it, this old man finally knows why the monks of Shaojin Temple are so rich. Seeing this situation, Xiao Jian could not help but curse monk Mingyu in his heart. Those bald donkeys took too many copper coins from this old man's pocket. In 10 days, no, in 9 days, I will chase all of you out of Immortal Town. This old man wants to take back what I lost before. Yeah. Daoist Xiao was prepared to go to the main hall by himself, but he thought that it would be beneath his status as a Daoist disciple, so he thought of Yuanya. However, after a while, Yuanya did not reply. He raised his head and saw that Yuanya had unknowingly climbed up the banyan tree and was secretly looking out of the Daoist temple. His caution and eagerness made it seem as if he was peeping at a woman taking a bath. Daoist Xiao could not help but shake his head and sigh. Senior Xiao has already said so much, and even took out something heavy that you can't lift. Don't you know that the old man has already blocked the way? Forget it, this old man will go there myself. Daoist Xiao had no choice but to personally go to the main hall of Jiangchao Temple to receive the devotees who were worshipping the sea god. There were not many people on this day, and it was much better than the deserted streets. Of course, it was a world of difference compared to Shaojin Temple's prosperous incense. However, in Daoist Zhao's eyes, this was already the life of a deity. Every time he saw the devotees take out copper coins, and every time he heard the crisp sound of copper coins falling into the merit box, Daoist Zhao's wrinkles would increase by another layer. His eyes had long been narrowed into slits from smiling. There were even more people on the second and third day, and Daoist Xiao became more and more tired. However, the more tired he was, the more his heart was filled. It was filled with flying copper coins. However, just as he was about to calculate the most suitable birth characters for a boy and a girl who were in love with each other, a pungent stench rushed to his nose. A hoarse and pitiful voice sounded, "Daoist Xiao, have pity on us." When Xiao Jian raised his head, he saw a filthy beggar wearing tattered clothes. The beggar was holding a bloody thing in his arms as he knelt in front of him. The stench was coming from the beggar's body. Sigh, how pitiful. Xiao Jian hurriedly reached out and took out a few copper coins from his arms. That kind of nimbleness was far different from the poor man who could not even take out a single copper coin a few days ago. Then, he happily handed them to the beggar and said, "Take these and go buy some food, Daoist Xiao." The beggar did not get up. Instead, he handed the bloody thing in his arms to Xiao Jian and said sorrowfully, "I don't dare to ask for Daoist Zhao's charity. I only ask for Daoist Zhao's grace to save this child." Only then did Xiao Jian see clearly that there was a bloody child in the beggar's arms. Although he did not know where the child was hurt, looking at the child's purplish lips and tightly shut eyes, Xiao Jian already knew that this was not something he could do. "Get up quickly." Xiao Jian hurriedly took out a few more copper coins from his arms and handed them to the beggar. "This child is injured, right? I am not a doctor, how can I cure him? Quickly take these copper coins and go to the medical hall to find a doctor to treat him. Daoist Xiao, please take pity on this child." The beggar still did not get up and pleaded, "This child was picked up from the gutter by me. I have already raised him up. Today, I was begging on the street with him when he was hit by a crazy horse carriage. Not only was this child trampled by a horse, but he was also run over by a horse carriage. A kind doctor in the medical hall has already seen him. I'm afraid he won't survive the night. I heard that there is a deity in the Jiangchao Temple who saved the villagers of General Ridge. Therefore, I came here step by step from the town. Please pray for this child, Daoist Xiao. Please save this child, Lord Sea God. Father. I'm in pain." At this point, the bloody child seemed to wake up and groaned as he spoke softly. "Goa, Goa." The beggar shouted, "Father is begging Daoist Xiao. He will definitely save your life. Ah, this beggar. At this moment, some people had already gathered around. A young man exclaimed, "He has no legs. He crawled up the Jiangchao temple while kneeling." "Io, that's right. This is all blood stains." Another few young men exclaimed. Two of them even ran out of the Taoist temple. Indeed, the faint blood stains were imprinted on the mountain path of Jiangchao Ridge, all the way to the bottom of the mountain. Previously, Xiao Jian was still hesitant. He was afraid that this beggar adopted this child so that he could use some means to cripple this child and make him beg like a beggar. Now that he saw the blood stains, he knew that the beggar loved this child dearly. He hurriedly shouted, "Yeah. Quick, go to the west room and get some warm water to wash this child. Oh right, let Taoist Xiao come and help. I will beg Taoist Xiao to see if he can show mercy." Chapter 3187. Yuanya was originally lying on top of the banyan tree, secretly watching Xiao Hua practice martial arts. He was startled by Xiao Jian's fierce shout. When he saw the situation inside the Taoist temple, he hastily shouted, "Master, quickly come over, there is a pitiful child here. Master asked you to come and help." As he spoke, he quickly jumped down from the tree and started a fire on the stove in the corner of the temple, preparing to boil water. Xiao Hua, who had been in peace for 3 days, suddenly heard Yuanya calling him. He released his Buddha sense, and when he understood, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xiao Jian was right. This matter, he had to help. This injured child's injuries were very serious. If it wasn't for the fact that the child was young and full of vitality, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Moreover, the child had already reached the final stage. In less than an hour, if he wasn't treated, he would definitely die. Forget it. Xiao Hua withdrew his fists and slowly walked back to the temple. After all, it is a life. If I can save it, I will save it. When Xiao Hua walked back to the west wing, Yuanya had already placed a large wooden bucket inside. He was waiting for the water to heat up so that he could wash the child. "Go and bring the child in," Xiao Hua ordered. "Yes, master." Yuanya responded and prepared to go out. However, after taking 2 steps, he turned his head and whispered, "Master, this child, you must save him. As long as you save him, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Including not peeking at me practicing martial arts? Including not worshipping me as your master?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Yes." Yuanya clenched his teeth and said. "Oh? Why?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Because, this child also has no parents," Yuanya said, then turned around and left, not saying another word. Xiao Hua looked at Yuanya's firm back and didn't know what he was thinking. Yuanya carried the child into the west wing. However, other than the beggar who was anxiously looking at him, everyone's gaze fell on Xiao Hua, who was shouting in the main hall. "Taoist Master Xiao, please have mercy and save this child." Xiao Hua's words came one after another as if he didn't stop. It was as if the worn-out statue could still hear his voice. While Taoist Xiao was trying to act mysterious, Xiao Hua took the child from Yuanya's hands. Xiao Hua placed his hand on the child's pulse, closed his eyes for a moment, then moved his fingers as if they were flying, pointing at several places on the child's body. Soon after, he strangely took out a dozen silver needles and inserted them into the child's body. As the silver needles entered the child's body, black blood slowly flowed out from the child's 7 orifices. Yuanya was shocked at first, but when he saw that there were small blood clots in the black blood, he immediately understood that this was the dirty blood that had accumulated in the child's body. Xiao Hua was cleaning this dirty blood out. Immediately after, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out 2 pieces of yellow paper. He waved his hand and placed them on the child's body. With a flash of green light, the yellow paper disappeared. The child's body slightly trembled and no longer moved. Call Xiao Jian in. After Xiao Hua fed the child another pill, he handed the child to Yuanya and said, "Clean the child." Yes, this time, Yuanya did not call him master. After cleaning the child, Yuanya hurriedly called out according to Xiao Hua's instructions, "Master, the child has been cleaned. Come and take a look." Xiao Jian, who was in the main hall, was already exhausted. He was waiting for Yuanya's call. He knew that Xiao Hua would definitely not watch with folded arms, so he hurriedly rushed over from the main hall. Immediately after, he pretended to take a look, then turned around and returned to the courtyard of the Taoist temple. He kowtowed towards the statue in the main hall and muttered something that no one knew. When the beggar saw this, he hurriedly moved to Taoist Zhao's side and kowtowed with all his strength. When the people at the side saw this, a woman knelt down first, then everyone else also knelt down one by one. They called out to Taoist Xiao or Lord Sea God, asking for the God's grace. The sound of prayer became louder and louder, causing Xiao Hua's heart to move. When Xiao Hua's mind entered his Naiwan palace, he saw that the Buddha's fire in the Buddha's saraira was flickering with a golden light. It was flickering incessantly above the prayer. This Buddha's fire. I'm afraid it's related to prayer and the power of faith. Xiao Hua looked pensive. His mind came out of his Naiwan palace, and with a flick of his finger, a banyan fruit on the banyan tree fell on top of Taoist Zhao's head. Taoist Xiao has bestowed the medicine, Taoist Xiao has bestowed the medicine. Xiao Jian shouted and hurriedly took out the banyan fruit that was smaller than a soybean and hid it on his head. Then, he took out the banyan fruit that was smaller than a soybean and landed on the ground. Many thanks, Taoist Xiao. Hot tears flowed out of everyone's eyes. The joy of helping others was 100 times greater than the joy of helping oneself. Xiao Jian took the spirit medicine and walked in front of the child in Yuanya's arms. He glanced at Xiao Hua, then handed the banyan fruit to Xiao Hua and said, "Taoist Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to give this spirit medicine to the child." Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian unhappily. He knew that he did not dare to put the banyan fruit into the child's mouth. He only took the banyan fruit, pretended to give it to the child, and then put it into the space. Sure enough, it's really a spirit medicine. Xiao Jian said extremely exaggeratedly, "It melts in the mouth. It melts in the mouth." That is to say, Taoist Xiao bestowed a spirit medicine, and we picked ordinary banyan fruits. How could there be such an effect of melting in the mouth? It melts in the mouth, sure enough, it's an immortal medicine. Hearing these words, Xiao Hua despised Xiao Jian to the extreme. Other than melting in the mouth, what other words can there be? Thinking of the craziness from a few nights ago, Xiao Jian did not know what Xiao Hua was thinking and hurriedly added the last sentence. This banyan tree is not young anymore, it can no longer withstand the blind worship of the villagers. Fortunately, with Xiao Jian's words, everyone shifted their fanatical gazes away from the banyan fruit. At this moment, Xiao Jian's face froze. His eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the statue with an even more inconceivable expression. He hurriedly bowed towards the top of the main hall and said anxiously, "Disciple knows, disciple knows, disciple will definitely explain in detail to these benevolent masters." Everyone felt strange. They had already guessed that it was definitely Lord Sea God or Taoist Xiao who was talking to Taoist Xiao, but what exactly were they talking about? This. Looking at the dirty beggar in front of him, the high-spirited Taoist Xiao suddenly did not know how to address him. Immortal Elder. That beggar hurriedly called out, "This lowly one does not have a name, and also does not dare to mention my name in front of God, lest it blasphemes his ears. Immortal Elder can just call this lowly one Dog's father." "Oh, Dog's father." Taoist Xiao slightly shook his head, "This is your fault. This lowly one, this lowly one. Dog's father was really anxious, and hurriedly kowtowed again. He really did not understand where he had gone wrong. In front of Taoist Xiao, in the eyes of Lord Sea God, we are all ants, no matter if we are rich or poor, male or female. We are all his people, and we all have to be protected by him. If you feel that your name has blasphemed Lord Sea God's ears, then wouldn't you have to remove yourself from Lord Sea God's eyes? This lowly one does not dare, this lowly one does not dare. That dog's father was moved to tears. He really did not expect that a beggar like him would actually have the same status as others in front of God. All right, I will not say any more. Taoist Xiao hurriedly waved his hand again, and then raised his voice to say to everyone, just now, I received Lord Sea God's oracle, dog's life is already fine. However, there are still some injuries on his body, and these are things that I, a mortal, can heal. Thus, Lord Sea God disdained to take action, and let us send dog to the town's medical hall. Why does Taoist Xiao need to personally go? Just as Xiao Jian finished speaking, a few kind men and women had already stepped out from the crowd. Leave this matter to us, Taoist Xiao should still stay in the Taoist temple and serve Lord Sea God. All right, in that case, many thanks to everyone. Lord Sea God will see what everyone has done. Seeing that these few people were dressed like fishermen, Xiao Jian immediately changed Taoist Xiao to Lord Sea God. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, was both angry and amused. He sent a voice transmission to Xiao Jian to take out some copper coins to give to that dog's father, and let him go to the medical hall to treat the injuries in his body. In Xiao Jian's mouth, he actually directly asked the kind men and women in the Taoist temple to go, saving himself a lot of copper coins. A woman hugged the dog, and a few people held the dog's father, and a large group of people followed behind to watch the show. Thinking of how the doctor in the medical hall would determine the condition of the dog, and personally seeing a child on the verge of death come back to life, they would probably be able to show off to others every day for the rest of their lives. Everyone left, and the entire Taoist temple suddenly became cold and cheerless. Xiao Jian looked to his left and right, seemingly not used to it. Many thanks, Senior. Xiao Jian saw Xiao Hua walk out, and Yuanya, who was behind him, easily carried the large wooden bucket to the outside of the Taoist temple to pour water. He hurriedly bowed and said to Xiao Hua, why didn't this disciple think of letting that child go to the medical hall? This way, wouldn't a lot of people in Longevity Town know about the miracle of my river tide temple? Humph, how can this old man be so narrow-minded like you? Xiao Hua waved his hand, slowly walked out of the Taoist temple, and said disdainfully, this old man originally didn't know the Qi Huang technique. That child took a pill, but it couldn't heal the bones in his body. These things can only be cured by a real doctor. Do you really think this old man is really the sea god? Yes, yes. After seeing Xiao Hua's ability, Xiao Jian really admired Xiao Hua from the bottom of his heart. How could he dare to refute half a word? Xiao Hua also didn't pay attention to him, and went out to practice martial arts. Yuanya scuttled back to the banyan tree, and continued to secretly learn from Xiao Hua. The matter of the dog seemed to be very sensational. The River Tide Temple, which had returned to its peaceful state before noon, welcomed a stream of people in the afternoon. These people didn't just bring incense and candles, they also brought sacrificial items, and many of them even left copper coins in the merit box. At this time, although Taoist Xiao was smiling from ear to ear in his heart, his face was even more solemn. He didn't even ask questions like he usually did. He held a snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, and in front of the damaged statue in the main hall, he pretended to be an expert and answered the questions of the kind men and women. Chapter 3188. On the sixth day, the long-awaited statue of Lord Sea God was finally completed. The face of the statue was the same as the one Xiao Hua saw that day. The craftsman's craftsmanship was very exquisite. The statue looked very lifelike, as if it was alive. The celebration of the reconstruction of the golden body was even more grand. At this time, the matter of the Jiangchao temple was no longer Daoist Zhao's matter alone. Not only did the fishermen come, there were also the villagers of the general ridge and the devout townspeople who came to help. The celebration was extremely lively and took half a day's time. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Hua. Even if there were some chores, Yuanya would go and help. Daoist Xiao did not dare to rashly trouble Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was naturally happy to have peace and quiet. He was constantly using the Big Dipper divine fist beside the Daoist temple. Xiao Hua's appearance naturally attracted the attention of others. However, the adult's attention was only attracted by the bustling Daoist temple for a moment. Who would still look at a Daoist who was endlessly practicing inexplicable punches and kicks? On the other hand, there were some children who were happily playing near Xiao Hua. There were even some who were standing there and gesticulating. Only when the sun set in the west did the people in the Daoist temple gradually become sparse. Only when the sky was completely dark and a half-moon appeared on the horizon did the Daoist temple become completely deserted. Senior. Xiao Jian walked out of the Daoist temple and stretched his body. He raised his voice and said, "You have been practicing punches and kicks here for an entire day. Aren't you tired?" "You have your tiredness, I have my leisure." Xiao Hua withdrew his punches and kicks. Naturally, he would not be tired. However, this kind of boring punches and kicks, even though there was a cool current flowing from his bones and he enjoyed it very much, he also felt bored after a long time. "You don't look any more. Quickly go and boil some hot water for this old man." Xiao Jian shouted towards the banyan tree again. "This old man is tired for an entire day. My whole body stinks of sweat. You are just hiding on the tree and idling." "Yes, master." Yuanya's unchanging voice came from the top of the tree. Then, there was the sound of the branches swaying. The pitiful banyan tree, in these few days, other than Yuanya hiding on top of it, it was also ravaged by many good men and women. The effect of the banyan fruit was already equivalent to an immortal pill. Who didn't come to Jiangchao Temple to get one or two? Although Xiao Jian had already made it clear, how could a person's greed be dispelled with just a few words? Looking at this Xiao Daoist who was not too particular about cleanliness a few days ago, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Congratulations Daoist Xiao, this Jiangchao temple is becoming more and more prosperous. Today, Lord Sea God's golden body has been reconstructed. I'm afraid it won't be long before Jiangchao temple is rebuilt. Hehe, isn't it all thanks to Senior's help?" Xiao Jian said with a smile, "And in a few days, I still have to rely on Senior's help. Yes, if Senior wins against the little gold temple, this disciple won't have to rebuild the river and tide temple. I'll just chase away the bald donkeys in the little gold temple and erect the statue of Lord Sea God there. It can't be that simple." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Jiang Chaoguan is but a single disciple of Yuanya. This old man doesn't know how many monks there are in Shaojin Temple, but there are definitely more than Jiang Chaoguan. With just the two of you, how can you stand firm in Shaojin Temple? Hehe, I won't hide it from Senior." Xiao Jian laughed softly and said, "Disciple is already considering how to recruit disciples. But..." Speaking to here, he said regretfully, "It's a pity that this disciple has only used a few Daoist techniques. I can only rely on Yuanya to teach them some martial arts. I still can't form a real threat to Shaojin Temple." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Although this old man doesn't know, this old man doesn't believe that other than Jiang Chaoguan having Daoist disciples, there aren't any other places. As long as your Jiang Chaoguan's name is spread out, there will definitely be other Daoist disciples coming to contact you. Yes, it should be like this." Xiao Jian didn't hide anything from Xiao Hua inside, today's Jiangchao Guan can be considered as a paradise. It is the time for this disciple to be at peace. If other Taoist disciples were to find out, they would definitely reach out. But this disciple doesn't have any magic power, so I can only be used as a wedding dress by others. Actually, this disciple is sometimes very conflicted. On one hand, this disciple wants Jiangchao Guan to have a flourishing incense and endless miracles to benefit the longevity town. But at the same time, this disciple knows that after the flourishing incense, this disciple is very unwilling to provoke. He. Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed coldly and said, "This Xiao doesn't know what will happen in the future, but now, your trouble has already come." "It can't be so fast." Xiao Jian was shocked. His eyes flashed with a trace of panic as he hurriedly looked down the mountain. Unfortunately, at this time, the night had already enveloped the entire mountain. No matter how far Xiao Jian looked, other than darkness, there was only darkness. However, Xiao Jian immediately recovered his calm and said with a smile, "With Senior here, this disciple has nothing to be afraid of. This Xiao only promised you to accept the challenge of Xiao Jin Temple." "I never promised." Xiaohua said with a smile. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned and his brows slightly wrinkled. "Yuanya," Xiaohua raised his voice. "Yes, master." Yuanya answered naturally, but when he appeared, there was a trace of awkwardness and embarrassment. Xiaohua ordered, "There are 2 children at the bottom of the mountain, but you brought them up." "Bottom of the mountain?" Yuanya looked down the mountain in the darkness and was somewhat puzzled. However, he still obediently flew down. After a while, he came out of the darkness with a child in each hand. "Oh! Isn't this Brother Lu?" Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Xiao Jian saw the blood-stained youth in Yuanya's left hand and the flesh on his body was lacerated. "Oh! You know him?" Xiaohua asked curiously. This disciple doesn't know this Brother Lu's name, but he is a small hoodlum from the town of Longevity's cloak gang. This disciple often saw him when he was selling divination in Longevity's town of Longevity. Xiao Jian nodded. Yuanya came in front of the 2 and put Brother Lu down. Brother Lu shouted as soon as he landed, "Daoist Xiao, quickly leave. Boss Zheng is here to find you." "Boss Zheng? The boss of the cloak gang?" Xiao Jian was shocked. Why is he looking for this old man? "My Jiangchao temple is in a complete mess. The few copper coins we have were all donated by benevolent people. Those are Lord Sea gods." Immortal Elder. It really is you." At this moment, Lu Gu saw Xiaohua at the side. Although there was a kind of surprise on his face, it was more of a gratification. Then, with a plop sound, he knelt in front of Xiaohua and cried, "Immortal Elder, please reach out and save my sister." "I know. Lord Sea God who saved Go-er is you. As long as you give me a pill, my sister's life will be saved." "Oh? This child still hasn't recovered?" Xiaohua looked at the girl in Yuanya's hand. Sure enough, the girl's eyes were tightly shut and she looked like she was unconscious. "That's right, Immortal Elder. That day, you gave me some copper coins. I immediately brought my sister to the medical hall." Lu Yi knelt on the ground and refused to get up. He cried and said, "The doctor prescribed medicine for me. However, after taking it, not only did my sister's condition not get better, it became even worse. Now, the copper coins have been spent and my sister is unconscious. Moreover, my sister's body is very hot. No matter what, I can't lower her temperature. A few days ago, I heard about the miracle of the Jiangchao temple from the medical hall's doctor. I also wanted to ask Lord Sea God for help. But Boss Zheng has been looking for me. I don't dare to show myself. At this point, Lu Yi suddenly remembered something. He knelt and shouted, "Daoist Xiao, you must leave quickly. That boss Zheng has invited an expert and is about to go to the Jiangchao temple. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Brother Lu, this old man's Jiangchao temple is extremely poor. Why did boss Zheng come here? Even if the Jiangchao temple is prosperous these few days, it shouldn't attract the attention of the Zephyr gang." Xiao Jian trembled and asked Lu Yi, "Do you know the specific reason?" "I don't know." Lu Yi was very anxious. He urged again, "I have been hiding in a secret place. However, I was still found by boss Zheng this afternoon. The two leaders of the Zephyr gang disappeared. Boss Zheng suspected that it was related to me. Therefore, he blocked me and my sister at that place and used cruel means to deal with me. The injuries on this little one's body were caused by someone beating me up in the afternoon. Looking at boss Zheng's posture, I knew that I wouldn't be able to come out alive today. However, at dusk, someone suddenly reported to boss Zheng that the person he was looking for had arrived. Boss Zheng seemed to attach great importance to everyone. He immediately ordered his subordinates to hang me up high and let me slowly starve to death. Then, he hurriedly left. When I was in a daze, I heard him shouting Jiangchao Temple. At this point, Louis licked his dry lips and said with a trace of luck on his face, "Fortunately, I used to have a life and death friend in Longevity Town who could be said to be congenial." After boss Zheng left, he sneaked back and put me and my sister down from a high place. He told me to quickly leave Longevity Town. Dog butchers always have righteous people. Xiao Jian sighed when he heard this. Humph. Dog butchers are more vicious and merciless people. Xiao Hua coldly retorted and asked again, "Then why didn't you quickly escape from Longevity Town? Why did you come to Jiangchao Temple? Don't you know that coming to Jiangchao Temple is leading a disaster for Jiangchao Temple?" "Because." Louis looked at Xiao Hua's calm face. He didn't know what he was thinking. He slightly gritted his teeth and said, "I know Daoist Xiao and also know ya. I remember that I was caught by ya. However, not only did he not send me to the Yamen, he even gave me a meat bun. There is such a thing." Yuanya nodded at the side and agreed in a low voice. It was obvious that he had a good impression of Lu Yi. Also, Lu Yi stole a glance at Xiao Hua and said carefully, "Just now, I already said that I heard that Jiangchao Temple has the miracle of Lord Sea God that can revive the dead. Thus, I had the thought of sending my sister here. Now that my sister is on the brink of death, I can't care too much. Moreover, I can also send a letter to Daoist Xiao." Chapter 3189. Xiao Hua nodded inwardly. His heart was as clear as a mirror. That day when he met Lu Yi in Daoist robes, other than Daoist Xiao, wasn't he the only one in Chongqing town to pass on Daoist robes? Since Lu Yi knew Xiao Jian, he naturally knew where he came from. Following that, so many things happened at Jiangchao Temple, and Lu Yi had seen him easily kill two people from the cloak gang. With Lu Yi's intelligence, how could he not know that these things were done by him? Today, Lu Yi came for two reasons. First, he picked up the child and gave it to his sister. Second, he wanted to inform him. He was afraid that boss Zheng was looking for him. Although Lu Yi didn't say it, Xiao Hua could tell that Lu Yi didn't say anything under boss Zheng's torture. Moreover, he didn't mention anything in front of Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Lu Yi's mouth was really tight. "Humph, you're here. But you didn't think." Xiao Hua said indifferently, "Maybe boss Zheng didn't think so much. Now that you've run away, he will think more. Perhaps that friend of yours was instructed by boss Zheng to do this? You coming here, aren't you leading the way for them?" This. Lu Yi's face was already pale from the loss of blood. He hurriedly shouted, "This little one deserves to die, this little one deserves to die. This little one has implicated immortal elder. There's no need to be like this. Xiaohua suddenly laughed. Jiangchao Temple is here, it's not a secret place. Whatever bullshit Boss Zheng can come if he wants to, it has nothing to do with you. Of course, it has nothing to do with this old man. Yuanya, give this child to me. You accompany Daoist Xiao to welcome Boss Zheng. Yes, Yuanya's consistent answer finally changed under Xiaohua's threat. Taking the little girl from Yuanya, Xiaohua unconsciously frowned. The little girl's body was especially hot, like the heat of an ordinary person. However, when Xiaohua looked at her, this girl's face didn't have any special redness. She didn't look like a normal child with a fever. Lu Yi, come with this old man. Xiaohua put away his cold face and said warmly. No. Lu Yi shook his head. Immortal elder only needs to accept Xiao Yun, this little one will be at ease. This lowly one is preparing to escape from Longevity Town. Boss Zheng is already at the foot of the mountain, where can you escape to? Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, with this old man here, there is no need to be afraid. You. Lu Yi stood up with difficulty and couldn't help but look back at the dark mountain road in surprise. That place was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Then, Lu Yi swayed slightly and was about to fall again. After being tortured, the fact that he was able to carry little Yun all the way to Jiangchao Ridge had already exhausted all of his strength. If it wasn't for Yuanya who had brought him to Jiangchao Ridge, he definitely wouldn't have been able to come up on his own. Now that he saw Xiaohua and the others, the determination in his heart disappeared. How could he still hold on? Sigh, this child. Xiaohua sighed. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Jian's neck, easily lifting him up. He didn't care about Xiao Jian's anxiety and returned to the Daoist temple. Yeah. Daoist Xiao's heart was already beating like a drum. He looked at the mountain ridge where the night wind was howling and whispered, Can you beat Boss Zheng? This disciple has never seen Boss Zheng, so I don't know. Yuanya looked at the foot of the mountain and narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have noticed something. This disciple will go and get the hammer. With that, Yuanya quickly entered the Daoist temple. Seeing Yuanya being so serious, Xiao Jian became even more restless. He was almost about to pace back and forth. He even occasionally looked in the direction of the Daoist temple and secretly complained about Xiaohua's decision. Master, don't worry. Yuanya eerily appeared from the shadows of the Taoist temple and said in a low voice, since my Jiangchao temple doesn't have any money that the cloak gang cares about, then it must be because they want the incense of Lord Sea God. I remember that when Master met the local ruffians in Longevity Town, he always used copper coins to solve the problem and didn't let me do anything. Then this time, he used copper coins to solve the problem. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiao Jian shook his head slightly. If Boss Zheng is interested in the prosperity of the Jiangchao temple, then it's easy to deal with. In the future, if there are any profits, just give some to him. But didn't you hear what Brother Lu said? Boss Zheng even brought an expert to the Tidal River Temple, that clearly wasn't for the sake of incense. It must be, for Senior Xiao. I'm afraid it's one of Senior Zhao's enemies. Since it's for Senior Xiao, then why are you so anxious? Why are you in such a hurry? Yuanya hit the nail on the head. It has nothing to do with you. Killing to silence. Yeah, why don't you understand? Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. You grew up in the jungle, so you don't know how vicious and merciless these people are. We already know so much, how can they let us live to see the sun tomorrow? There's such a saying? Yuanya was also stunned. Where did you get this stick? Xiao Jian suddenly saw that the hammer in Yuanya's hand had disappeared and was replaced by a pitch-black stick as thick as an egg. He asked curiously. Senior Xiao gave it to me. Yuanya explained. That hammer was too light, so this stick was just right for me. Xiao Jian rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, what else did Senior Xiao say? Kill. Yuanya's face turned cold. Brother Lu said that most of the people in the cloak gang had killed people before. Especially the people around Boss Zheng, they didn't kill anyone. Senior Xiao told the disciples to kill without fear. This kind of killing is a good deed. Phew, Xiao Jian finally let out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said, luckily, Senior Xiao is from our Jiangchao temple. Master, they are here. Yuanya looked down and reminded. Xiao Jian naturally couldn't see that far, so he didn't look and sat down on the ground. Yeah, you sit down too. Otherwise, they will know that we are waiting for them. It will be hard for Master to explain. Yes, Master. Yuanya obediently sat not far away from Xiao Jian. The magic wand in his hand was also placed not far away. In just half a cup of tea's time, more than 10 strong men jumped out from the mountain path. These men were all wearing black clothes and black headscarves. Other than their faces, the rest of their body was hidden behind the black clothes. The man who jumped out first saw Xiao Jian and Yuanya sitting there and was stunned. Then, he hurriedly said to the slightly fat man behind him, Big brother, these two are the two bastards from Jiangchao temple. Cough cough, the slightly fat man took 2 steps forward, revealing his broom-like thick black eyebrows and garlic-sized nose. He coughed twice and said, Old Jiu, what did I teach you? These two are the Taoists from Jiangchao temple. How can you speak rudely? Yes, big brother. Old Jiu didn't dare to argue. He bowed his head and didn't say anything. Is this Taoist Xiao? Boss Zheng quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. Seeing Boss Zheng being so polite, Xiao Jian felt apprehensive. However, he hurriedly got up and returned the greeting, I am Xiao Jian. I wonder who is this benefactor? Oh, I am the leader of the cloak gang, Zheng Mao. Boss Zheng smiled and said, Taoist Xiao has been staying in Jiangchao temple for many years. I should have come to visit you earlier. However, because I was busy with the gang's affairs, I neglected it. Oh, so it's gang leader Zheng. Xiao Jian's face turned serious. He hurriedly tidied up his Taoist robe and bowed, I didn't expect you to come to my Jiangchao temple. Please forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Zheng Mao waved his hand, Taoist Xiao has already welcomed me at the entrance. How is this neglect? It really made me feel a little panicked. What's going on? Xiao Jian originally thought that they would start a fight the moment they met. Who knew that they would be so polite, which really made him confused. Is gang leader Zheng here to burn incense in my Jiangchao temple? Xiao Jian rolled his eyes and said with a smile, if so, please come to the main hall and kowtow to Lord Sea God. He. Zheng Mao waved his hand and said with a smile, I have never believed in ghosts. Although Jiangchao temple is prosperous now, in my eyes, those things are no different from the things that the monks of Shaojin temple did. Moreover, I have never entered Shaojin temple. Is this Jiangchao temple? It's better not to enter. So it's like this. Xiao Jian panicked and asked again, then why did Lord Gang Leader come here so late at night? Forget it. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Zheng Mao looked at the Taoist temple not far away and said, I came here today to discuss a business deal with Taoist Xiao. Business deal? Xiao Jian saw that Zheng Mao was not looking for Xiao Hua and his heart relaxed. He hurriedly said with a smile, since it's a business deal, it's easy to talk about it. Lord Gang Leader, please say a price. In the future, when my Jiangchao temple is prosperous, I will definitely send things to Cloak Gang on time to show my filial respect to Lord Gang Leader. Ha ha ha. Seeing Xiao Jian being so tactful, Zheng Mao laughed loudly. How could your Jiangchao temple's little bit of incense money be in my eyes? How could it be worth for me to come here personally? Even for the little gold temple, I only sent a deputy gang leader over. When Xiao Jian heard this, he was even more baffled. He carefully said, since Lord Zheng doesn't care about my Jiangchao temple's incense money, then I don't know what else my Jiangchao temple can do business with Lord Zheng. Taoist Xiao, what do you think this is? Zheng Mao said as he took out something from his bosom and casually threw it to Xiao Jian. That thing was black. Xiao Jian didn't dare to catch it and hurriedly dodged. With a pu sound, that thing fell to the ground. He, Taoist Xiao is quite cautious. Zheng Mao said with a smile. Xiao Jian hurriedly picked up that thing from the ground and said with a smile, I am old and can't see clearly. When Xiao Jian saw the thing in his hand, he couldn't help but stare blankly. What? Taoist Xiao doesn't recognize this thing? Zheng Mao narrowed his eyes and looked at the thing in his hand. He then looked at Xiao Jian with a smile. Chapter 3190. Of course, Xiao Jian recognized this item. Wasn't it the stone that was chiseled off from Xiao Hua's body when he discovered him? However, what Xiao Jian didn't understand was how this item ended up in Zheng Mao's hands and even caused him to come to the Jiangchao temple. Of course I recognize this item. Isn't it just a stone? Xiao Jian said perfunctorily. Zheng Mao glanced at Yuanya, who was on guard, and said, Taoist Xiao, I came here today with great sincerity. This vitality stone. To tell you the truth, someone got it from your Jiangchao temple. He didn't know what this item was, but it looked like a gem. That was why he brought it to my pawnshop to sell some copper coins. Sigh. When Xiao Jian heard, he already understood. There was no need for Zheng Mao to say more. It must have been the villagers from the General Ridge who pried open the box in his east room and took some out. As for who took it, it wasn't important anymore. Since Taoist Xiao is from the Tao sect, you naturally know the use of this vitality stone. Zheng Mao said without hiding anything, furthermore, I also know how many vitality stones you have here. How about it? Is Taoist Xiao willing to do this business with me? Sure. Xiao Jian looked at the black-clothed men behind Zheng Mao and said with a smile, this poor Taoist obtained this item by accident. Since gang leader Zheng knows what it is, then I'll sell it to gang leader Zheng. There's nothing to say about it. Alright, Taoist Xiao is indeed straightforward. Zheng Mao waved his hand and said, you made me think a lot earlier. I wonder how much silver does sect leader Zheng intend to use to exchange for this vitality stone. Xiao Jian opened his hand and looked at the stone that was the size of a duck egg. He smiled and asked. I didn't bring any silver today, nor did I bring any Qiankuan bag. Zheng Mao laughed. Xiao Jian was shocked. Don't worry, Taoist Xiao. Zheng Mao smiled and said, to tell you the truth, I'm afraid you and I don't know how much this vitality stone is worth. However, this item is just a pile of stones in Taoist Xiao's Jiangchao temple. But in the hands of my cloak gang, it's money. Today, I have personally come to the Jiangchao temple to discuss with you. I will take these primordial stones first, and after exchanging them for silver at the auction, you and I will split the profits evenly. How about it? How is this possible? When Xiao Jian heard this, his face fell and he said indifferently, let's not talk about this for now. The source stones belong to my Jiangchao temple and it has nothing to do with the cloak gang. The idea of a 50-50 split was complete nonsense. I will not agree. What's more, gang leader Zheng said that he would take the primordial stones away. No one would agree to that, right? Taoist Xiao. If the ratio is not suitable, it won't be too late to discuss it later. Zheng Mao smiled and said, "But Taoist Xiao, you have to think about it. If you didn't have my cloak gang, where would you exchange your primordial stones for silver? I'm the only one who can help you find the exchange location, right? As for the second condition, I'm a man of my word in Longevity Town. Isn't my cloak gang a guarantor?" Gang leader Zheng. Xiao Jian already knew that Zheng Mao was trying to gain something without risking anything. He even had the intention to forcefully swallow these primordial stones. He sneered and said, "Country of Xi naturally doesn't have any place to exchange primordial stones. But what about the capital of Copper Pillar Country? There's an auction there. I can just bring these primordial stones there. What's so difficult about it?" Zheng Mao laughed loudly. "If I knew about it before, it wouldn't be a problem. But now that I know, there's a big problem. Do you think I brought so many brothers here just to see the night scene? Do you think the incense in the Jiangchao temple is flourishing these few days? How dare you?" Xiao Jian's furious roar was extremely frightening. Even Zheng Mao was dumbfounded and felt a sense of fear. "This is my Daoist sect's Daoist Xiao Daoist sect's Daoist sect. You dare to come here and disturb a Daoist? Do you not want to live anymore?" Xiao Jian's following words made Zheng Mao laugh again. He threw away his previous fear and pointed at the Jiangchao temple and said, "What kind of place is this Jiangchao temple? I believe I know better than all of you, right? 40 years before Daoist Master Xiao came to you, I had lived in this Jiangchao temple for several years. The coldness of the winter night, the loneliness of the summer night, how could I not know? At that time, I made a wish to this bullshit Lord Sea God. As long as I don't feel cold, as long as I can eat my fill, I will definitely reconstruct his golden body. Unfortunately, my words were blown away by the night wind 40 years ago. My heart was also broken at that time. I know, there are no gods in this world. It's just that when there are many people who believe in them, they are gods. I also know that only by relying on one's own ability can one eat their fill and live in a big house that doesn't feel cold. Daoist Xiao has been in Longevity Town for so many years, but I have never caused you any trouble. Of course, it's because Daoist Xiao also doesn't have enough to eat. More importantly, it's because you stayed in Jiangchao Temple and I didn't want to disturb you. But today..." Zheng Mao looked left and right. "I brought my brothers here just to have a good discussion with Daoist Xiao. If it was before, how could I say so much to you? How could I give you 50% of the benefits for free?" Headmaster Zheng. Daoist Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Perhaps it is because of your obsession in front of Daoist Xiao that you have achieved what you have today. Headmaster, what you need to do now is not to force a deal, but in front of Daoist Xiao's statue, bullshit." Zheng Mao sneered and interrupted Daoist Xiao's pretense. He said loudly, "When I left Jiangchao Temple, I should have killed the Buddha in my heart. Shaojin Temple's Buddha was like that, and so is Daoist Jiangchao Temple. There's no need to talk about the secular people in Longevity Town. They only know how to work at sunrise and rest at sunrise. They only put their lives on the illusory hope. Reconstructing the golden body for Daoist Sea God of Jiangchao Temple is just their hope for the future. The illness of the little girl in General Ridge and the injury of the beggar under the East Pass Bridge is just the power of your Daoist elixir. Xiao Jian, you can fool others, but can you fool me? You." Daoist Xiao secretly complained in his heart, but he still forced himself to be calm and said angrily, "Headmaster Zheng, you're blaspheming Daoist Xiao." "Humph, I'm not just blaspheming. If you don't hand over the vitality stones, I'll kill you too. This Jiangchao Temple has no need to exist anymore." Zheng Mao sneered. "I know." Daoist Xiao raised his eyebrows and shouted, You've accepted the benefits from the monk of Shaojin Temple. You can think whatever you want." Zheng Mao let out a long breath and looked deeply at the Jiangchao Temple behind Daoist Xiao. What he said just now was for Daoist Xiao, but more importantly, Zheng Mao wanted to say it to himself. At this moment, he was already a little disinterested. He waved his hand and said, "Xiao Jian, you're just a wandering Daoist. Since you're pretending to be confused, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. Call out the Daoist cultivator behind you." Yeah. Daoist Xiao saw this and took a few steps back. He waved his hand and shouted, "Now that you've got a suitable weapon in your hands, I know you don't understand the meaning of this weapon. I'll tell you now that your master is testing you. If you can control this weapon and defeat these useless cloak gang disciples, you'll be able to enter your master's eyes." Really? Master? Hearing this, Yuanya was really ecstatic. He couldn't believe it and asked back. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Daoist Xiao snorted, "Anyway, this is also a way for you and me to escape with our lives. It'll be best if your master can see it. Kid! Give me your life." Yuanya couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared and waved his magic wand towards Zheng Mao. "Come out." Zheng Mao didn't advance but retreated. The 4 disciples on his left stretched out their hands and took out their weapons to meet Yuanya. Zheng Mao himself sneered and shouted towards a dark place on the left side of the Jiangqiao ridge. Following Zheng Mao's words, 2 old men jumped out from the mountain ridge. They were the 2 people Xiao Hua saw playing chess under the tree at the foot of the Jiangqiao ridge. Huh! Xiao Jian saw 2 strangers and couldn't help but be stunned. "You 2 have followed me up the mountain and have been watching from the side for a long time. I don't know where you're from. I'm an honest person who doesn't do underhanded things. I didn't say anything before. Now that I can't do business with you 2, it's time for you to come out." Zheng Mao saw that the 2 people were very agile and wasn't surprised. He asked indifferently, "Friend or foe, please make your choice." Ha ha ha. Zheng Mao is really like what people say, he's an ambitious and ruthless person. One of the old men laughed, to be able to see such a talent in the longevity town is really beyond this old man's expectations. When Zheng Mao heard this, he frowned and looked at the 4 people who were already fighting with Yuanya. It was obvious that the cloak gang was well prepared. Although Yuanya was powerful and the magic wand in his hand was heavy, under the siege of 4 experts, he was already somewhat powerless. Seeing that the situation didn't deviate from his plan, Zheng Mao turned his gaze back and said coldly, "If the 2 old men are here to see me, please wait here. After I'm done with my business, I'll invite the 2 of you to my cloak gang's headquarters for a chat." "Huh, with the 2 of us here, how can we let you disturb the peace of the Jiangqiao temple? I'll let you have a taste of this old monk's methods." The other old man had no intention of revealing his name. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out a Buddhist staff that was 8 feet long. Immediately after, he chanted Sanskrit and formed a Buddhist seal with his hands. The Buddhist staff emitted a faint Buddhist light. Like a huge python, it pounced toward Zheng Mao and the others. A sharp blade-like sound of wind was produced, covering an area of 10 feet around Zheng Mao. Chapter 3191. When the other old man saw this, he didn't dare to be negligent. His body actually flew up and waved his hand. That seemingly ordinary hand suddenly became bigger. One by one, golden palms appeared along with the old man's Buddhist seal and smashed toward the other cloak gang disciples who were wearing black clothes. These 2 old men were actually Buddhist disciples. Moreover, these 2 Buddhist disciples were actually here to protect the Jiangqiao temple. They were here to protect Daoist Xiao Jian. Zheng Mao was obviously surprised. He said in surprise, "You guys are monks from the small gold temple? Could it be that you guys are also drooling over the vitality stones?" Unfortunately, the 2 Buddhist elders didn't answer. The power of the Buddhist staff and the palm shadows were already very close to Zheng Mao and the others. Naturally, other than Zheng Mao, who stood there steadily with his hands slightly clenched and didn't move, the other cloak gang disciples had already moved. They took out their weapons and fled in all directions. Quick, seeing that the two Buddhist elders didn't have any intention to answer, Zheng Mao hurriedly spread out his hand. A small green sword that was 1 inch long appeared in his hand. As Zheng Mao chanted the sword art, he breathed on the small sword. The small sword flew into the air with a swoosh sound and expanded into a 3 feet long green sword. With a keng sound, it hit the Buddhist staff. Zheng Mao's flying sword was obviously no match for the Buddhist staff. It was immediately sent flying. However, the attack of the Buddhist staff was also blocked. Zheng Mao and the others took the opportunity to escape from the attack range of the Buddhist staff. Humph! The old man's Buddhist seal changed again. The Buddhist staff let out a wang wang sound and was raised again. The other old man's palm fell. Other than one of the black-cloaked men who dodged, the palm landed on the mountain rock and raised a cloud of dust. A 1 foot long and 3 inches deep palm print was clearly left on the mountain rock. The other 4 black-cloaked men were hit by the palm. Although they tried their best to raise their weapons to block, their weapons were all sent flying. They all spat out blood and rolled on the mountain ridge. "Junior brother, don't leave him alive," the old man controlling the Buddhist staff warned when he saw this. He once again controlled the Buddhist staff to attack Zheng Mao. Zheng Mao's small sword's brilliance had dimmed. He had been seriously injured just now. The situation in front of the Jiangchao temple was completely under the control of the 2 Buddhist elders who had suddenly appeared. However, there was no trace of joy on Xiao Jian's face. Instead, there was a strong sense of fear and anger. He was probably muttering in his heart about his fate after the cloak gang's disciples were killed. Clang! At this moment, a strong sword cry rushed out from under the Jiangchao ridge, and a cold voice shouted, "Where did this wild bald donkey come from? How dare you kill someone in front of me?" A green sword light streaked across the sky like a waterfall. The dense brilliance illuminated half of the Jiangchao ridge. An old man dressed in Confucian robes wielded a flying sword and stabbed at the 2 elders from the Buddhist sect. See, 3rd level origin power. As the sword light approached, a snow-like coldness involuntarily emerged from the hearts of the 2 Buddhist elders. The 2 of them exclaimed in unison and looked at each other. They abandoned the attacking cloak gang disciples and activated their Buddhist seals. The Buddhist staff and palm print rushed to meet the flying sword. Boom! A violent collision sound was heard. Brilliance splashed everywhere, followed by 2 miserable screams. The Buddhist staff that had sent Zheng Mao's flying sword flying was now split in half by the Confucian elder's flying sword. One of the elders' hands was also chopped off by the flying sword. The 2 of them flew back and fell on the foothills. Roar! After the miserable screams, Yuanya, who was fighting with the 4 black-cloaked men, also roared and jumped out of the crowd. His arms were stained with blood. Although he had broken the weapons of the 2 black-cloaked men, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. His arms were seriously injured and he could not hold on. "Thank you, Western Ridge Scholar." Zheng Mao was not surprised by this outcome. He bowed to the descending Confucian elder. "No need to be so polite." The elder waved his hand and the 3-foot-long flying sword in his hand spat out sword energy again. He coldly said, "This old man will kill these 2 bald donkeys. You kill these 2 bastards." This old man doesn't believe that bastard won't come out. "Yes, this junior understands." Zheng Mao agreed and waved his hand. "Quickly, kill these 2. Fellow immortal." One of the 2 Buddhist sect elders who had fallen to the ground hurriedly took some medicine to stop his injuries, while the other hurriedly took out a jade token and shouted, "We are the state preceptors of the single Liang kingdom in the Liang province. This is a token issued by the king of the single Liang kingdom. We are here on the king's orders to protect Daoist Xiao. You must not touch Daoist Xiao. Otherwise, it will cause a war between the country of Xi and my Single Liang country. Single Liang country? The Confucian elder with the bright moon Western Ridge scholar was startled. He grabbed the jade token and it landed in his hand. This jade token was 3 inches long and was sparkling and translucent. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. On the front of the jade token were the 2 words, Single Liang, and on the back was the word, Xiao. You are indeed the state teacher of Single Liang country. Western Ridge scholar frowned. He looked at the 2 Buddhist elders and asked curiously, why did you come all the way here to protect a Daoist bastard? Fellow immortal, this is an order from our king. The elder did not explain. Clearly, he did not want to say more. Fellow immortal, you can take whatever primeval stones you want as long as you don't hurt Daoist Xiao. We will treat it as if nothing happened today. Western Ridge scholar was clearly moved. He did not want to go against an order from a king even though Single Liang country was not close to the country of Xi. Scholar, not far away, Zheng Mao smiled and said, they have already heard of your name and you even heavily injured them. It's not like you don't know how petty Buddhist disciples can be. If I let them go, how can I still take the primeval stones from the tidal river temple? Even if I don't take the primeval stones, my cloak gang still wants to survive in Longevity Town for a few more years. You don't need to be chased to the ends of the earth by others, right? That's right. Western Ridge scholar looked at the tidal river temple which was still motionless and grinned. I have offended Buddhist disciples before and was even chased by an old bald donkey with 2nd grade essence energy. If I let them go today, I will have to run away again. Even if I get the primeval stones, I can't cultivate properly. Rumble. Just as Western Ridge scholar made his decision, a green light flashed in the sky above the tidal river temple. Then, there was the sound of thunder. After the thunder, thick dark clouds gathered from all directions. The clear night sky now looked like it was about to change. The thunder naturally attracted everyone's attention. However, when they looked at the sky, the dark clouds, and the mountain wind, there was nothing out of the ordinary except for the strange thunder. When they looked at the motionless tidal river temple, they didn't pay much attention to it. However, just as West Ridge scholar was about to activate his flying sword again, the 2 Buddhist elders turned pale. Countless bolts of lightning appeared above everyone's heads and rained down on West Ridge scholar and the cloak gang. Ah! The lightning moved quickly and Western Ridge scholar hurriedly used his flying sword to block it. However, under the powerful lightning, the flying sword was instantly shattered. Western Ridge scholar was struck by 3 bolts of lightning and died with a scream. As for Zheng Mao and the others, they were even worse off. They couldn't resist at all and had several large holes in their bodies. They died on the spot. Rumble. More than 10 lives were lost in an instant, but the remaining heavenly lightning continued to strike. Thunder and lightning continued to roar above the foot of the mountain. After a while, the foot of the mountain regained its tranquility. Other than the 4 people who were dumbfounded, there were only the mountain rocks and the mountain path that had been charred black. However, the charred area was covered by the night sky. Apart from the rising smoke, it couldn't be seen. The tranquility only lasted for a few breaths. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds above the lightning, hitting the faces of the dumbfounded people, the corpses that were killed by the lightning, and even the Jiangchao Ridge. After the time it took to finish a meal, the thick clouds gradually moved away, revealing the half-moon in the sky. The raindrops also gradually thinned out. Xiao Jian seemed to have woken up from a dream and said coldly to the 2 Buddhist elders, both of you, scram back to the country of Dan Liang and tell that Xiao Jun. This old man has the protection of my Taoist god. I don't need his hypocritical kindness. Also, pass on this old man's words to him. When this old man is tired of living in the hidden immortal continent, I'll return to the country of Dan Liang and take back the throne that belongs to this old man." The two Buddhist sect elders looked in horror at Western Ridge Lei and the others who had been struck to death by the heavenly lightning. Then, they looked at the charred ground. Finally, they looked at themselves, who were unharmed, and the slightly muddy mountain. They exchanged glances and bowed deeply to Xiao Jian. Then, they rushed down the mountain path in a sorry state and gradually disappeared. Moss. Master. Yuanya finally dared to speak. He said with an incredulous tone, "Disciple. Disciple isn't dreaming, right?" "Yeah." Xiao Daoist still dragged his voice and called out. "Yes, Master." Yuanya replied absent-mindedly. "Come here." "Yes, Master." "Use all your strength and pull this old man's arm." Xiao Daoist's words floated like a gust of wind. "Yes, Master." "Ah!" Xiao Daoist's miserable scream was comparable to a pig being slaughtered. "Damn it, this old man told you to use all your strength, not to torture this old man to death." "Yes, Master." Yuanya's voice didn't carry any shock. Instead, there was a hint of confusion. This disciple didn't use much strength, damn it. Looks like this isn't a dream. Xiao Daoist looked at the bruise on his arm and sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a trace of excitement in his mouth. Is this Master's divine ability?" Yuanya moaned and stuttered in a low voice, "Master. Is he human?" Chapter 3192. Xiao Daoist sneered. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said, "This old man's luck is good. The gods and Buddhas in the sky are protecting this old man. Heavenly thunder bombardment is not something an ordinary cultivator can use. Although Senior Xiao is powerful, if he could cultivate to this level, it would be impossible even in 1,000 years." At this moment, Xiao Daoist seemed to have thought of something. He coldly looked at the dark clouds in the sky and the darkness that was like a fierce beast. He didn't think that the inconceivable ability of summoning heavenly thunder was done by Xiao Hua, whose meridians were completely blocked. Instead, he thought of the Xiao Jun. That's right, Xiao Jian had always thought that Xiao Jun had sent people to monitor him and prevent him from retaliating. However, he didn't expect that. The situation was the complete opposite of what he thought. These people monitoring him were actually protecting him. How could he remain calm? This old man is already like this. What do you want to do? Are you pitying this old man? Damn it, this old man doesn't care. Suddenly, Xiao Jian couldn't help but roar at the night sky like a hungry wolf. "Master?" Yuanya didn't understand these things and looked at Xiao Jian strangely. "Forget it. Yeah, go see what Senior Xiao is doing." Xiao Daoist dejectedly lowered his head and waved his hand. "Yes, Master." Yuanya's unchanging answer quickly rushed into the Jiang Chao temple. In the west room, there was a huge wooden bucket. It was the one that Yuanya used to clean his dog. At this moment, the girl called Xiao Yun was soaking in it. Unexpectedly, a string of bubbles appeared in the clear water. Not only did it make a goo 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 sound, it even showed signs of boiling. As for Lu Yi, his starry eyes stared at Xiao Yun's tightly closed eyes and her slightly reddened face. The anxiety on his face lessened. "What?" Xiao Hua saw Yuanya rush into the west room. He didn't raise his head and asked indifferently, "Is it raining outside? Was there thunder just now?" "Yes." Yuanya faced Xiao Hua. It was as if the word "master" had disappeared and he was used to answering. "Oh, that's good. Spring rain is as precious as oil. Right now is the planting season. More rain is good for the crops. Right, if it rains, don't forget to put away the clothes." Xiaohua's answer was really out of Yuanya's expectations. He didn't understand what it meant by, spring rain is as precious as oil. Also, did someone find trouble with your master? Do you need this old man to take action? Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua seemed to have suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked with concern. Facing Xiaohua's sincere smile, Yuanya felt guilty for no reason. He waved his hand and said, "No need. Master has already sent those people away." "Oh? That's great." Xiaohua raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "If Daoist Xiao can handle it yourself, then that would be for the best. This old man will take a good look at this little girl." As he spoke, Xiaohua once again stretched out his hand. His index finger and middle finger were placed together, precisely at the location of Xiao Yun's wrist where her pulse was. However, Xiaohua's brows were tightly knitted together, a rare kind of doubt appearing on his face. "Senior." Yuanya opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say, so he simply stopped asking and turned away. Immortal Elder. After Yuanya left, Louis couldn't help but ask, "How is Xiao Yun?" "Strange. It's really strange." Xiaohua answered almost without hesitation. At the same time, the Dharma eye in between his brows slowly opened. The torrential rain at the Jiangchao temple was very strange. Naturally, compared to the torrential rain, the falling thunder was even more worrying. That was the heavenly thunder that directly killed more than 10 people out of thin air. Xiao Jian didn't have the guts to hide this matter. He didn't even wait for dawn to personally come to the Longevity Town's government office to report it. He didn't dare to let Yuanya handle this kind of matter. Yuanya would only make things worse. The Longevity Town's government office naturally belonged to the country of Shi's king, and also had its own set of rules. When the government office received the report, it was also as if they were struck by lightning. The Cloak Gang was able to run rampant in Longevity Town for so many years, so how could the official not know? When he received Xiao Jian's report, he almost wanted to smash Xiao Jian into prison at the first moment. Fortunately, the Jiangchao temple was no longer the same as before. The official didn't know, but the advisor and others who knew Longevity Town like the back of their hand immediately dissuaded him. The person was already dead. Who would care about the benefits he gave when he was alive? Thus, the official brought his entourage and also didn't wait for dawn to arrive at the Jiangchao temple. They investigated the entire Jiangchao ridge from top to bottom. They even checked the place where Zheng Mao and the others died more than 10 times. Even when the advisor and others were suspicious, they even invited Longevity Academy's principal Zhu Junfeng to investigate the Jiangchao temple at dawn. However, the situation of the falling thunder killing more than 10 people was indeed strange, but the torrential rain that followed was also normal. Although Zhu Junfeng was extremely suspicious of Zheng Mao's death, he really didn't think that this kind of power that was close to the 5th level of essence power, and this kind of power that surpassed the 5th level was something that the 3 Daoist cultivators of the Jiangchao temple could do. Of course, this conclusion was also reached after he used the eye-clearing technique to see Xiaohua's cultivation. Moreover, he didn't even think that in the entire country of Shi, other than those elders in the sects who had long disappeared, no one else could have this kind of cultivation. The only possibility was that Zheng Mao and the others were really unlucky. It was really because they were full of evil that they died under the heavenly thunder strike. Since the Jiangchao town's officials believed that Zheng Mao was killed by the heavenly thunderstrike, and even Longevity Town's principal Zhu didn't nod his head and tacitly agreed, then the one who benefited the most was none other than Daoist Xiao Jianshao. Although he didn't say that Zheng Mao of the Cloak Gang came to find trouble with him, but in the night, that rainbow-like sword light was still seen by the lonely and idle people at night. What did this mean? As long as they made a little contact, they would immediately get the same explanation as Zheng Mao's words. The Jiangchao temple was favored by Daoist Xiao, the god of the sea. Ordinary people couldn't possibly hurt Daoist Xiao, who was a loner of the Daoist lineage. Not to mention that there was such concrete evidence, even if there were some vague rumors before, it would attract many kind men and women to burn incense. Now that the Jiangchao temple was in an uproar, there was no reason for the incense to not flourish. Early in the morning of the 7th day, from the beginning, there were a few men and women probing, until late in the morning, groups of men and women swarmed into the Jiangchao temple. Daoist Xiao Jianshao didn't even want to set up a divination stall in the Longevity Town, let alone set up a divination stall in the Jiangchao temple. It was so noisy for more than 3 days. Until the evening of the 9th day, Xiao Jian suddenly received a sealed letter from Yuanya. That letter was red, and there was a small goose feather pasted on the outside. When Xiao Jian saw the letter, he frowned, because he knew that if there was a goose feather pasted on the letter, it meant that it was extremely urgent. He wanted to open the letter as soon as he saw it. But, what was in the Longevity Town that made Daoist Xiao Jianshao so anxious? This was simply impossible. Therefore, Daoist Xiao didn't care at all. After all, tomorrow was the day of the competition between the Jiangchao temple and the Shaojin temple. That was the day of the Immortal Buddha ceremony. It was also a big matter for the Shaojin temple and the Jiangchao temple. After that day, there could only be one temple in the entire Jiangchao town. Of course, Daoist Xiao was sure that the Shaojin temple would definitely be destroyed under his plan. Compared to the big matter of the next day, this goose feather letter was obviously insignificant. Daoist Xiao could even see the perverted smile of the Shaojin temple's bald head in the goose feather letter. The goose feather letter had been thrown in the corner for 2 hours already. Xiao Jian didn't even ask Yuanya how he received the goose feather letter. After Xiao Jian sent off the last batch of worshippers and said that there was an even more important challenge the next day, the last batch of worshippers left resentfully with some copper coins. Even if Xiao Jian was willing to fulfill their wishes, Daoist Xiao wouldn't be happy. To make the descendants of worshippers who didn't have any children be comparable to the sand on the beach. Even if Xiao Hua was given 100 times more power, he still wouldn't be satisfied. Xiao Jian, who was lying on the bed, stretched his body. He tossed and turned, but couldn't get up. Maybe it was because of the competition the next day, or maybe it was because he was still worried about something, but he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. When he saw the goose feather letter in the corner, he simply lit the oil lamp and sat up. As the saying goes, if you don't find it strange, you will be defeated. Daoist Xiao had already made up his mind to not believe anything, so he opened the goose feather letter. However, when he finished reading the words inside, Xiao Jian immediately jumped up from the bed. Because this goose feather letter only had a few words written on it, "My daughter is sick. Daoist Xiao, please have mercy. Signed off, Hao Jianzhong." Although the name written on the goose feather letter was Hao Jianzhong, Xiao Jian's gaze didn't stop on these 3 words for a moment. His mind immediately appeared in Chongqing town. Under the scorching afternoon sun, sitting in a small sedan chair, the kind Hao family's young miss who wanted to give him copper coins. With this thought, how could Xiao Jian still stay in the east room? Those few copper coins in the afternoon, those few meat buns when he was hungry, it was no different from sending charcoal in the snow. Amidst the cold words and disdainful gazes of the bystanders, the Hao family's young miss' clear gaze, that faint smile, and that questioning that didn't contain any meaning of charity, immediately drove away Xiao Jian's tiredness. The Hao family's young miss was in trouble. How could Xiao Jian just stand by and watch? Moreover, he had also told Xiao Hua that if there was any difficulty, he should go and find the Hao family's young miss. Now that Squire Hao's letter for help was in front of him, how could he not go? But just as he took the things and valiantly rushed out of the east wing, the cold wind in front of him blew away his impulse. Yes, the goose feather letter mentioned Daoist Xiao. It must be that Squire Hao knew about the miracle of Jiangchao Temple and Daoist Zhao's magical ability, so he thought of me in this crisis. But am I Daoist Xiao? I'm afraid that if I don't bring Yuanya, I won't dare to go to Jiangchao Temple, right? The Hao family's young miss is sick. If it was an ordinary illness, only the doctor in the medical hall would be able to deal with it. Squire Hao might not think of Jiangchao Temple. But since he mentioned Daoist Xiao, it must be a thorny matter. I'm afraid this old man will have to discuss it with Senior Xiao. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jian secretly walked to the west room. The west room didn't change much from a few days ago. The water in the big wooden barrel was still steaming. Xiao Yun was still lying inside and hadn't woken up. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua couldn't think of a good way to wake her up. In a corner of the west room, Louis had already curled up his small body and fallen asleep. This child was mentally and physically exhausted, and his body was also deeply damaged by the cloak gang. Now that he was in front of Xiao Hua, he didn't have to worry about anything. How could he endure? In a day, he was only awake for 4 to 6 hours. The rest of the time, he was sleeping soundly. Chapter 3193. Master. Yuanya appeared behind Xiao Jian like a ghost. What's the matter? Humph. Xiao Jian scolded unhappily. What does this old man have to tell you? Yes, master. Yuanya left even more quietly than before. Xiao Jian actually didn't notice Yuanya's figure leaving. Damn it. Xiao Jian couldn't help but curse. Who's master? Fellow Xiao, what's the matter? Xiao Hua, who had his eyes closed, had no choice but to open them. In the past few days, there had been too many people in the Jiangchao Temple. There were devout people, but there were even more opportunistic people. There were even a few villains suppressed by the cloak gang in Longevity Town who came to the Jiangchao Temple to sound out the situation. This made Xiao Hua very impatient. He originally had many methods to kill Zheng Mao and the others, but he chose to use heavenly thunder. Afterwards, wasn't he just trying to hide in peace? Today, he saw Xiao Jian, who had been too busy to come to the West Wing, come here at night. He knew that there was something troublesome and had to ask. Senior, please take a look. Xiao Jian gave the goose feather letter to Xiao Hua and told him his thoughts. Oh, it's that little girl. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He didn't like Xiao Jian's unscrupulous and lies, but he still approved of Xiao Jian's gratitude. Now that he saw the goose feather letter, he thought of the sedan chair that day and asked, "It's already late. What do you think?" This letter was sent in the afternoon close to dusk. Xiao Jian said honestly. As for who it was, disciple already doesn't know, master. Yuanya, who had just disappeared, appeared again and said in a low voice, it was a white-haired old man. He looked very anxious and hurried. He gave this strange letter to disciple and left in a hurry. That old man is probably a servant of the Hao family. Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya and then looked at the night outside. Although it's already late, disciple has no choice but to go. That day, disciple clearly told senior that if I ran out of copper coins, would have to go to the Hao family's young miss to eat. Now that the Hao family's young miss is in trouble, disciple naturally has to help. What else did that old man say? Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Jian and turned to look at Yuanya and asked again. That old man asked me to tell master that no matter how late it is, as long as master is free, he can go. Yuanya also answered honestly, but master was very busy at that time. He didn't wait for me to say this before asking me to leave. Since that's the case, then just go. Why have you come to this old man's place? Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian and asked curiously. Since Squire Hao said that he was asking Daoist Xiao for help, it must be a great disaster. If it weren't for Daoist Xiao, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Xiao Jian smiled and said, disciple knows his own limits. It's difficult to save the Hao family's eldest miss from this abyss of suffering. Senior, please help me. Xiaohua didn't know much about Longevity Town. That Hao family's eldest young miss was one of the most unique people in the beautiful scenery. Thinking of that afternoon's calm and respect, Xiaohua could only stand up, look at Xiao Yun in the wooden barrel, and say with a bitter smile, "This trouble hasn't been solved yet, and now another trouble has come. There are so many troubles in this world. This girl." Xiao Jian had never asked before, but he could not help but feel curious. "You don't understand. It's pointless to talk to you." Xiaohua was not polite at all. He waved his hand and said, "This old man will go with you to the Hao family." "Thank you, senior." Xiao Jian laughed and hurriedly called out to Yuanya, "Yeah. Quick, you run fast. Quickly go down the mountain and find an ox cart." "Why find an ox cart?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Xiao Jian smiled and said, "It's already late at night. If I wait until we reach Squire Hao's house, wouldn't it be daybreak?" Xiaohua frowned and said, "Can't we just fly over?" "Senior." Xiao Jian was a bit surprised, "You can fly?" "Huh," Xiaohua laughed. "That's right, if it was 10 days ago, let alone fly, he wouldn't even be able to stand steadily. Let's go." Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out a flying talisman. Using what little magic power he had left, he placed it on his own body. He then grabbed Xiao Jian's neck and said, "Don't be afraid. Just point out the location of Squire Hao's house to this old man." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiao Jian didn't feel awkward being grabbed by Xiaohua's neck at all. Instead, he felt that Xiaohua was even more mysterious. Xiaohua activated the flying talisman and flew out of the Daoist temple with Xiao Jian. They flew into the dark night. Yuanya jumped onto the banyan tree and stared at Xiaohua's back. His eyes were filled with envy and fanaticism. Even after Xiaohua's figure disappeared, he was still unwilling to leave. That night, Yuanya didn't play his mournful musical instrument, which was a rare occurrence. Under Xiao Jian's guidance, Xiaohua quickly found the location of Squire Hao's house among the tens of thousands of lights. He saw that it was a manor that was several mu in size. The manor was brightly lit and it looked very lively. Xiaohua only used his divine sense to scan the manor and roughly knew what was going on inside. Thus, he brought Xiao Jian to a place not far from the manor. He looked at the door of Squire Hao's house that was also hung with a few lanterns and said to Xiao Jian, "Daoist Xiao, in front of others, this Xiao is your follower. You should do whatever you need to do. If you encounter anything abnormal, this Xiao will naturally act. Do you understand?" "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiao Jian nodded. He smiled and pointed at his cloth bag and the peachwood sword in it and said, "Otherwise, this disciple wouldn't have taken these things." Xiaohua nodded. Then, Xiao Jian cupped his hands towards Xiaohua and walked towards the door of Squire Hao's house. Xiaohua closed his eyes and put his hands in the sleeves of his Daoist robe and slowly followed behind Xiao Jian. Xiaohua wasn't familiar with Longevity Town and was even more unfamiliar with Squire Hao's house. Although he had seen a bit, he was still confused. Since it was like this, why not let Xiao Jian take the lead and make things clear? If it was really worth Xiaohua taking action, then it wouldn't be too late for Xiaohua to take action. Io. Daoist Xiao. Daoist Xiao. Outside the door of Squire Hao's house, there was a white-haired old man. That old man had been looking in another direction, but when he heard the footsteps behind him and turned around to see Xiao Jian's figure, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly rushed out of the house and said with a smile, "You really came. This old man has been waiting here for you for more than 2 hours. I thought you wouldn't come." "Who knew?" As he spoke, the old man looked behind Xiao Jian with some confusion and asked curiously, it seems like it's not easy to come here from Squire Jiang Chao Temple. Although Xiao Jian liked the old man's respect, his expression didn't change at all. He cupped his hands and said, "When this Xiao received your house's goose feather letter, I knew that there was a great secret inside, and it was also a big matter. However, in the past few days, there were indeed too many people coming to my Squire Jiang Chao Temple. Many things were urgent, so I had no choice but to deal with those even more urgent matters. When I had to deal with the matters that I had to deal with personally, then I handed over some matters that could be avoided to my disciple. I brought this Taoist friend to your house. I wonder who this old man is." "Oh, this old man is Squire Hao Yulong of Squire Hao Mansion." The old man hurriedly smiled and said, "This afternoon, this old man brought Squire Hao's goose feather letter to Squire Jiang Chao Temple to meet Taoist Xiao." Seeing that Xiao Jian didn't answer his question, Hao Yulong didn't dare to ask any more and hurriedly said, "It's just that there are too many good people in Squire Jiang Chao Temple. This old man saw that Taoist Xiao couldn't find the time, so I gave the goose feather letter to your disciple and," at this point, Hao Yulong hurriedly stopped and said with a smile, "However, this old man told your disciple that no matter how late it was, as long as Taoist Xiao was free, he had to come. This old man knew that Taoist Xiao would definitely keep his promise, so I've been waiting here. Come, my squire has been eagerly waiting for Taoist Xiao's arrival." As he spoke, Hao Yulong hurriedly asked Xiao Jian to come forward. At the same time, he also very politely nodded to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't mind. He grinned and closed his eyes again. Following Hao Yulong to the entrance of the Hao mansion, Xiao Jian felt a bit emotional as he looked at the entrance of the cave. He understood in his heart that for a big family like Squire Hao in Longevity Town, the entrance wouldn't be opened very often. Unless it was an important guest, they would have to go through the side entrance. He had also been to Squire Lu's house before, but every time he entered through the side entrance, he had never received such courtesy. Now that Squire Hao had opened the entrance, Xiao Jian had already received a courtesy that he had never received before. "Quick, inform the squire that Taoist Xiao from Squire Jiang Chao Temple has arrived." Hao Yulong immediately shouted towards the entrance as soon as he reached the entrance. There was a similar response from inside, and the sound of footsteps hurriedly went away. Squire Hao, seeing how respectful the Hao mansion was, Xiao Jian's heart couldn't help but become nervous again. He glanced at Xiao Hua who seemed to be asleep behind him and whispered to Hao Yulong, "What illness does Miss Hao have? Why is there such a big lineup? If possible, I would like to ask Squire Hao to reveal a thing or two in advance. If it's an ordinary illness, there's naturally no need to invite Taoist Xiao." Hao Yulong seemed to have something that he couldn't say, so he only sighed and said, "This matter is hard to explain in a few words. I'll have to ask Taoist Xiao to move your toes. Once you enter my mansion, you'll naturally know." "Oh." Seeing that Hao Yulong didn't say anything, Xiao Jian could only nod his head, but the doubts in his heart grew even stronger. After entering the Hao mansion's entrance, a few servants wearing green clothes and small hats immediately came up to greet them. These servants had respectful expressions on their faces, as well as the green bricks, green tiles, carved beams, and painted pillars along the way, and even the strange flowers and plants in the night didn't attract Xiao Jian's attention. He had always been wondering what exactly happened to Miss Hao. After passing through a fragrant garden, he was met with a white wall that was as tall as two people. On the wall, there were strange windows that looked like fans, flags, fishes, and birds. A fat old man was standing in front of the only moon gate on the wall. He was wearing a bright official's robe. Chapter 3194. Squire Hao. Xiao Jian seemed to have seen this old man before. Without waiting for the old man to speak, he quickly walked forward and shouted. Squire Hao's expression was somewhat dispirited. Although there was a kind of expectation in his eyes, it was extinguished in the darkness of the night. However, after hearing Xiao Jian's shout, Squire Hao raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. He walked out of the moon gate and cupped his hands. Daoist Master Xiao. I have heard of Daoist Master Xiao's reputation, but I have never had the chance to meet you. Now that I have seen you today, it is just as I thought. You have the demeanor of an immortal. I don't dare, I don't dare. Xiao Jian cupped his hands and said, I am only one of the thousands of cultivators in my Daoist sect. Because of the favor of the sea god, the Jiangchao Temple was able to bring Daoist Master Zhao's favor to the people of Longevity Town. I am only standing in Xiao Jian's routine of modesty. However, before he could finish speaking, dang, dang, dang. From the moon gate came the sound of a wooden fish, which made Xiao Jian frown. Xiao Jian's words were immediately interrupted. He looked at the shadow behind Squire Hao with a puzzled expression. He, Daoist Master Xiao. Squire Hao's face was slightly embarrassed. He said in a low voice, I have sent the goose feather letter to the Jiangchao Temple, but I haven't seen Daoist Master Xiao for a long time. I know that the Jiangchao Temple is very popular now, so Daoist Master Xiao doesn't have much time. Therefore, I thought of the monks of the small gold temple. Of course, the small gold temple can't be compared to the Jiangchao Temple, but it is better than nothing, right? Therefore, I took the liberty to invite the monks of the small gold temple. Of course, since Daoist Master Xiao is here, I will drive these monks away. After saying that, Squire Hao pretended to turn around. Xiao Jian's heart was as clear as a mirror. Hao Yulong, his name was changed, must have sent the goose feather letter to him and immediately left for the small gold temple without waiting for his reply. Since Squire Hao had invited the monks of the small gold temple and the Jiangchao temple, how could he drive them away? What he said just now was just polite words. If he had followed his words, he would have been the one to be driven away. Therefore, Xiao Jian quickly pulled Squire Hao's sleeve and said, Squire Hao's words. Oh. What do you mean, Daoist Xiao? Squire Hao wasn't surprised that Xiao Jian stopped him, but he still asked. Xiao Jin Temple is a branch of Buddhism. Naturally, it has its own unique side. Xiao Jian said with a smile, since they have come, let them make the first move. It wouldn't be too late for little Daoist to make his move when they were helpless. Otherwise, wouldn't the official lose face? That's true, that's true. Squire Hao slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. I invited them here. If I drive them away now, wouldn't it seem like I'm disrespecting Buddha? The Taoist priest's reminder was the best. Even if they can't, we can't not give them a chance. Exactly, exactly. Xiao Jian nodded with a smile. This Daoist is. Squire Hao looked at Xiao Hua behind Xiao Jian and asked in a low voice after finishing his polite greeting. Oh, this is also a fellow Daoist from the Daoist school. He is passing by the Longevity Town. Xiao Jian said hurriedly, he heard that there will be an immortal Buddhist ceremony tomorrow, and my Jiangchao Temple will accept the challenge of Xiao Jin Temple. Therefore, he stayed to help little Daoist. However, he is not good with words. I hope Squire Hao can understand. I see. Squire Hao nodded. It seemed that he didn't care about the challenge. He said, then, please come in. Squire Hao, please. Xiao Jian raised his hand and gestured. Squire Hao didn't stand on ceremony. He turned around and entered the moon gate. When he turned his head, an indescribable gloom appeared in his eyes. It was more obvious than the shadow between the light and the darkness. Xiao Jian glanced at the silent Xiao Hua and the butler Hao Yulong, who was frowning beside Xiao Hua. His heart felt heavy. Generally speaking, Squire Hao should have told him what happened to the Hao family. Then, he would have thought about how to deal with the moon gate. However, Squire Hao's abnormality made Xiao Jian's heart skip a beat. Squire Hao must have encountered something very difficult, or even something very embarrassing. That was why he couldn't speak. Xiao Jian was afraid that he could only adapt according to the situation. After passing through the moon gate, what came into view was an extremely tall and lush osmanthus tree. Under the osmanthus tree, there was a two-story embroidered building, which was brightly lit. Around the embroidered building, there were several bald monks sitting cross-legged. Each of them had a wooden fish in their hands, and they were tapping it merrily. The murmuring of sutras flowed out from their mouths. In front of the monks was a 3-foot-high Zen platform. Another monk wearing a yellow kasaya was sitting cross-legged on it. He held a Zen staff in his hand and wore a monk's crown on his head. He was also chanting something with his eyes closed. Although this monk's back was facing Xiao Jian, and it was night time, Xiao Jian could recognize at a glance that this monk was Ming Fa of Shaojin Temple. Strange, Xiao Jian was surprised. What's wrong with Shaojin Temple today? Why didn't the old monk Mingyu come? Why did they only send Ming Fa? Damn it, this old man's reputation has fallen. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian looked around again. Behind these monks were some vulgar housewives. They were standing with their sleeves pulled up. Their gazes passed over the monks' bald heads and fell on the lights of the embroidered building. Looking at the surroundings of the embroidered building, at the edge of the flowers and trees, there were burly men holding swords and other weapons in their hands. They were guarding there very vigilantly. Ah, bitter. Seeing the Hao clan's formation, Xiao Jian first felt regret in his heart. Damn it, why did I open the goose feather letter for no reason? Leaving it there. Even if Minister Hao blames me, I can just say that I didn't see it. Now, I've received a hot potato. Last time, when Minister Liu invited me over, it wasn't like this. I just don't know if Senior Xiao can. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian couldn't help but slightly turn his head and glance at Xiao Hua from the corner of his eyes. Xiao Hua still had the same expression. He narrowed his eyes and no expression could be seen. On the contrary, when Hao Yulong saw Xiao Jian turn his head, he hurriedly walked over and whispered, "Daoist Xiao, the place in front of the embroidered building was originally reserved for Daoist Xiao. However, when Daoist Xiao didn't come, Master Ming Fa of the small gold temple came and had no choice but to give it to them. It doesn't matter." Xiao Jian saw that Minister Hao was already sitting on a brocade chair not far away. His gaze once again returned to the embroidered building. How could he still care about this matter? He asked again, "Now that things have come to this, can the housekeeper tell me the reason for this matter?" "Yes, Daoist Xiao, this way please." Hao Yulong nodded in agreement and extended his hand to lead Xiao Jian to walk under the cassia tree. Just as the three of them walked past the cassia tree, there was a loud rustling sound. The cassia tree shook violently for no reason, and leaves fell from the cassia tree, scattering all over Xiao Jian and the others. Not only was Xiao Jian startled, but it also attracted the attention of the monks of the small gold temple. Their gazes, sharper than swords, instantly clashed with Xiao Jian's gaze several times. On the contrary, Hao Yulong didn't have any abnormalities. It was as if he had already experienced this. Seeing that Hao Yulong didn't panic and Xiao Hua still had that deadpan expression, Xiao Jian's heart calmed down. There was even a trace of a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. The back of the embroidered building was also brightly lit. However, there weren't any of the Hao family's housewives. Instead, there was a lonely offering table. There were also a few maids gathered around it. Everyone's face was filled with panic. They were originally whispering, but when they saw Hao Yulong coming over, they hurriedly shut up. On the offering table, there were a pair of candles, several pieces of yellow paper, and some miscellaneous things. It seemed that the Hao family had already prepared everything. Daoist Xiao. Hao Yulong pointed at the things on the offering table and said in a low voice, "These were all prepared by this old man. What else do you need?" "No need." Xiao Jian answered very satisfactorily, "These things are enough. However, housekeeper Hao still needs to clearly explain to me what happened here. Otherwise, I won't be able to subdue the demon. It's hard to explain in a few words." Hao Yulong sighed and explained the matter in a low voice. Although Hao Yulong's voice was soft, Xiao Hua, who was at the side, heard it clearly. It turned out that this embroidered building was where the Hao family's young miss lived. This Hao family's young miss was usually kind. When she encountered injured or homeless small animals that no one wanted to adopt, she would bring them back home. The empty space near the embroidered building was usually occupied by those small animals. Moreover, after these small animals recovered, the Hao family's young miss was reluctant to give them away. Thus, the entire courtyard was in a bit of a mess. If the Hao family was poor, the Hao family's young miss naturally wouldn't be so kind. The family also wouldn't allow this kind of indulgence. However, the Hao family didn't care about money. They only wanted the Hao family's young miss to be happy. Not only did the Hao family's young miss's maids take care of these small animals, even the other family servants often came to help. After a long time, there would naturally be mistakes. Once, after the young miss of the Hao family saved an unknown little beast, the first thing that the little beast did after waking up was to bite off the arm of a housekeeper. Then, it swallowed most of the animals in the small courtyard. Only then did it calmly escape under the vigilance of the Hao family's guards, who were on guard against a great enemy. Fortunately, the Hao family's young miss wasn't in the embroidered building at this time and thus escaped disaster. Ever since that danger, Squire Hao no longer allowed the Hao family's young miss to take in small animals. However, the Hao family's young miss was after all kind-hearted. When she saw unattended kittens and puppies, she couldn't help but take care of them behind Squire Hao's back. Squire Hao couldn't do anything about it. He could only tell the Hao family's young misses' maids that they were only allowed to take care of and take in common animals. Moreover, once these animals recovered, they had to be released or given away. They absolutely weren't allowed to appear near the embroidered building. Chapter 3195. Another few years passed, and nothing unusual happened. Young Miss Hao's good name was well known in Longevity Town. However, a few days ago, on the third day after Miss Hao met Daoist Xiao, Miss Hao's mood suddenly changed. First, she panicked and asked her maidservant to call Squire Hao over and said some strange things. Then, after Squire Hao left, she seemed to have gone mad. Not only did she cry bitterly, but she also screamed hysterically. In particular, yesterday, Miss Hao no longer ate, nor did she allow anyone to enter the embroidery tower. Not to mention that the food that had been sent in was thrown out, even the ordinary guards who tried to force their way in were knocked unconscious by some inexplicable thing on the embroidery tower and thrown out. Squire Hao walked around the embroidery building for a day and a night. He couldn't enter the building no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't even see his daughter, so he had to think of another way. At this time, miracles appeared one after another in the Jiangchao temple. Squire Hao immediately sent Hao Yulong to the Jiangchao temple to ask Xiao Jian to come and subdue the demon. However, because he had to care about his face and Miss Hao's reputation, he didn't dare to make a big fuss. After hearing Hao Yulong's words, Xiao Jian felt a little strange. He looked at the lights of the embroidery tower and then looked at Hao Yulong. He said in a low voice, "Housekeeper Hao, what you said really makes me confused. Kindness is a good thing. Even Daoist Xiao and the sea god have to protect you. But what does the adoption of small animals have to do with Miss Hao's embroidery building and Miss Hao's strange behavior? Could it be that there are small animals in the embroidery building again? If you don't explain it clearly, how can I subdue the demon?" Unexpectedly, Hao Yulong really didn't say anything. He pointed at the offering table in front of him with a wry smile and said, "Daoist Xiao, don't you know better than me if there are any strange things? Besides, you can't always listen to me, right? If you want to subdue the demon, you have to do it first, right? The monks in the Shaojin temple have been practicing for a long time." Okay. When Xiao Jian heard this, he knew that if he did not show his true ability, housekeeper Hao might not say anything. Therefore, he nodded his head and walked a few steps to the altar. He took down the cloth bag from his shoulder and carefully placed it beside the altar. Then, he took out a pen, a bell, and the peach-wood sword that he often held. After finishing his preparations, Xiao Jian turned his head and said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Daoist, please come and protect this poor Daoist." Xiao Hua responded. He looked at the things on the altar and was somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand what kind of magic power these things had. However, Xiao Hua still walked to Xiao Jian's side. After waiting for Xiao Hua to stand still, Xiao Jian turned towards the embroidery building and stretched out his hand. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his head and lightly reprimanded like spring thunder. Then, he slapped his hand on the altar and very skillfully caught the brush that was slapped. Shwa! The brush streaked across the air and accurately touched the ink that had been ground beforehand. When the tip of the brush was full of ink, rise. Xiao Jian waved his hand again. His left hand landed on a piece of yellow paper on the altar like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Another few crisp sounds of paper. Several pieces of yellow paper were grasped in Xiao Jian's hands. Boundless Tao Lord. Xiao Jian chanted a Tao name. The brush streaked through the air, and several drops of ink danced in the air. Xiao Hua watched as the brush landed on the yellow paper in Xiao Jian's left hand. Between the dancing of dragons and dancing of phoenixes, rune-like words appeared on the yellow paper. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were continuous light sounds. One after another, realistic yellow runes appeared in Xiao Jian's brush. Then, Xiao Jian threw them one after another in the air and they slowly floated down. Xiao Hua's heart also shattered along with these yellow runes. Damn, this is the hidden immortal continent's yellow runes? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. He was somewhat unable to understand. Could it be that the hidden immortal continent's Daoist yellow runes are so easy to refine? Xiao Hua did not believe that Xiao Jian could refine yellow runes so easily. However, he also could not believe it. If Xiao Jian could not, how could he use it in such an important occasion? Moreover, looking at Xiao Jian's familiar appearance, it was far from the first or second time he used it. While Xiao Hua was flabbergasted, Xiao Jian continuously drew many yellow runes and these yellow runes scattered all over the ground. Even Hao Yulong's face was filled with respect and piety at this moment. Quick, at the end, Xiao Jian threw a handful of yellow runes into the air. Then, with sharp eyes and nimble hands, he threw the brush in his hand onto the sacrificial table. His right hand reached out and grabbed the peach-wood sword. His left hand even grabbed and the bell also fell into his hand. Following Xiao Jian's so-called incantation, the bell rang incessantly. Following the ringing of the bell, Xiao Jian stepped on the Big Dipper in front of the sacrificial table and the peach-wood sword in his hand began to dance. In particular, Xiao Jian's mouth was chanting an indescribable incantation again. At the beginning, Xiao Hua's brows were tightly knitted. He was very puzzled. However, after a moment, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth once again carried a smile. Because within Xiao Jian's dance, not only was there no magic power fluctuation, even the sword moves were sloppy and full of flaws. Xiao Hua was confident that he did not need to use any strength. As long as he attacked with one move, he would definitely heavily injure Xiao Jian. However, just as Xiao Hua was feeling disdainful, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared on the peach-wood sword. At this moment, he heard Xiao Jian's loud roar, "Dao Sovereign, help me!" Following Xiao Jian's angry roar, the peachwood sword in his hand suddenly became extremely methodical. It was as if it was a type of brilliant sword technique. With a wave of the peachwood sword, it hit the dozen or so yellow runes scattered in front of the sacrificial table. Boom boom. A few faint explosions sounded. The dozen or so yellow runes were all ignited. The sudden appearance of the flames frightened housekeeper Hao. Seeing the flickering flames, Xiao Jian became even more spirited. He actually jumped up from his original spot. His movements were very vigorous and his sword technique was even more wondrous. In just a short moment, the yellow runes that were scattered earlier all flew up. Moreover, they were all pierced and ignited by him one by one. Go! Xiao Jian's figure landed on top of the sacrificial table. The bell in his hand rang loudly and his Daoist robe fluttered. The peachwood sword even pierced the embroidered tower. All the yellow runes turned into fireballs and rushed towards the embroidered tower. Unfortunately, it was unknown whether Xiao Jian's magic power was insufficient or whether the demon within the embroidered tower was too powerful. Those fireballs only flew a few feet and were annihilated before they even touched the embroidered tower. They turned into ashes and scattered in the air. Evil creature! Xiao Jian's body slightly swayed on top of the sacrificial table. As if his magic power was insufficient, he actually jumped down from the sacrificial table. Immortal Elder. Xiao Hua naturally reached out his hand to support Xiao Jian, who landed on the ground. Hao Yulong also hurriedly went forward and shouted with some worry. Alas, the demon within the embroidered tower is somewhat strange. Xiao Jian sighed. This old man's magic power is limited. If housekeeper doesn't explain in detail, this old man won't have a detailed countermeasure. I'm afraid that I won't be able to subdue the demon. Hao Yulong was still hesitant. However, he turned his head and looked into the distance. Xiao Jian's movement just now had already attracted the attention of Squire Hao. However, seeing that Xiao Jian's method was ineffective, Squire Hao sat down again. Squire Hao had already seen Hao Yulong's gaze. He seemed to think for a moment and slightly nodded his head. Alas! After receiving Squire Hao's approval, Hao Yulong sighed. He looked at the embroidered tower and said, "Poor young lady. This matter involves young lady's innocence. Daoist Xiao, you have to swear that you won't speak of this matter to anyone else. This old man can only speak to you." Of course. Xiao Jian naturally also saw Squire Hao nod his head. He patted his own chest and said, "I don't dare to boast about other things, but I'm famous for being tight-lipped in Longevity Town. Since housekeeper Hao invited I here, I swear that I won't speak of this matter to anyone else. What about this Daoist?" Hao Yulong turned his head and pointed at Xiao Hua. It seemed that because Xiao Hua was here, Hao Yulong didn't finish his words. Xiao Hua unhappily opened his eyes and coldly said, "Isn't it just a little white rabbit? What's the fuss about? You even want this old man to swear, do you think it's worth it?" Hao Yulong's face was full of shock when he heard this. Even his hands were trembling. You actually know." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua closed his eyes again and ignored him. He, housekeeper Hao, Xiao Jian's heart was clear. He laughed and said, "Since that's the case, in I's opinion, there's no need to swear, right?" Hao Yulong looked at Xiao Hua suspiciously and then at the embroidered tower. He really didn't know how Xiao Hua knew that there was a white rabbit in the embroidered tower. He could only nod and say, "It wasn't until after the incident that Master flew into a rage and interrogated young lady's maidservants one by one. Only then did he know that last summer, young lady saved an injured little white rabbit. Young lady was reluctant to give this rabbit away. She even loved it and kept it by her side every day and night. When the incident happened, only that rabbit was by young lady's side. So it's like that. Hao Yulong didn't say much and Xiao Jian didn't ask too much. However, Xiao Jian already knew that this rabbit was definitely not ordinary. Young Lady Hao had been with this rabbit for so long that the word innocence had long been lost along with the river water of Liao River. This was the most important thing that Squire Hao was worried about. This was also the reason why Squire Hao didn't dare to make it public. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at his wit's end, Squire Hao definitely wouldn't have invited Shaojin Temple, Jiangchao Temple, and Buddhist sect to his home. As for Chongqing Academy, Xiao Jian naturally knew that although the academy also had methods to subdue demons, there were many students in the academy. These young students were different from the monks of Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple. Not only did they come from all over Chongqing Town, but they also had close ties with the young people of Chongqing Town. If they subdued the demon, young Lady Hao's matter would inevitably be exposed. Then, young Lady Hao's future marriage and other matters would inevitably be troublesome. He. Xiao Jian laughed for no reason. Not to mention that he had the senior Xiao Hua behind him, it seemed that subduing any rabbit wouldn't be a problem. Even if he failed today, Squire Hao's hush money wouldn't be small, right? This kind of money thing that Xiao Jian liked the most. Chapter 3196. Taoist Priest. Seeing the smile on Xiao Jian's face, Hao Renjia's heart relaxed. He hurriedly said, "If it's possible, could you please cast the spell again? This little one will go and report to the master right away. Don't be anxious." Xiao Jian pulled Hao Renjia back and said with a smile, "Steward Hao, the matter of subduing the demon should be left to I. Furthermore, you have seen that the demon in the embroidered building is very powerful. Even if I cast the spell again, I don't know how effective it will be. If you report it now, I won't be able to subdue the demon. Wouldn't that make Steward Hao happy for nothing? All right." Seeing that it wasn't Xiao Hua who was casting the spell, Hao Renjia frowned and said, "Then, please hurry up." Before Hao Renjia could finish his words, a few extremely high-pitched noises came from the embroidered building. As soon as the noises entered Xiao Jian's ears, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a kind of pain. At the same time, the osmanthus tree in front of the embroidered building shook violently. "Go, why are you all standing there stupidly? You only know how to watch from the sidelines. Quickly go and save the young miss." Steward Hao seemed to have endured for a long time and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't have the nerve to scold the monks of the Shaojin Temple, so he could only vent his anger on his own family soldiers. "Yes. Yes." A man behind Steward Hao answered. He turned his head and pointed at a few of his family's soldiers. He shouted, "You all, hurry up. And you." Steward Hao suddenly jumped up from his chair and kicked that man's leg. "Why would I raise you? Hurry up." "Yes, master." That family soldier didn't dare to be negligent. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a padao from his waist. When the other family's soldiers behind him came to his side, he whispered a few orders. 4 or 5 people roared from all directions of the embroidered building and actually jumped into the air, rushing toward the tightly shut window at the bottom floor of the embroidered building. Bam bam. With a few crisp sounds, the window was smashed open by several people. The 5 of them fell into the embroidered building at almost the same time. However, before they could stabilize themselves, a faint brilliance flashed, and another black shadow flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Ah ah ah. With a few screams, the 5 of them flew out of the window at the entrance of the building. Their faces were all covered in blood, and their chests were all stained with fresh blood. Useless things. Why would I hire you? Steward Hao's face was ashen. He didn't care about the monks of the Shaojin Temple who had forgotten to knock the wooden fish. "Master, I've tried my best." The guard who fell down tried his best to get up and shouted, the people inside, are not ordinary people. Amitabha. At this moment, Ming Fa stood up from the Zen platform and chanted Buddha's name. Steward Hao, don't worry. Watch this poor monk subdue the demon. Thank you, Master. Steward Hao suppressed his anger and forced a smile. He cupped his hands and said, These bald donkeys have been whispering here for a long time, right? Xiao Jian immediately fanned the flames and asked Steward Hao. Yes, I sent the goose feather letter to the Xiao Jin temple. I thought Zen Master Ming Yu would come in person. But only Zen Master Ming Fa came before the sky turned dark. Master didn't like it at first, but he brought a lot of monks with him. He also said that an expert came to the temple and Abbot Ming Yu had to stay in the temple to welcome him. Zen Master Ming Fa also said that an expert came to our longevity town. No matter what happened, the Xiao Jin temple would be able to solve it. That's why Master was happy. However, they knocked here for a long time. The wooden fish was about to break, but they didn't seem to have any effect. Humph, the Buddhist sect's dharma is naturally incomparable. But this Xiao Jin temple is only a wild fox Zen. I won't hide it from Steward Hao. I have been fighting with Xiao Jin temple's Zen Master Ming Yu for a long time. If you don't believe me, you can go to Steward Lu's house and ask. Last time, these bald donkeys were defeated by I. Xiao Jian immediately said. This Ming Fa is a monk. How can he be a Zen master? I'm afraid that he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeves. When he can no longer pretend, he will have no choice but to come down and let I show off my skills. Cough cough. Steward Hao didn't know how to answer. He could only cough twice and say with a smile, let's see Xiao Jin temple's methods. Yes, this old man will wait and see. Xiao Hua, who was behind Xiao Jian, said proudly. Buzz buzz. Just as Xiao Jian was slandering the little gold temple, Ming Fa, who was on the Zen platform, reached out his hand and took out an alms bowl. The alms bowl was purple gold in color and looked very simple. Ming Fa then began to chant. At the same time, the dozen or so monks below the Zen platform also stopped knocking the wooden fish. They began to chant along with Ming Fa's Zen voice. Following the rhythm of yin and yang, strands of Buddhist light gradually gathered around the alms bowl. Rise. After a moment, Ming Fa raised his hand and formed a Buddhist seal. His slightly weak magic power rushed into the alms bowl. The alms bowl flashed with a faint Buddhist light and slowly flew into the sky. Ming Fa actually has this move. Xiao Jian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. As he spoke, Xiao Jian didn't forget to look at Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, he felt relieved. Seeing that the alms bowl was getting higher and the Buddhist light on it was getting stronger and stronger, Steward Hao couldn't help but feel a new hope in his heart. The alms bowl flew over the embroidered building and stopped in the air. Looking at Ming Fa, who was casting the spell, his forehead was already covered in sweat. It was clear that controlling such a Buddhist weapon was beyond his ability. Withdraw. Looking at the alms bowl, Ming Fa clenched his teeth and the Buddhist seal in his hand changed again. Wang wang. The alms bowl began to tremble. The Buddhist light on the alms bowl trembled and overflowed. It was like a lotus flower was gradually blooming layer by layer. When the lotus flower was extremely bright, a suction force came from the alms bowl. The suction force formed a pillar of light that covered the inside of the embroidered building. Wang wang. There was another strong hissing sound. Boom boom. Along with the hissing sound, there were another series of loud noises. The previously closed windows of the embroidered building were completely shaken open by the hissing sound. Even a few of the window frames were knocked out of the air. At the same time, the Buddhist light on the alms bowl was also fiercely flickering. A string of sparks came out from the edge of the pillar of light, creating a sizzling sound. Hiss. All of a sudden, a shadow of 10 feet in size suddenly appeared above the embroidered tower. The light above the embroidered tower flickered with a whoosh sound. The shadow actually ignored the embroidered tower and rushed straight into the night sky. It directly hit the end of the light beam, the shaking alms bowl. Boom! There was a loud sound. The Buddhist light on the alms bowl disappeared and it immediately fell from the sky. Puff puff. All of the chanting monks spat out blood and curled up. Even Ming Fa, who was on the meditation platform, was also dispirited and listless. He powerlessly watched the alms bowl fall to the ground with a clang sound. It rolled a few times and no longer made any sound. When he looked at the embroidered building again, he didn't know when the shadow had disappeared. The entire embroidered building was once again exposed to light. However, the windows were all wide open and not tightly shut like before. Father! On the embroidered building, a mournful voice called out, "You old man, don't do useless things here. It's better to quickly pack up and evacuate all of my Hao clan's 100+ people from Longevity Town. If we're late, no one will be able to leave Longevity Town alive." Daughter! When Minister Hao heard this, he couldn't help but cry. What's wrong with you? How can you still be so stubborn? How in the world are you so fascinated by that rabbit? Daughter, although your mother left early, father and you relied on each other for survival. Father has been kind to others all his life. Daughter, you're also kind to others. How can the heavens bear to treat my Hao clan like this? Father, if you don't leave now, I'll die in front of you today. Following a mournful cry, a face full of tears appeared in front of the broken window. Wasn't this the Hao clan's young miss that Xiao Hua saw on the streets of Longevity Town that day? However, the Hao clan's young miss was still sitting in a wooden wheelchair, her body just barely reaching the window. Io, this Hao clan's young miss is actually unable to walk. Xiao Hua immediately understood. What a pity. Daughter! Can you not force father? Minister Hao cried out with a heart-wrenching voice. It's fine if you stay with it. Father would rather not ask about it, but this old man can't not see you. If you insist on leaving the Hao clan with it and leaving Longevity Town, how will you survive? What will you eat? What will you drink? You can't eat radishes and cabbages, right? Father! Hao clan's young Mrs. face was ashen. Why won't you listen to your daughter's words? How is your daughter as unbearable as you say? Your daughter only wants to tell father that Longevity Town is facing a great disaster. Other people's daughters might not be able to persuade you, but our Hao clan's daughter must say it. Even if father sees your daughter as a lunatic, your daughter must tell father. These few days. I'm afraid it's the final deadline. If father still doesn't agree, your daughter can only let it kidnap father. Daughter! Don't say any more. Minister Hao sighed. Father knows you've been charmed by that Uncle Rabbit. You only listen to its words. You only want to leave Longevity Town, that's why you made up such a lie. Don't be afraid. Shaojin Temple's monks and Jiangchao Temple's Taoist priests are useless. Father will go beg Longevity Academy's principal Zhu right now. Father will sacrifice his face. I'll save you from this Uncle Rabbit's hands. Father! You must not go. Hao clan's young miss was very anxious. She used her hand to push against the window and shouted, "If you leave even half a step, your daughter will jump down from upstairs." Chirp chirp. Several horrifying screeches rang out. The previously broken window frames and other objects were suddenly broken and thrown high into the air. Several housewives and servant girls covered their ears in pain and squatted on the ground, paralyzed like mud. Those family guards also threw their weapons on the ground, doing their best to cover their ears. Aside from Xiao Hua, the others all showed pain on their faces, their bodies trembling. Chapter 3197. A white rabbit suddenly appeared on the windowsill where Hao family's young miss was. This rabbit was over 2 feet long and its entire body was snow white. The rabbit's fur all over its body stood up like sharp swords and its 2 ears were pointed straight at the night sky. Even its 2 scarlet red eyes were currently as ferocious as blood. Hao family's young miss saw this and hastily shouted. Squeak squeak. The rabbit suddenly stood up, and its 2 feet long body suddenly expanded, as if it was being inflated. Who? A stream of black gas was blown out from the rabbit's mouth. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed towards the monk of the small golden temple who had just taken out the alms bowl. As the black gas rushed out, the rabbit's body shrank once again. It was even smaller than before and the rabbit's erect fur slowly became docile. Seeing that the black gas rushed towards the monks' heads, it immediately turned into a ball and slowly fell towards them. Ming Fa and the others knew that this black gas was powerful. However, they were already injured earlier and had no strength left from the rabbit's scream. Even if they wanted to escape now, they were unable to do so. Seeing the black gas fall, all the monks were entangled by the black gas. In a moment, their bodies tilted and they no longer moved. Damn it! Xiao Jian forcibly resisted the rabbit's sharp cry. Seeing that the monks were no longer moving, the rabbit turned its head and seemed to be looking at him. He couldn't help but cry out and his body retreated a few steps. However, what caused Xiao Jian to be greatly shocked was that the moment he retreated, the rabbit that had already relaxed immediately stood up with a hoot sound. The rabbit's fur stood up again, and the whiskers at the corners of its mouth rapidly trembled up and down, as if it was facing a great enemy. Don't panic, Xiao Hua's calm voice sounded in Xiao Jian's ears again. Isn't this the time for the Temple of Tidal River to become famous? This old man has 2 little things here that can restrain this rabbit. Xiao Jian's heart trembled as he immediately remembered Xiao Hua's power. After he calmed down a little, he immediately saw that a black and a yellow object had appeared on the table in front of him at an unknown time. One was a black dog and the other was a yellow sable. You only need to give orders to these 2 little things. However, remember not to take this rabbit's life. Xiao Hua instructed again. Go. Xiao Jian was the best at taking advantage of the situation. Hearing Xiao Huaji's order, he didn't hesitate at all. He waved his Taoist robe and took out the 2 spiritual beasts as if he was the one who took them out. He shouted, take down this rabbit. Woof! That black dog was Xiao He. Xiao He barked and the entire building became silent. Then Xiao He jumped into the air and flew towards the building. Following Blackie's lead, Goldie followed suit with a flick of its tail. Looking at the 2 little things that hadn't changed much in the past 100 years, Xiao Hua felt a trace of happiness in his heart. It was impossible to say that 100 years of quiet cultivation wasn't boring, especially for Xiao Hua's state of mind. After experiencing the abandonment of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the coldness of Fairy Hongxia, and the helpless death of Xuexuehe, his heart had reached the lowest point in his life. Although Xuexuehe and helplessness had a great opportunity after their deaths, they were still dead. When Xiao Hua was cultivating, fretting, and being invaded by his inner demons, he would enter the dark side of the space to explore. Moreover, the stone statue of Zhang Xiaohua that accompanied Xuexuehe's soul also represented Xiaohua, but in the end, it still hurt Xiaohua's heart. In this extremely low point, Xiaohua's only hope was Xiao Huang and Xiao He. The attachment of the 2 little guys, that kind of unwillingness to leave, made Xiaohua feel warmth. At the same time, Xiaohua's love for them also made Xiaohua pass through the danger when he first entered seclusion. It could be said that Xiaohua, Xiao Huang, and Xiao He were the pitiful grandfather and grandmother who depended on each other for survival. At the same time, it was this rare warmth that didn't cause any changes in Xiaohua's heart due to the upheaval. The heart of that kind and simple country youth still existed in the rising perfected Xiao. Naturally, after 100 years of cultivation, Xiao Hua benefited a lot. Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and even Little Silver had also undergone indescribable changes. At the moment, Xiao He and Xiao Huang still looked so cute, but a change was already brewing in their bodies. This change was something Xiao Hua didn't know about and couldn't predict. What Xiao Hua knew was that this change needed to be accumulated and induced. If he simply stayed in the space, he was afraid that he would never be able to change. Therefore, Xiao Hua was really ashamed to make a move on a rabbit that had just entered the market, but these two little things were just right. Chirp chirp. Just as Xiao Hua was sighing with emotion, the rabbit had already moved. There was a strong neigh, like a powerful storm, with the embroidered building as the center, blowing in all directions. Dozens of family guards approached the embroidered building and cried out in unison. They curled up on the ground, blood starting to flow out of their ears. The leaves on the osmanthus tree fluttered down and scattered all over the open space in front of the embroidered building. Woof woof. Xiao He was furious and barked wildly. That sound was very strange, and it cancelled out the rabbit's neigh. Squire Hao and the others, who were already scared witless, weren't hurt by the rabbit. Xiao Yu. Seeing the rabbit flip out, Miss Hao's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, the rabbit's eyes were already red at that moment. Seeing that its neigh wasn't effective, it immediately kicked off with both legs and pounced at Xiao Huang. Its two front teeth, which were usually used to bite carrots, were now shining frighteningly brightly. Sure enough, a rabbit would bite when cornered, it really wasn't wrong. The rabbit was very strong. Even from far away, Xiao Hua could hear the sound of the wind. Furthermore, the rabbit was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had pounced in front of Xiao Huang. This rabbit actually knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Xiao Hua laughed. Ever since it had shown up, Xiao Huang had been putting on airs and disdaining to fight with the rabbit. It had always been Xiao He charging in front. Seeing that Xiao He was very powerful, the rabbit didn't dare to bite Xiao He, and only then did it charge at Xiao Huang. What the rabbit didn't expect was that Xiao Huang's speed was even faster. Just as the rabbit stretched out its fangs and was about to bite, Xiao Huang swung its large tail and swept past like the wind. Its small claws even left a trace of blood on the rabbit's body. Moreover, without waiting for the rabbit to neigh, Xiao He's figure was even faster. Like a black lightning bolt, it streaked across the rabbit's back, and where its claws passed, it also left behind a few strands of rabbit fur. Gee. The rabbit's neigh was filled with grief. Its figure turned around in midair and turned towards the osmanthus tree. Xiao Hua saw clearly from the side that the rabbit couldn't fly, but its figure was strong and healthy. The osmanthus tree was now bare. When the rabbit landed on the tree, drops of blood slid down its back and dripped onto the tree trunk. The rabbit's figure was constantly trembling, and it wasn't clear whether it was because of fear or because it was trembling. Xiao Yu. Miss Hao screamed in distress. Quickly go and save Miss. Only now did Squire Hao come to his senses and hastily shouted. However, in front of the embroidery building, the dozen or so monks were already dead, and the dozens of guards were also paralyzed. Who could still move? Seeing that Xiao Jian's legs were somewhat soft, Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao, I will go and ask Miss Hao to come down. Fellow Daoist, please. Xiao Jian raised his leg. His legs were indeed somewhat weak, but he wasn't particularly afraid. This was precisely the power of the rabbit's neigh, and Xiao Jian's body was unable to resist it. Immortal Elder, many thanks. Housekeeper Hao was almost crying tears of joy at the side. Seeing Xiao Hua step into the embroidery building and steadily walk up the stairs, the rabbit became anxious. It rushed out from the osmanthus tree, wanting to rush into the embroidery building. However, with Xiao Huang and Xiao He blocking it, how could the rabbit succeed? However, the rabbit's body once again appeared with blood several times, and the rabbit didn't even leave the osmanthus tree by 1 foot. Xiao Hua went up the embroidery building. This was a very clean room. The reason why it was clean was not because it was clean, but because there were very few things. A few potted plants were placed around the room, a dressing table, a few chairs, and a boudoir that was blocked by a curtain. Apart from these, there was only Miss Hao sitting on the chair. The chair was very big, and Miss Hao could only reveal half of her head. On both sides of the chair, there were 2 wheels that were much bigger than ordinary wheels, blocking Miss Hao's 2 arms. Xiao Hua casually glanced a few times and warmly said, "Miss Hao, Big Brother Daoist, Big Brother Daoist." Miss Hao was only concerned about the rabbit on the osmanthus tree and didn't notice Xiao Hua's arrival. When she heard Xiao Hua's voice, she looked back with difficulty and immediately shouted, "This servant knows that you are Daoist Zhao's new disciple. This servant begs you, Xiao Yu won't harm anyone. It is usually very obedient, but Daoist Xiao and the monks of Xiao Jin Temple forced it." GG. At this moment, the rabbit screeched again. This time, apart from the sound of pain, it was also frantic. Miss Hao no longer cared to talk to Xiao Hua and quickly turned her head. On top of the osmanthus tree, the rabbit that had just shriveled up was now swollen again, and its body was even bigger, more than 3 feet. "You see," Xiao Hua still warmly said, "a rabbit is a rabbit, a monster is a monster. They will never be human. You said that it won't hurt people, but what about the monks of Xiao Jin Temple? I'm afraid that they have no breath now, right? More than 10 lives. They are gone just like that. Yes, Xiao Yu is a monster. It is not human. But it has more feelings than humans. It knows what I am thinking better than humans." Miss Hao saw the rabbit's situation, and her tears flowed down. She almost hysterically shouted, "I lost my mother when I was young, and my father didn't like me when I was young. At first, I didn't know what was going on, but when I grew up, I finally understood. It was because I was naughty when I was young, running around on the street. In order to save me from the carriage, my mother used her body to block the horse's hooves. And I was also run over by the carriage, and my legs couldn't move anymore. After I knew the truth, I didn't dare to be naughty anymore, and wholeheartedly tried to please my father, but no matter what I did, my father would not be happy. He always forced me to do things that I didn't like. And he never treated me as a human. Look at me." Chapter 3198. How Family's young miss hammered her own legs and shouted, "He was afraid of losing face, so he didn't let me show my face in public since I was young. He never let others know that I don't know how to walk on my own. In the past, I had a girl who, in order to make me happy, secretly took me out of the house. I was so happy, I finally had a few people to talk to me. However, when father found out about this, he actually beat Hong to death. Do you know? When I heard Hong Er's miserable screams, I really wanted to throw myself down from this building. I was the one who caused Hong Er's death, poor child. From then on, I didn't dare to casually talk to the girls in the house. They also avoided me. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't come here, they definitely wouldn't get close to me. As for me, I could only raise some small animals and let them accompany me. But even if it was these pitiful little animals, father didn't let them go. He also beat them to death." The more Hao Family's young miss spoke, the more excited she became. Her voice spread far and wide. The rabbit on the osmanthus tree was still accumulating power, as if it didn't have the confidence to deal with Xiao Huang and Xiao He. "Do you know the feeling of no one talking to you? Do you know the loneliness of everyone avoiding you? Do you know the feeling of looking out the window in the dark and seeing the insects chirping softly because of you? This. Xiao Hua touched his nose. He really didn't think that this seemingly gentle and quiet girl would have so much pain in her heart. Do you know? If I didn't know the cause of my mother's death, would have long secretly vowed to live for my mother. I definitely wouldn't let down the life my mother gave up for me. I would have left this world long ago, I would have left Longevity Town long ago. I really hate everything here, I hate the lifeless lives here. How Family's young Miss face was covered in tears. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart was also indescribably sour. There is never a lack of love in this world, it can be seen everywhere. It's like this in Xiaoyu continent, it's also like this in Hidden Immortal continent. There is love among cultivators, there is also love in the secular world. How Family's young miss shed tears and looked at the rabbit outside the window. She said again, when my life was incomparably bleak, I met Xiaoyu. At that time, I only treated it as a pitiful little white rabbit. I helped it bandage and heal its wounds, just like all the other little animals in the past. But Xiaoyu was different from other small animals. It seemed to understand what I was talking about and what I was thinking. Although it didn't talk to me at first, I already liked it. I can't live without it. I kept Xiaoyu behind my father's back, until one day, I suddenly seemed to understand its words. Do you know? The surprise at that time was definitely the only surprise in my life. The sunlight on that day was definitely the most brilliant day of my life. I saw hope in Xiaoyu, and from that day onwards, I had a new life. GG. The rabbit on the osmanthus tree suddenly erupted. A dense black demonic aura was spat out from its mouth. It was like a fist that struck towards Blackie. Woof. The demonic aura seemed to be several times stronger than before. It was the rabbit's full power attack. However, when Blackie barked, the black aura suddenly dissipated as if it had encountered a gale. Goldie swung its large tail and instantly arrived next to the rabbit. At the same time, it swung its tail again. Boom! It hit the rabbit's back. The rabbit spat out the black aura. It had already shrunk a lot and was unable to deal with Goldie's attack. The rabbit's body was sent flying from the osmanthus tree. Pang! It landed on the altar where Xiao Jian was drawing the talisman earlier. The rabbit seemed to be extremely weak. It actually laid on the altar and spasmed a few times. It struggled to get up but was unable to do so. The rabbit used all its strength to twist its neck and did its best to look at the embroidery building. Its crimson eyes actually had tears. Goldie and Blackie quickly descended and ferociously pounced on the rabbit. It was like a yellow wind and black lightning. The stunned Xiao Jian on the side suddenly woke up and hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill it, don't kill it." The two little things seemed to have heard something. They both landed on top of the altar and one of them rolled in the air. One stuck out its tongue and spun around the altar. The other used its large tail to sweep its fur as if it was tidying up the mess it made when it was bitten. Xiaoyu. Miss Hao's heart ached. She reached out and leaned against the window to look. She really wanted to cry. Woof, woof. Blackie stopped spinning and growled at the rabbit. The rabbit's gaze shifted back from Miss Hao and also growled in a low voice. I beg you, brother Daoist. Miss Hao begged again, even though Xiaoyu is a demonic creature like you said, it really doesn't have the heart to harm people. Oh right. Miss Hao seemed to have thought of something. She said as if she was grasping at straws, Xiaoyu left Immortality Town a few days ago. When it came back, it told me to leave Immortality Town as soon as possible. It said that Immortality Town is in big trouble. In a few days, Immortality Town will be wiped out and there will be no one left. I didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly told Father about this. But Father didn't believe me and even said that I was crazy. He wanted to take Xiao Yu away from me. If father didn't send people over to endanger Xiao Yu's life, how could Xiao Yu be so crazy? I don't understand. Xiao Yu was so kind to pass the news back. Why didn't father believe it? Why did he think that bringing Xiao Yu with me was a disgrace to the Hao family? Why did he think that I wanted to leave this family? I did want to leave, I wanted to do so many years ago. But for mother, I wanted to stay at home. I didn't want those second and third mothers to make the house a mess and not see mother's shadow. You're right. Xiao Hua looked at this pitiful child and said in a low voice, "You've already suffered a lot, and you carry a lot of expectations. You're not only living for yourself, you're also living for the mother who died for you. That's why you should live a better life than others, a life more exciting than others. But your life isn't just your life, it's also your father's life. You're the eldest miss of the Hao family, so you have to bear the Hao family's reputation. Your father doesn't let you show your face in public and doesn't let others know that you can't move your legs. It's not just because of your Hao family's reputation, it's also your own reputation, your future, your happiness. You can't just look at your father's actions from your own point of view. You have to look at his actions from your father's point of view." Xiao Hua still said warmly, "The animals you raised weren't wrong. Your father didn't care about you at first, right? He was probably very indulgent, right? But didn't something happen later on? Didn't a servant get hurt? If it wasn't because your father was afraid that you'd get hurt, why would he kill all those animals? Now, it's been a few years, and you've started raising animals again. Your father didn't seem to ask much, right? Also, don't tell me that you've never sat in the sedan chair to relax, and that no students have ever brought gifts to see you?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked again. Humph. Hearing this, Hao family's young miss got angry again and said angrily, "Every time I went out, my father strictly instructed me not to leave the sedan chair. And every time a student came, my father also made me sit in the chair and not move. I understand that he wants to marry me off earlier, and those shifty-eyed students, which one of them didn't come for my father's family property? You'd better come down with me." Xiao Hua looked at the rabbit on the altar and said in a low voice, "Your Xiao Yu's life isn't in danger, Taoist Zhao's spirit beast knows its limits." Really? Hao family's young miss was almost crying tears of joy. Can I walk out of Longevity Town? Hao family's young miss was immediately dejected. Everything is possible. Xiao Hua smiled, pushed the wooden wheelchair, and slowly walked out of the embroidery building. The window of the embroidery building was like paper, and as Xiao Hua walked down step by step from the air, Hao family's young miss was like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. And Xiao Hua, who was pushing her from behind, had a kind of holy luster on his compassionate face. Ah! Hao family's young miss almost couldn't believe that she flew down from the embroidery building. That Minister Hao and the others who still had some sanity were almost shocked. When Xiao Hua pushed Hao family's young miss in front of Minister Hao didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Minister Hao," Xiao Hua said with a smile, "you heard your daughter's words just now, do you have anything to say?" "Daughter." Seeing his daughter appear alive in front of him, Minister Hao couldn't help but cry. Ignoring the filth on his body, he rushed over and hugged Hao family's young miss in his arms. "Father is sorry. Father only cared about his own face, only wanted to give you the best, only wanted to arrange your future life, only wanted to let you live the good life that your mother wanted you to live. He never thought about what you thought. Do you know why I didn't let you go out? The most important thing isn't my face, it's your marriage. If other people knew that you couldn't move, who would marry you? If they coveted our family's property, even if you married into our family, when father gets old, wouldn't you still be bullied? You see, father didn't even dare to invite Chongqing Academy's principal Zhu over today. That's because father already asked him to find a good match for you in the academy. This rabbit's matter definitely can't be known by others. Moreover, That girl you said was beaten to death by father, you only saw her bring you out, only saw her treat you well, but what you didn't know was that she relied on your love for her to point fingers in front of other girls, and even said that you couldn't move inside and outside the mansion, even. Father only beat her to death because father found out that she wanted to collude with evil thieves to kidnap you. Father had no other choice. Chapter 3199. Although there are a lot of ugly things in this world, there are also a lot of beautiful things. Xiaofan smiled. You only stayed in Hao family and didn't go out, only relying on your own thoughts. You don't even know your father's true thoughts. How could you know about Longevity Town? Outside of Longevity Town, there is still Shi Country. Outside of Shi Country, there is still hidden Immortal Continent. There are a lot of beautiful things. They will make you intoxicated, they will make you feel that being alive is truly a happy thing. They will also let you know that the gift your mother gave you is something that others can't hope for. Father. Hearing her father take the initiative to apologize to her and say so many difficulties, all for her sake, Hao family's young miss couldn't hold it in anymore. Knowing that she had too many misunderstandings, too many mistakes, she immediately burst into tears. Seeing the two hugging and crying, Xiaofan smiled. He walked over to Ming Fa and the other monks, lowered his head and looked at them a few times, then clapped his hands and stood up. After that, he looked at the people lying on the ground near Embroidery House, then walked to Xiao Jian's side. The two of them whispered a few words, and the conversation between Little Black and the rabbit on the offering table ended. How was it? Xiaofan asked in his heart. Father. Little Black said in a simple and honest manner, this fellow has honestly confessed. Sweat. Little Black's words almost made Xiaofan's forehead sweat. What did this have to do with anything? However, Little Black still said, it's called Little You, it's an honest rabbit. It has never harmed anyone. A few years ago it was jealous of a rabbit hedgehog. Stop. Xiaofan really didn't expect Little Black to say so many unknown words, and hurriedly asked, Little Black, this honest confession, this jealous of a girl, where did you learn it from? What's wrong? Father, did the rabbit say it itself? Little Black replied very strangely, is this guy right? Do you want the boy to teach it a lesson again? No need. Xiaofan helplessly smiled bitterly. These words were probably said by that glib-tongued rabbit, right? No wonder Hao family's young miss liked this rabbit so much. Yes, father. Little Black continued, the rabbit was injured by a group of hedgehogs, that's why it met Coachman? Oh, cuz is the one with the limp. The rabbit's leg was broken by someone, but it slowly recovered under the care of this Coachman. It felt that this Coachman was quite good, so it stayed by her side. Get to the point. Xiaofan was a bit impatient. He wasn't interested in Hao family's young miss and the rabbit's complex. The main point? What's the main point? Blackie was confused. What did Rabbit mean when he said that Longevity Town would be flooded with blood? Xiaofan asked patiently. Blackie immediately understood and said, that was the rabbit's own guess. This guy had left Longevity Town a few days ago. He seemed to have gone to visit a friend, but that friend and the people around him were gone. He searched for a long time and finally found someone who was preparing to move. People? Xiaofan stared blankly at first, then immediately came to a realization. The people that Xiao He spoke of were probably those monsters, right? That person told Rabbit that they had received a message. Recently, a group of monsters would come to Longevity Town. These monsters usually eat humans and meat, so they didn't dare to stay in Longevity Town. They had to quickly go somewhere else. Blackie continued to explain. Rabbit knew about this and hurriedly told Cuz. He wanted Cuz to leave Longevity Town to hide. But before the coachman could take it away, the building was surrounded by people. Cuz was in a very bad mood and cried every day. Rabbit didn't know why, but he could only accompany cuz here and not let anyone in. After listening to Xiao Hei's glib tongue, Xiao Hua immediately determined that there was a mistake in this information. He was afraid that this rabbit was a bit exaggerated, and the Hao family's young miss named Xiaoxi didn't understand, so she told landlord Hao that there was a mistake, causing a huge misunderstanding. But thinking about how this rabbit actually chose to stay in Embroidery House and Longevity Town for Hao family's young miss, Xiao Hua had a whole new level of respect for the rabbit. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of an even more important question and hurriedly asked, "Right, is this rabbit male or female?" "Male or female? What do you mean, father?" Blackie was stunned. "Blackie." Xiao Hua looked at Blackie with disdain. He had lived for almost 200 years, but he didn't even know the difference between male and female. Blackie wagged his big tail and methodically replied, "Mother, what is male and female?" "Boy doesn't know either." "Oh, right." Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Is this rabbit the same as that big white bird you saw before?" "Of course it's not the same." Blackie replied without hesitation. "Damn it, this is bad." Xiao Hua already had a bad plan in his heart, but at this moment, his heart couldn't help but thump. Thinking about the rabbit's glib tongue, Hao family's young miss innocence. A big white goose is a big white goose, a rabbit is a rabbit. "Mother, don't tell me you don't even know this?" Blackie said to Xiao Hua with some disdain. "Moreover, that big white goose is very powerful, this rabbit is far from it." "Big white goose? How do you know about big white goose?" Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. Looking at Blackie's proud expression, he suddenly asked again. "In the past, there was one by the river in our home." Blackie said very simply. "Hee, I forgot." Xiao Hua smiled and said to Blackie, "Go ask the rabbit, is it male or female?" "Let Blackie go ask." Blackie wagged his tail. Talking to this rabbit is really embarrassing. Xiao Hua was really angry. Just as he was about to scold Blackie, Blackie immediately rushed to the rabbit and cried out a few times. After the rabbit weakly cried out a few times, Blackie hurriedly shouted, "Father, father," the rabbit said, "Your servant is naturally female." "Why do you think it's female?" "Ha ha ha, good." Xiao Hua's heart immediately calmed down and said with a smile, "You wait here, no need to pay attention to it." "Yes, father." Little Black immediately flew up from the altar and landed on Xiao Hua's left shoulder. Little Yellow naturally wouldn't show any weakness and quickly landed on Xiao Hua's right shoulder. That big tail was still swaying on the back of Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua raised his hands and stroked the two little guys. That kind of smile always flowed in his heart. Xiao Hua's gaze naturally fell on the rabbit on the sacrificial table, as well as Hao family's young miss who was sitting on a wooden wheelchair not far away. Xiao Hua also understood the affection between Hao family's young miss and this rabbit. How could he break them apart? Damn it! This Xiao Hua, what is his cultivation level? Seeing the two spirit beasts beating the rabbit into a pulp and being so intimate with Xiao Hua, Xiao Jian's heart was also uncertain. Xiao Hua was like an iceberg in the sea, revealing more and more magical abilities that he didn't know about. "Minister Hao, take care of these family soldiers and monks, as well as some fainted servants." Xiao Hua brought the two little guys to Minister Hao's side. Xiao Jian naturally also accompanied them. Xiao Jian looked at the monks with a face full of disdain and said, "These monks are not dead, but they were confused by the demon aura. As for whether they can wake up or not, it will depend on Xiao Jin Temple's methods." Yes, yes. At this time, Minister Hao didn't dare to treat Xiao Jian lightly. He wiped his face with his sleeve and endured the numbness on his body. He hurriedly called the servants who could move outside to call the other servants to clean up the mess near the embroidery building. The Hao family's young miss was naturally thinking about the rabbit on the table. After leaving her father's embrace, she immediately looked at the table. The rabbit there was also looking at the Hao family's young miss pitifully. Taoist. The Hao family's young miss looked at Xiaohua, wanting to say something but hesitated. Hee, go. Xiaohua said with a smile, this guy has been taught a lesson today. In the future, he will learn to restrain himself. Seeing the gloomy expression on Minister Hao's face, Xiaohua hurriedly said, this is a female rabbit. It has nothing to do with the young Mrs. Innocence. Oh, hearing this, Minister Hao patted his forehead with a very regretful expression. It seemed that he had already neglected the fact that the rabbit was male and female. It was only because of his concern and anxiety that he thought the worst of things. Seeing the Hao family's young miss struggling to turn the wooden wheelchair towards the table, Minister Hao couldn't help but walk over and push his daughter. When the Hao family's young miss turned her head and saw that it was actually her father, the smile on her face was like a lily in the night. The Hao family's young miss reached out to hug the rabbit, but unfortunately, the rabbit was too far away from her and she couldn't reach it. Minister Hao bit his lips and held back his fear. He carefully pulled the rabbit from the table and handed it to the Hao family's young miss. Seeing her father's fear, the Hao family's young miss's heart suddenly softened. It was as if she had returned to her childhood, to that night when she looked at the full moon in the sky and cheerfully asked her father to bring the full moon to her. Her father answered her without hesitation that as long as she grew up, he would definitely pluck the full moon from the sky and give it to her. As she grew up, she knew that her father was just being perfunctory. But now, seeing her father bring the rabbit to her eyes, wasn't it the same as plucking the full moon from the sky? The full moon didn't belong to the rabbit or the full moon. It was her father's love and care for her. Father. The Hao family's young miss's tears flowed down again and dripped onto the rabbit. The rabbit endured the pain and leaned its head against the Hao family's young miss's chest like a spoiled child. It's okay, it's okay. Minister Hao wiped away the Hao family's young miss's tears with heartache and forced a smile. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you out of the city and we'll go to the manor in the countryside. If you don't want to, we won't take the sedan chair. Let me push you and we'll walk through the town. I won't go. The Hao family's young miss said with a smile, I'm still waiting for Brother Taoist to treat my illness. When I can walk, I'll accompany you to the manor in the countryside. What? The Taoist priest can cure your leg? Minister Hao almost couldn't believe his ears. Chapter 3200. Hao family's miss smiled sweetly, yes, just now Brother Taoist told me personally. Immortal Elder. Squire Hao almost immediately ran in front of Xiaohua and knelt on the ground, seemingly disregarding his identity as a squire. He cried out, Immortal Elder, please have mercy and save my daughter. Get up. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and pulled Squire Hao up. He said, since I have spoken, I will naturally keep my promise. Change your clothes, I will wait for some peace and quiet before we talk. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua looked at the sky, or I can forget about today, you wait for tomorrow. Oh, no, the day after tomorrow. Come to Jiangchao Temple, I will take a look at Miss. Immortal Elder, don't go. Hearing that Xiaohua had the intention to leave, Squire Hao hurriedly pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and said anxiously, I will go change my clothes now, Immortal Elder, please wait a moment. My poor daughter has been paralyzed in a chair for so many years, whether it is me or my daughter, we can't wait any longer. Fine. Xiaohua also didn't like to delay today's matter until tomorrow, so he nodded and said, I will wait here, you go change your clothes. Yes. Squire Hao hurriedly turned to Hao family's miss and said, Daughter, you accompany Immortal Elder, father will be back soon. Okay, father. Hao family's miss naturally didn't want to wait until the day after tomorrow. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks, she was really afraid. Also. Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a thumb-sized pill and handed it to Squire Hao. He said, "Dissolve this pill in water, feed each monk a mouthful and they will wake up. In addition, if possible, please give them some money so that they won't leak this matter." "Yes, yes." Squire Hao happily took the pill and said with a smile, "I am also worried about this matter. If I send these monks back for no reason, Shaojin Temple's Zen Master Mingyu will definitely not let this matter go, he might even chase after us. Immortal Elder, by doing this, you have eliminated future troubles for me. Many thanks to Senior Immortal." Looking at Xiaohua handing over the pills to Landlord Hao, Xiao Jian's face was filled with hidden bitterness. He originally wanted to watch the Shaojin Temple's monks get into trouble, but who would have thought that Xiaohua would raise his hand and save these monks? His plan was in vain. However, Xiaohua was now someone he could only look up to. He didn't dare to obstruct anything and could only watch helplessly. "Open your mouth." Xiaohua looked at the rabbit in Miss Hao's arms again. He touched it with his hand and took out a scarlet pill that was smaller than a soybean. He said, "You were scratched by Little Yellow and your body has been poisoned. If you don't want to die, take this pill." That rabbit was originally lying weakly in the arms of Hao family's young miss, but when it heard Xiaohua's words, it immediately became spirited. It hastily straightened its rabbit head, clasped its two paws in front of its chest, and bowed up and down. Why do these things look like street ruffians? How can it be a female? Xiaohua looked at the rabbit's behavior and felt both angry and amused. However, he also knew that the rabbit would never dare to lie to Xiaohei. Thus, with a flick of his hand, the antidote pill flew up. The rabbit very sensitively opened its three-petal-like mouth and deftly caught it. Then, in an instant, it lost all its strength and collapsed in Miss Hao's arms as if its spine had been pulled out. Miss Hao lovingly stroked the rabbit's slightly knotted fur. "Ai, this rabbit." Xiaohua was speechless. Beside him, Xiao Jian also shook his head. Two immortals. Housekeeper Hao Yulong didn't dare to leave. However, he was still extremely afraid of the rabbit and didn't dare to approach. At this moment, he mustered up his courage and said, "Please follow me to the living room to serve tea. My family's master will accompany the immortals in a moment after changing his clothes." "No need to go to the living room." Xiaohua looked at the embroidery building and said, "You all quickly clean up the embroidery building. I will help the young miss treat her injuries." "Yes, yes." That housekeeper had watched Miss Hao grow up. At this moment, he was so happy that tears flowed down his face. He hastily called a dozen maids and rushed to the embroidery building. It didn't take long for them to finish cleaning up. At this moment, Squire Hao had changed into a new set of clothes and rushed over to accompany Xiaohua to the embroidery building. After the maid placed Hao family's young miss on the bed, Xiaohua carried a chair and sat in front of the bed. He smiled and said to Hao family's young miss, "Little girl, this old man didn't correct you just now. You have to remember that this old man isn't some Taoist brother. This old man is much older than your father. I'm more than enough to be your grandfather. Moreover, I'm also a doctor now. As the saying goes, a doctor has the heart of a parent. It won't affect your chastity. Immortal Elder, you're really that old?" Miss Hao blushed and couldn't help but ask. "Gee," the rabbit at the side naturally made a sound, seemingly agreeing with Xiaohua's words. "I can't help it." Xiaohua shrugged, "Time forgives no man. In the blink of an eye, I'm already so old. If I didn't have to treat your leg today, I wouldn't be willing to reveal my true age to a little girl. Hee, Immortal Elder is really interesting." Miss Hao couldn't help but laugh. "Immortal Elder." Squire Hao at the side smiled and said, "I'll accompany you here. You're the savior of my Hao family. What you're worried about doesn't exist." "That's right, Senior, please do it." Xiao Jian knew that there was no need to hide anything at this time. He said in a low voice, "I'll wait outside the embroidery building." Yes, Yulong, accompanied Daoist Xiao to eat in the front hall. Squire Hao seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Daoist Xiao has been busy all night and hasn't eaten a single grain of rice. My Hao estate really doesn't have any etiquette." "Yes, I understand." Hao Yulong woke up and hurriedly asked Xiao Jian to follow him downstairs. "Immortal Elder, please." Squire Hao smiled and said, "Once Immortal Elder is done, I'll accompany Immortal Elder to eat." "There's no need." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "I've already abstained from eating. You just need to accompany Daoist Xiao well." "Yes, I understand." Minister Hao's face was filled with admiration. Xiao Hua looked at Hao family's young miss and said with a serious expression, "Young Miss Hao, this old man wants to take a look at your legs. Are you willing?" "I'm willing." Although Miss Hao knew that what Xiao Hua said was true, she still couldn't help but blush when faced with an 18-year-old youth's face. Xiao Hua heard Miss Hao's answer and didn't hold back. He waved his hand and said to the servant girl beside him, "Take Miss Hao's clothes." At this point, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He looked to the left and said, "Forget it, you can all leave. Only Squire Hao can stay." Immortal Elder. Miss Hao naturally knew what Xiao Hua was thinking. She said shyly, "I'm not good at walking. My daily bathing is done by Huan. So it's like that." Xiao Hua scratched his head. He didn't do anything for Miss and young master, so he really didn't know about this. He thought for a moment and nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble Huan. Rabbit, you can go out with them. Come back in a while." Hearing Xiao Hua's instructions, Rabbit obediently followed Little Yellow and Little Black out of the embroidery building. Seeing Xiao Hua so attentive, although it was a bit inappropriate, Squire Hao was already convinced in his heart. The confidence in his heart increased by a bit. "All right, Huan, roll up Miss Hao's clothes to the injured area," Xiao Hua ordered. "Yes." That servant girl was the one who accompanied Miss Hao to talk to Yuanya in town that day. At this moment, she very deftly rolled up Miss Hao's underwear, revealing the pure white skin inside. Xiao Hua looked at the pure white jade-like legs in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Although Miss Hao's legs had extremely good skin, they were still thin and small. They couldn't even compare to a 10-year-old child. An ordinary person could easily grab this thigh. Moreover, the muscles near the thigh had long withered and shrunk inwards. It looked very frightening. "My daughter's legs were crushed by a carriage when she was young." Squire Hao's eyes were red as he explained, "That carriage was carrying heavy goods. My daughter's leg bones were completely shattered. This one looked everywhere for doctors, but they were helpless. Later on, I asked someone to secretly visit Chongqing Academy. The teachers in the academy also didn't have any good methods. However, they said that although the academy couldn't do it, their sect should have pills that could treat it. However, at that time, this one didn't have such a large family property and couldn't take out the primordial stones they wanted. Later on, this one worked hard to earn money and obtained such a large property. However, my daughter had already grown up and missed the best time to treat her. The immortal masters of Chongyun's sect only heard this one time and didn't see my daughter at all. They only said that they didn't have a shred of certainty. Therefore, this one gave up on this idea. Father, forgive your daughter for being unfilial. Only now do I know what father has done for me." Miss Hao also sighed. "You are still young, I'm afraid you don't remember these things. It's fine. In the eyes of parents, how could a child be at fault?" Squire Hao immediately found an excuse for Miss Hao. "I have a way." Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and pressed on Miss Hao's leg a few times. He then stretched out a few fingers and pinched a few times. He nodded and said, "But..." Squire Hao and Miss Hao's expressions were first overjoyed and then anxious when they heard Xiao Hua's words. They cried out, "But what? Immortal Senior, please speak." "Miss Hao," Xiao Hua said solemnly, "your father has done enough for you, but because of your willfulness, it has caused so many misunderstandings. Although your father doesn't care, you have to bear the responsibility for all these mistakes. I can treat your legs, but you have to bear the pain with a clear mind. You must know that your stubbornness has brought much more pain to your father than all of this pain. You have to experience your father's pain. Thank you, Immortal Senior, for your help." Miss Hao clenched her teeth and said, "This one has long had this intention." "Immortal Senior," Squire Hao said anxiously, "my daughter is weak and sickly, I'm afraid she can't bear too much pain. This one is willing to bear it for her." "An unpolished jade can't be made into anything," Xiao Hua said indifferently, "Miss Hao's willfulness and narrow-mindedness are all related to you. This is a good opportunity to let her know." Chapter 3201. Okay. Squire Hao looked at his daughter with heartache. "And with I here, you don't have to worry about life and death." Xiao Hua calmly said, "I know what I'm doing." "Immortal Elder, please." Miss Hao couldn't bear to see her father's affection and urged. "Okay." Xiao Hua agreed and waved his hand. A dozen silver needles appeared in his hand. Then, like lightning, they pierced Miss Hao's face and head one by one. Although Squire Hao didn't know why Xiao Hua pierced Miss Hao's head with these silver needles, he didn't dare to say a word. After Miss Hao's head was pierced with the silver needles, Xiao Hua pierced them into the various acupuncture points on her legs. Finally, he rubbed his hands and said indifferently, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Miss Hao nodded, and the maid Huan Er obediently took out a handkerchief and put it between Miss Hao's teeth. Ka-cha-cha, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to stretch out his hand and grab Miss Hao's thigh. With a bit of force, the broken bones that had already grown together were completely crushed into powder by him. "Ah!" Miss Hao screamed. Her eyes turned white, and she almost fainted from the pain. The handkerchief that was bitten by her teeth was bleeding, and the sweat on her forehead was even bigger than soybeans rolling down. "Xiaosi." Squire Hao couldn't help but call out Miss Hao's nickname. His distressed expression was even more painful than his own broken bones. Unfortunately, Miss Hao was in so much pain that she couldn't answer. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she groaned and said hoarsely, "Immortal Elder. Is there another time?" "Yes, there is another time." Xiao Hua's eyes flashed as he replied. "Immortal Elder, Immortal Elder. I beg you." Squire Hao couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer. He pulled Xiao Hua's robe and collapsed on the ground. He cried and said, "Take everything from this lowly one's house. As long as this lowly one can afford it, please don't let Xiaosi suffer anymore. This lowly one can't take it anymore." "Fine." Xiao Hua picked up Squire Hao and looked at Miss Hao. "Xiaosi. I also call you by your nickname. You are a kind-hearted child, and I can see clearly why you gave the copper coins to Daoist Xiao. I also know that you have the heart to raise injured animals and seek justice for the girl who was beaten to death. This is the bright side of your heart. However, you haven't been able to be as happy as ordinary people since you were young, and you have too much resentment in your heart. You also have too many misunderstandings about your father. Although I've already made things clear today, there's no guarantee that you won't think differently in the future. Today's pain is to let you know your position in your father's heart. It is also to let this pain that you will never experience in your entire life leave a deep impression on you. In this world, there are no parents who don't love their children." "Immortal Elder, I understand." Miss Hao replied weakly. Then, go to sleep. When you wake up, you'll have a new life." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the silver needles on Miss Hao's head were collected into his bosom. Miss Hao's face immediately turned pale again. Xiaohua then reached out and pressed her sleeping acupuncture point, and Miss Hao immediately fell asleep. Kacha kacha, Xiaohua then reached out and crushed her other thigh bone. Then, he took out 2 medicinal pills and melted them with his magic power before applying them on Miss Hao's thigh. When the medicinal pills completely melted into her bones, Xiaohua then fed her another medicinal pill. Finally, he took out another jade bottle and gave it to Squire Hao, saying, "Miss Hao won't wake up or move for the next 27 days. Feed her a medicinal pill every 9 days. During this period, don't move Miss Hao at all. On the evening of the 27th day, ask a doctor to come and take a look. If Miss Hao's leg bones are completely healed, then don't worry about it. If Miss Hao's leg bones aren't healed, then let the doctor fix it so that when Miss Hao wakes up, it won't affect the healing of her leg bones." It's that simple?" Squire Hao asked in disbelief, but he immediately regretted it and hurriedly said, "I didn't suspect Immortal Elder, it's that simple." Xiaohua smiled and pointed at Miss Hao, who had fallen asleep, and said, "The bones in her legs have been crushed since she was a child, which is a tricky thing. Later, she hasn't been treated for so many years. These crushed bones are either growing randomly in one place, or they are already necrotic. Therefore, it is impossible to treat her now. I'll shatter her bones again and use my Taoist immortal pills to fuse these bones back together in 27 days, just like how they grew back in the past. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days for bones to heal. I am not some immortal. Being able to heal her bones within 30 days is already the best I can do." "Yes, I understand." When Squire Hao heard Xiaohua's profound explanation, he was really ecstatic. The trace of disbelief from before also disappeared. "I thank Immortal Elder for your miraculous skill. Don't worry," Xiaohua said again. "After 30 days, Miss Hao's bones will be healed. However, the muscles in her legs haven't been used for more than 10 years. They can't be used anymore. I still need to let Miss Hao move more and use her legs more. According to within 3 to 5 years, Miss Hao will be able to walk freely. Of course, after this treatment, the doctors in Longevity Town will be more experienced than I. Moreover, with Hao family's financial resources, they will definitely be able to support it. It's already very good, Although Xiaohua wasn't able to make Miss Hao stand up in a few days, which wasn't a miraculous skill, this kind of time that Squire Hao could accept made Squire Hao feel more at ease. "I'll wait for you to leave." Xiaohua looked around and said, "I have already done what I can do. The rest will depend on Miss Hao's recovery. Please, Immortal Elder, please." Squire Hao hurriedly asked Xiaohua to leave the embroidery building. He ordered Huan to carefully look after Miss Hao and accompanied Xiaohua to the front hall. Walking on the road, Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Squire Hao, Miss Hao's condition is like this. I won't say any more. I want to talk about another matter." "Immortal Elder, please speak." Squire Hao said very respectfully with a smile. "Just now, I only scolded Miss Hao and didn't say anything about Squire Hao. But this doesn't mean that Squire Hao didn't do anything wrong." Xiaohua wasn't polite and said with a very serious tone, "Although I can't control this matter, as an outsider, I still want to say a few more words to Squire Hao." Immortal Elder, please speak." Squire Hao's face showed melancholy. Since this lowly one has accumulated this family business, no one has said anything straightforward. Actually, Miss Hao's legs are secondary. The most important thing is her heart disease. Xiaohua also sighed. For so many years, she thought too much and did too little. Others also didn't care enough about her. She can only communicate with small animals. In particular, she is no longer good at talking to people and doesn't trust people. These problems should all be blamed on you. A person's face is indeed important. For the sake of the child's future, you should arrange some means. But remember, the child belongs to you, but the child isn't you. Your thoughts aren't the child's thoughts, and your actions can't replace the child's actions. If you blindly force your thoughts on the child, it will only make her feel suffocated and powerless. Actually, if you let the child come into contact with outsiders when she was injured, she would be able to accept her condition with peace of mind. Now, even if her legs can't be cured, her heart won't have any problems. Speaking up to here, Xiaofan said seriously, at least, she won't be obsessed with a rabbit. She won't make things difficult for you. Right, I still want to say something. You should believe her. At least from today's matter, the child didn't do anything wrong. She still thought about this family and told you a dangerous matter in advance. It's just that you didn't choose to believe her and caused such a big misunderstanding. Yes, this lowly one will change a lot in the future. Squire Hao nodded and said hesitantly, then, should this lowly one listen to the child and hide in the countryside first? Her legs. Others might hesitate about this matter, but for you, it's necessary. Regardless of whether there will be danger or not. This is the first step for you to gain the child's trust. Xiaofan said without hesitation, as for her legs, as long as she doesn't move them, it'll be fine. You can just move the entire bed away, right? Yes, many thanks for the immortal's guidance. Squire Hao nodded like a little chick. He didn't expect that a Taoist immortal would understand the thoughts of these children so well. While talking, they arrived at the front hall. A banquet was set up in the front hall. Xiao Jian was accompanied by Hao Yulong, drinking wine to his heart's content. Seeing Xiaofan come in, the two hurriedly got up. Xiao Jian even used his Taoist robe to wipe the oil on his mouth and respectfully asked, "Senior, Miss Hao, it's already fine." Xiaofan waved his hand and said carelessly, "Have you eaten and drunk well?" Xiao Jian was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Senior knows that this disciple has eaten his fill. Since you've eaten well, you and I should hurry back. In a few hours, we will be preparing to go to the Shaojin temple." Xiaofan said indifferently. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Jian now only followed Xiaohua's lead. He hurriedly left his seat and said respectfully, "Immortal Senior, don't be anxious." Squire Hao hurriedly pulled Xiaohua's Taoist robe and said anxiously, "Immortal Senior has worked so hard to save my daughter from the fire and water. This lowly one has to give Immortal Senior 3 times the respect." Seeing that Squire Hao was very sincere, Xiaohua said with a smile, "I don't like drinking wine, let Daoist Xiao drink it on my behalf." Very good. Squire Hao hurriedly gave Hao Yulong a look and raised the pot to toast Xiao Jian 3 times. At this time, Hao Yulong also came in with a plate full of more than 10 small gold ingots. Chapter 3202. Immortal Elder. Squire Hao respectfully said, "This is a small token of gratitude. This small one knows that thousands of taels of silver are not enough to repay Immortal Elder's gift. This is only a small token of my appreciation. Your Jiangchao temple is really shabby, so I ask Immortal Elder to accept it. When the Jiangchao temple is repaired, this small one will put in even more effort." Xiaohua naturally had no use for these treasures. He glanced at Xiao Jian. What made him feel strange was that Xiao Jian, who previously would have dropped a copper coin, didn't have much of a reaction to the shiny gold today. However, Xiaohua still said, "Daoist Xiao, this is Squire Hao's token of appreciation. What do you think?" Very good, very good." Xiao Jian also smiled and said, "Disciple thanks Squire Hao on behalf of Daoist Xiao and Sea God Darren." As he spoke, he unceremoniously took the tray, picked up his cloth bag from the table, and casually poured the gold into it. From the looks of it, it was no different from pouring a dozen copper coins. "Let's go." Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't say much and brought Xiao Jian out of the front hall. Under the guidance of Squire Hao and Xiao Jian, they left the Hao residence. However, just as they walked out of the front hall, Xiao Huang and Xiao He flew in from the air. Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and naturally put them back into the space. That glib-tongued rabbit didn't appear. Clearly, it returned to the side of the Hao family's young miss. Outside the Hao residence, a carriage was already prepared. Xiao Hua glanced at the night sky. It was the darkness before dawn. He didn't say much and lifted his foot to get on the carriage. Looking at the coachman driving the carriage away from the Hao residence, Squire Hao and Hao Yulong bowed to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. The carriage was very stable. Xiao Jian sat for a moment and a wave of unbearable sleepiness came over him. He didn't dare to rest and forced his eyes open. He looked at Xiao Hua who was sitting cross-legged and asked, "Senior, disciple has a question. I have always wanted to ask. Is it possible? Speak." Xiao Hua didn't open his eyes and said indifferently, "If you want to ask about my origin, then you should just shut up. I don't dare. Senior's origin has nothing to do with disciple. Disciple definitely won't ask too much." Xiao Jian yawned and said, "Disciple just feels a bit strange. Senior's cultivation is so profound, why don't you like to reveal it?" When this disciple first met Senior, perhaps Senior had some restrictions that prevented him from revealing his cultivation. But later on, it was obvious that Senior's cultivation had recovered, so why did he keep hiding it? Especially when I came to the Hao residence tonight. Actually, this disciple needs to rely on Senior, but why does Senior have to pretend to be this disciple's follower? In the end, wasn't it Senior who took action to deal with that rabbit? Moreover, Senior's cultivation has also been exposed. Since that's the case, why must Senior hide behind me? Xiao Jian's words were originally unintentional, perhaps because he wanted to get close to Xiao Hua, but in Xiao Hua's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. That's right, when Xiao Hua was in the Dawn Rain continent, he had yet to obtain a cultivation method. From being a rogue cultivator to being abandoned by the heavens, and then to the Imperial Thunder sect, he had suffered a lot. Not long after arriving at the Imperial Thunder sect, he obtained a cultivation method from the Buddhist sect, and even had some achievements in Buddhist cultivation. From this moment on, Xiao Hua became very careful, blindly concealing his cultivation, trying his best not to let others notice him. However, Xiao Hua was this outstanding, like a sharp flying sword, so he would definitely stand out. A great Dao sword battle resulted in the terrifying Phoenix and nascent Soul Nameless, making it impossible for him to hide anymore. However, Xiao Hua's cautiousness, his habit of hiding himself, remained. Even now, when he arrived at the Immortal Burial Continent, whether it was the Buddhist sect or the Confucian sect, they were all upright and upright. Even the Taoist sect's cultivators were not the kind of cultivators who would be exterminated. Was there a need for Xiao Hua to be this cautious? Just like tonight, just like what Xiao Jian said, Xiao Hua simply did not have any need to hide behind Xiao Jian. Even if it was to deal with that rabbit, a few fire talismans and a magic tool would be enough to deal with it. There was simply no need to go through so much trouble. And, if Xiao Hua's magic power was not enough, but to deal with an inferior little rabbit, just a yellow talisman would be enough, right? A habit, it's a habit. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, he already heard Xiao Jian's snoring sound. Xiao Hua's mouth hung a smile, and secretly said in his heart, "This Xiao is hiding something, aren't you also hiding something?" Previously, when you saw a few copper coins, your eyes would open. Today, when you saw so much gold, you didn't lose your composure. Those high-grade spirit stones, ordinary people simply do not understand, you also properly received them. That so-called single yang country, King Xiao Jun, it seems like they are all real. Xiao Jian's sleep naturally reached the Jiangqiao ridge, only then was he awakened by Xiao Hua. Rubbing his eyes, Xiao Jian did not say anything, jumped down from the carriage, and followed Xiao Hua up the mountain. When he arrived at the door of the Daoist temple, he still turned his head to look at the sky that was already somewhat bright in the night. He cupped his fists towards Xiao Hua, yawned, and entered the east wing, as if he had full confidence in the upcoming challenge. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the banyan tree, and saw Yuanya jumping over like a spirit ape. He waved his hand, and walked into the west wing. Everything in the west wing was no different from before he left. Xiao Yun was still lying in the wooden barrel, except for her head which was still exposed, the rest of her body was soaked in water. Xiao Hua stretched his hand out to test the temperature of the water, but it was still somewhat cold. He knew that Yuanya had just changed it. Then, he stretched his hand out from the water and took Xiao Yun's wrist out. After examining it for a moment, he shook his head slightly. What's going on with this child? Xiao Hua sighed, if she's sick, then right? From her pulse, everything is normal. But if she's not sick, then the heat in her body hasn't decreased. Moreover, her pulse is different from ordinary people's. This child. Thinking, Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi who was sleeping soundly. When Brother Lu came to the Jiangqiao temple, he was already seriously injured. Although he had Xiao Hua's spirit pills, his mental and physical exhaustion was not something that could be replenished by spirit pills. Tonight, he really couldn't hold on, so he fell asleep in front of the wooden barrel. It's rare for there to be love in this world. Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi's tightly knitted black eyebrows with deep worry, knowing that he was worried about Xiao Yun even in his dreams. This girl has nothing to do with him, but he was able to give his care because of the girl's loneliness. Although he is a thief in the marketplace, his heart is so bright and pure. Compared to Hao Family's young miss, he is much better. Poor Hao Family's young miss, if she could meet Brother Lu when she was young, perhaps she wouldn't have isolated herself from the world, only living with a rabbit. Rabbit. Xiao Hua thought of the rabbit and suddenly froze. That's right, the Shi country of the hidden immortal continent is different from the Shi country of the Dawn Rain continent. Not only are there Confucian and Buddhist cultivators here, there are also demons. Since the rabbit can enter the boudoir, and Xiao Yun's pulse is different from ordinary people, could it be that she is also a demon? Xiao Hua originally wanted to use his Dharma eye, but at that time, Lu Yi was beside him, so Xiao Hua felt that there was no need, so he stopped. At this time, Xiao Hua carefully looked at Xiao Yun's face, but he couldn't see any difference between her and ordinary girls. However, Xiao Hua also knew that there was a little duck in his space. How could he tell when Dai was still in her human form? Of course, at this time, Dai had completely recovered after 100 years of cultivation, but Xiao Hua still didn't think of how to explain the space to Dai, so he threw her in a corner of the space, isolating her from other things, waiting for an opportunity to let her out in the future. As for the matter of the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, Xiao Hua wanted to ask Dai first, but when he arrived at the hidden immortal continent, Xiao Hua simply didn't ask. Who knows when he can return to the Dawn Rain continent, it won't be too late to ask when the time comes. There was also the multicolored conch, there were also some changes, but Xiao Hua didn't dare to look. If it was really Ming Hua's body, then who knows what was so special about it? If he was careless and fell for it, it would be too late to cry. Everything depends on the opportunity. Xiao Hua sighed, then thought again, maybe I can see some clues with my heavenly eye. Thinking, Xiao Hua closed his eyes again, and a faint light flashed on his forehead. Layers of green light were produced in the white light, but, just when the Dharma eye was about to open, Xiao Hua suddenly frowned, patted his forehead, and said with a bitter smile, "What time is it now? How can I still think of this?" What the rabbit said may be true, since this Xiao knows, I naturally have to investigate. Let's talk about Xiao Yun's matter in a few days. Immediately, the light on Xiao Hua's forehead disappeared, and Xiao Hua hurriedly walked out of the east room. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in front of the Daoist temple, looked at the gradually rising sun, and was about to send out his divine sense, but just as his divine sense was sent out a few li, he withdrew it again. Divine sense can't be subtle. If it's to investigate something, it's better to use Buddhist sense. Under the puzzled gaze of Yuanya, who was lying on the banyan tree in the distance, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense, and began to carefully investigate the surroundings of Longevity Town. The little gold temple in the night still had the noise of the day, and inside the great strength hall, it was still brightly lit. On the incense table in front of the Buddha, incense sticks were burning fiercely. In front of the incense table, a dozen monks wearing monk robes were chanting some unknown sutra, and in their hands were a wooden mallet, lightly knocking on the wooden fish in front of them. Only, in this night, the chanting of sutra was somewhat vague, and the sound of the wooden fish was also somewhat low. Stop! An angry roar sounded in the main hall. Immediately, the chanting of sutra and the sound of the wooden fish stopped. What was extremely disharmonious was that the main hall was only silent for a moment, and the dang-dang sound of the wooden fish sounded again. Abbot, please forgive me. The crisp sound of the wooden fish was knocked twice, and the monk who was dozing off in time hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground, looking at monk Mingyu in front of the incense table, who was wearing a kasaya and had a face full of anger, and was glaring at him, and hurriedly called out. Chapter 3203. Humph. Zen Master Mingyu's eyes flashed with anger and humphed, "Look at all of you. It's just chanting sutras, why are all of you so listless? You can't even last a night. What kind of cultivation is this? It's better to renounce asceticism and go home to farm. We were wrong, please forgive us, Abbot." The group of disciples hurriedly lowered their heads and said in unison, "Senior brother Abbot." A slightly fat monk standing in front of the group of disciples smiled and said, "The disciples left in the temple are just ordinary monks, they can't be compared to the disciples that senior brother Ming Fa took away. My Shaojin temple is now filled with incense, there are many lay people who come to pray and fulfill their vows. They have been doing good deeds in the temple during the day to welcome pilgrims, they are already very tired. If they stay up all night chanting sutras, I'm afraid they won't be able to support themselves. I hope senior martial brother can understand." Junior brother Ming Jian. Zen Master Mingyu's face was filled with displeasure as he said, "It's not that I don't understand them. I don't ask much of them, but it's different today. Yunlin Temple's martial uncle Xingchen is coming to my Shaojin temple. No matter how well we do on a daily basis, he won't be satisfied. Our hard work will all be for naught." Sigh. Hearing this, Ming Jian's face was filled with worry. He looked at the night sky outside the main hall and sighed, "We have been waiting here for 3 nights, but martial uncle didn't come. I'm afraid he won't be coming today. Senior brother, why don't we let the disciples go back and rest? Tomorrow is the day of the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Although my Shaojin temple can't be as lively as Yunlin temple, it should still have some atmosphere. These disciples will have to work hard tomorrow." At this point, Ming Jian couldn't continue. Sigh. Zen Master Mingyu was also worried, the immortal Buddhist ceremony is one thing. But the challenge of the Jiangchao temple is more important. If martial uncle Xingchen doesn't come in time tonight, my Shaojin temple will be in trouble tomorrow. Forget it, all of you can leave. Rest in peace early so that you can be energetic tomorrow. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Buddhist sect's disciples." "Yes, we understand." The dozen or so monks felt as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They all stood up, bowed, and left one after another. "Ming Jian, you should go back too." Seeing that Ming Jian was still sitting there, Zen Master Ming Yu waved his hand and said. But Ming Jian smiled and said, "Disciple had better accompany senior apprentice brother here. Maybe martial uncle Xingchen will come over soon, so it's better for our Shaojin temple to not lose our manners." Speaking to this point, Ming Jian was puzzled again and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Abbot, didn't you say a few days ago that Shu should have arrived the day before yesterday? Even if martial uncle is late, it shouldn't be so late, right? If you ask me, who should I ask?" Zen Master Ming Yu was clearly impatient. He got up from the futon and walked slowly to the door of the main hall. He looked at the night sky outside and smiled bitterly. The Immortal and Buddha ceremony will begin in a few hours. The challenge of Jiangchao Temple would follow soon after. Over the past few days, the reputation of the Tidal River Temple had risen greatly. They had saved 2 men and women who were about to die, igniting the passion of the entire longevity town. Not to mention the reconstructed golden body called Taoist Master Shao or Lord Sea God, even the incense was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the past, their Taoist sect had Yuanya, and even our Shaojin Temple's disciples couldn't defeat him easily. Now that there's a mysterious Taoist Master Shao, how do you expect our Shaojin Temple to face him tomorrow? Senior brother Abbot. Ming Jian was a little surprised. That Yuanya might be strong and skilled in fighting, but in the eyes of senior apprentice brother Ming Fa and senior apprentice brother Ming Jian, he shouldn't be much, right? That new Taoist Master Shao of Jiangchao Temple has an unknown background and we don't know how strong he is, but it's obvious that he's Shao Jian's blood relative. Shao Jian doesn't have any cultivation, so how strong can his blood relative be? If I could easily kill Yuanya, would his Jiangchao Temple still exist today? Zen Master Ming Yu replied in a low voice, although Yuanya doesn't have any Taoist techniques, his fighting skills are all sure-kill techniques that put his life on the line. I've only just formed a good relationship with him. If I really put my life on the line, I'm definitely better than Yuanya in terms of punches and kicks. Besides, how can I, as the head of a temple, directly face off against Yuanya? TSK then we're in trouble. Ming Jian's expression changed as well. He smiled and said, "I thought that senior apprentice brother Abbot had always been hiding your strength and didn't want to lower yourself to the same level as Jiangchao Temple. Humph. That might not be as serious as you think." Zen Master Ming Yu narrowed his eyes. "If it really involves the survival of my Shaojin Temple, I'm not afraid to use my Buddhist secret technique." "Oh? What happened to Shaojin Temple? You're actually going to use a secret technique?" At this moment, a Buddhist sense swept past them. Similarly, a surprised voice sounded in their ears. "Martial Uncle Xingchen." Hearing this voice, Zen Master Ming Yu almost shouted out loud. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice and the Buddhist sense. Not long after, 4 middle-aged and old monks of different sizes stepped on faint clouds and floated down from the night sky. Disciples Ming Yu and Ming Jian greet martial uncles. Zen Master Ming Yu and Ming Jian tidied up their clothes and respectfully bowed. "Amitba, martial nephews, please rise." In front of him was a thin old man. His eyebrows were already white, and his hands were abnormally dry. However, the old man's eyes flashed with an extremely bright light. He glanced at the 2 of them and chanted the name of Buddha. "Yes." Zen Master Ming Yu and monk Ming Jian replied and straightened up. The old man was Xingchen. After greeting Ming Yu and Ming Jian, he waved his hand and said, "Behind me are Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan. Martial nephew Ming Yu, have you met them in Yunlin Temple before? This disciple greets your martial uncle Xing Kong. As for martial uncles Xing Min and Xing Fan, I have only heard of your name and have never seen you before." Monk Ming Yu smiled and greeted Ming Jian and the other 3 martial uncles. "Where's Ming Fa?" Xing Chen clearly had some understanding of Shaojin Temple. "Although I'm late, the other ordinary disciples can rest." He can't sleep early, can he? Huh, of course not. Zen Master Mingyu smiled and said, I've been waiting for martial uncles with more than 30 disciples of Shaojin Temple for 3 days. The other disciples just left a few minutes ago. As for Ming Fa, today's dusk, Counselor Hao of Longevity Town is in some trouble. It seems that there's some demon there. I can't go, so I sent junior brother Ming Fa over. Looking at the time, he should be back soon. Oh? Demon? Xing Chen raised his white eyebrows and said in surprise, what kind of demon is it? Can Ming Fa handle it alone? I don't know what kind of demon it is. Zen Master Mingyu said casually, however, as far as I know, there aren't any powerful demons in Longevity Town. Besides, Ming Fa has the demon-absorbing bowl in the temple and more than 10 disciples to help him. He should be fine. No. Unexpectedly, Xing Chen immediately shouted, tell this old monk where Squire Hao lives. This old monk will go and see for himself. Okay. Seeing that Xing Chen was so serious, Zen Master Mingyu's heart tightened. Just as he was about to speak, Xing Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it seems that I don't have to go. Oh? Ming Fa, they're back? Zen Master Mingyu hurriedly released his weak Buddhist awareness. Unfortunately, the range of his Buddhist awareness was too small to see anything. However, Zen Master Mingyu withdrew his Buddhist awareness and said to Xing Chen and the others, since junior brother Ming Fa is back, you don't have to worry about him. Please rest in the quiet room. Okay. Xing Chen nodded and looked at the great Buddha's hall. After I pay my respects to Buddha, I'll go. Then, under Zen Master Mingyu's lead, Xing Chen and the others paid their respects to Buddha and came to a quiet room that had been prepared in advance. Mingyu and Ming Jian poured tea for Xing Chen. Before Xing Chen could take a sip, Ming Fa returned to Shaojin Temple with more than 10 embarrassed disciples. Ming Fa and the others were injured by the rabbit's demonic qi and their primordial qi was damaged. They looked dispirited and listless. Ming Fa ordered the disciples to go back to their rooms and rest, then he came to see Zen Master Mingyu alone. Seeing Ming Fa return with a broken halberd, both Zen Master Mingyu and Xing Chen were surprised. After Ming Fa told them what had happened, Zen Master Mingyu's face changed greatly. Looking at the frowning Xing Chen, Zen Master Mingyu got up and walked to Xing Chen. He knelt on the ground and said, Martial Uncle, please save Shaojin Temple from destruction. Why is that? Xing Chen seemed to be thinking about something else. Seeing Zen Master Mingyu bow to him, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, Martial Nephew, stand up and speak. Martial Uncle, this is very important. It concerns the survival of Shaojin Temple. If Martial Uncle doesn't agree, I'm afraid I won't dare to stand up and speak. Zen Master Mingyu said bitterly. It concerns the survival of Shaojin Temple? Xing Chen was even more surprised. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, as long as it's something that I can do, just say it. Since it concerns the safety of Shaojin Temple, how can I not agree? After Zen Master Mingyu told him about the challenge between Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple, as well as the Immortal Buddha ceremony at Chongqing Academy, Xing Chen smiled and said, I thought it was something important. Since it concerns the prosperity of Buddhism, even if you didn't say it, would have volunteered myself. It's not a difficult task. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Seeing that Xing Chen didn't blame him for taking matters into his own hands, Zen Master Mingyu was overjoyed. He hurriedly thanked him and said, I just wanted to take advantage of Martial Uncle's arrival to wipe out the remaining Taoists in front of Shaojin Temple. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected opponent. An unexpected opponent? That's nothing. Xing Chen smiled and said, if you challenged Chongqing Academy, I would have to consider it. A small Jiangchao temple doesn't need me to take action. This old monk's junior brother alone can uproot them. Huh, that's for sure. Zen Master Mingyu smiled and said, not to mention Jiangchao Temple, even Chongqing Academy, since Martial Uncle and the others are here, they will definitely win. However, I feel that Chongqing Academy is too powerful in Chongqing Town, so it's not easy to confront them openly. Otherwise, would have pulled Chongqing Academy into the fight. Chapter 3204. Hee, what do you know? Xing Chen sneered. It's not worth it to sacrifice Chongqing Academy for a bet. We can't challenge the bottom line of the Confucian cultivators. We can only try our best to develop the power of the Buddhist sect. What's more, Old Monk and the rest are not the only ones who have come to Longevity Town. The Chongyun sect has also sent a few literary masters. I may not be able to win. How many literary masters have come from Chongqing Academy? Zen Master Mingyu was surprised. He looked at Xing Chen and said anxiously, did something big happen in Chongqing Town? Not only did Liao Chen of the Buddhist sect come, but also a literary master of Confucian cultivation. Ming Fa, come here. Xing Chen didn't answer Zen Master Mingyu's question. Instead, he waved his hand and asked Ming Fa to come to him. After Ming Fa sat on the praying mat in front of Xing Chen extended a finger and placed it between Ming Fa's eyebrows. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xing Chen opened his mouth and said, it seems that the so-called monster of the Hao clan is just a rabbit that has turned into a spirit. However, Ming Fa, you didn't wake up on your own. What kind of elixir did you take? With your cultivation, you can't escape from the rabbit. That's... Zen Master Mingyu was shocked. He looked at Ming Fa and asked, did the sun rise from the west? Xiao Jian of Jiangchao Temple actually helped our Xiao Jin Temple? If Xiao Jian didn't know how to do it, then it must be another Taoist. Xing Chen laughed. Impossible. Ming Fa shook his head quickly. It was always Xiao Jian who did it. That Taoist was just a follower. But speaking up to this point, Ming Fa also came to a realization. He looked at Ming Jian and Ming Yu and said, but, from the things that happened in the past few days, this Taoist priest with the same surname Xiao is really possible? Oh. What happened to Jiangchao Temple? Xing Chen's interest was piqued again. As far as I know, this dilapidated place can no longer pose any threat to the Golden Temple of our Buddhism sect. Why are there so many things happening today? Zen Master Mingyu recounted everything that had happened in the past 10 days. Hee, do you still need to say it? It must be that Taoist priest Zhao's doing. He must have some kind of Taoist elixir. Xing Chen sneered. The awakening of Ming Fa and the others, as well as the subduing of the rabbit spirit, are all related to Taoist Xiao. That's right. If this Taoist priest Xiao didn't want to reconcile with my little gold temple, he wouldn't have been able to save Ming Fa and the others. Zen Master Bright Moon nodded and said, given Xiao Jian's harsh temperament, he could only send the unconscious Ming Fa and company back to Little Gold Temple and use this to humiliate our Buddhist sect. Amitabha, if that's the case. Ming Fa had already thought things through on the way here. Upon hearing Zen Master Mingyu's words, he blushed slightly and pressed his palms together. I've made things difficult for senior brother Abbot. It's all my fault for being too weak. Hee, it's fine. Zen Master Mingyu glanced at Xing Chen and said with a smile, my Buddhist sect has always been merciful to people. Whether they are secular people, Confucian cultivators, or Taoists, I have never really attacked Yuanya, have I? Those small fights were just a joke to the Jiangchao Temple. Since the Jiangchao Temple was the first to show goodwill, Little Gold Temple shouldn't be petty. Xiao Jin Temple couldn't be petty. Who didn't know how to return a favor? Tomorrow. Oh, I should say today, at the Immortal Buddha ceremony, we only need them to admit defeat and forgive them. Fool. Unexpectedly, just as Zen Master Mingyu finished speaking, he thought Xing Chen would clap his hands. However, what greeted him was Xing Chen's cold face and scolding, "Mingyu, you have been the abbot of Little Gold Temple for so many years. You have received the high hopes of our Yunlin Temple's elders." I. Seeing Xing Chen so angry that he didn't even address him as martial nephew, Zen Master Mingyu panicked and hurriedly stood up. "Please enlighten me, martial uncle. You don't understand the conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism, much less the conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism. You don't know the greatness of my Buddhist sect. Why did my Buddhist sect travel millions of miles to build a Yunlin temple in the country of Xi? Why did my Yunlin temple send you to Longevity Town to become the abbot of Little Gold Temple?" Xing Chen said coldly, "To shine the Supreme Buddha's light on the 3 continents is what we, the thousands of bodhisattvas, should do. This is our lifelong obsession. Your hypocritical benevolence can only be blinded by worldly grievances, throwing our Buddha's greatness into the sea of blood. Today you let go of Jiangchao Temple, tomorrow you will let go of Longevity Academy, but what about them? When they bare their sharp fangs and drive you out of Longevity Town, I'd like to see where you'll end up. Previously, when I saw that you were able to deal a fatal blow to the Taoists of Jiangchao Temple when I came to Longevity Town, I thought you were a promising talent and was delighted. However, after hearing what you said just now..." Hearing Xing Chen's words, Zen Master Mingyu put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, martial uncle's teachings are right. I've learned my lesson. I won't dare to use my little mercy to block the Buddha's great ambition, and I won't dare to use worldly favors to block the glory of my Buddhist sect. It's good that you know your mistake." Xing Chen's expression changed, and he nodded. "Actually, your goal in Longevity Town isn't Jiangchao Temple, I'm sure you know that." "Yes, I understand. Jiangchao Temple is just an ant compared to Longevity Academy." Zen Master Mingyu lowered his head. "My Shaojin Temple still doesn't have the strength to compete with Longevity Academy. Do you think Longevity Academy agreed to participate in the competition and hold the so-called Immortal Buddhist ceremony at Shaojin Temple on Zhu Juanfeng's whim?" Xing Chen's right hand sneered. "Longevity Academy wants to see our Buddhist sect's attitude towards Taoism, whether we're tolerant or cold. Don't forget what the Immortal Buddhist ceremony is. If you're tolerant today, not only will Jiangchao Temple's Taoist sect grow stronger, even Longevity Academy will bully you and trample on you. The conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism is like a tiger and a wolf." Yes, I understand." Seeing that Xing Chen actually brought out the conflict between tigers and wolves, Zen Master Mingyu hurriedly nodded. "Then tomorrow's matter will depend on martial uncle. Since Longevity Academy sent someone here, they must be prepared. Jiangchao Temple also has Taoist Xiao who can subdue demons. It won't be easy to deal with them." When he spoke up to hear, chanting Master Bright Moon was clearly shocked again. Of course, a Transcendence Realm martial uncle came from his family, a scholar-level Confucian cultivator came from Long Life Academy, and even the unremarkable River and Tide Temple gained a Taoist priest who could subdue demons. Wasn't this a situation of fierce competition? He didn't believe that these people were all here for the Immortal Buddhist ceremony that Longevity Town had never paid attention to before. "Martial uncle," Zen Master Mingyu asked tentatively, "you didn't come to Longevity Town for the Immortal Buddhist ceremony, right? When I came here, who knew that you would hold the Immortal Buddhist ceremony here?" Xing Chen sneered. "If I wanted to participate in the Immortal Buddhist ceremony, wouldn't I be at Yunlin Temple? Who would have the patience to come to your Shaojin Temple?" Zen Master Mingyu was delighted to hear Xing Chen's nagging and not so serious tone. He smiled and said, "Then I really don't understand. Is there anyone in Longevity Town that can catch the eye of martial uncles? If it's my purpose for coming here." Xing Chen glanced at Ming Fa and said lightly, "It's related to what Miss Hao said." Ming Fa was stunned and almost blurted out, "What the rabbit said was true?" Sigh. Ming Fa's words made Zen Master Ming Yu and Ming Chen gasp. They looked at Xing Chen in disbelief. "That's right." Xing Chen said lightly, "Yunlin Temple received news that some demons are eyeing Longevity Town." "It can't be." Zen Master Ming Yu almost cried out in grief. He had put in a lot of effort in Shaojin Temple, and it was not easy for it to have such a scene. If the demons were eyeing Longevity Town, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Longevity Town is one of the hundreds of towns in the country of Xi. There's nothing to show off. Why are those demons eyeing Longevity Town? I'm not a demon, how would I know what they're thinking? Xing Chen did not refer to himself as old monk anymore. He seemed to have a lot of resentment. What exactly is the news that Martial Uncle received? Ming Cheng was also afraid and asked in a low voice, "Perhaps the news is false?" "It may not be false." Xing Chen shook his head and said, "Even Chongyun sect sent scholars to Longevity Academy. The Confucian cultivators must have received this news as well. However, the reason why this old man came a few days late was because I looked around and found a few unorthodox cultivators. I even went to Lucky Shun Town to visit the small bamboo temple. What's strange about it?" Zen Master Ming Yu looked at Xing Chen's expression and asked in a low voice. "There seems to be some movement, but it also seems to be groundless speculation." Xing Chen shook his head and said, "However, it's not like what you think, or what Miss Howe said about the people being plunged into misery and suffering. I'm afraid it's just some small demons who want to do some blood sacrifice. It's not a big deal." "Blood sacrifice?" Zen Master Ming Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Why don't they go deep into the mountains and forests? Why would they go to Longevity Town where there are so many people? Don't tell me they want to use hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town as sacrifices? If you're a demon, you must know." "How would I know if they want to use hundreds of thousands of people for blood sacrifice? Damn it, it's just some groundless speculation and they sent me here. Sigh, think about the invitation to the immortal Buddhist ceremony that I went through so much trouble to get. It's all wasted." Martial Uncle, tomorrow my Shaojin Temple will have an immortal Buddhist ceremony, and you're hosting it. Isn't this fulfilling your regret?" "Bullshit." Xing Chen was about to stand up. However, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly put his palms together. "Amitabha, this poor monk knows his mistake." Then, he recited a few scriptures and said, "Look at that nondescript arena in front of your door. You want me to preside over the immortal Buddha ceremony? You really want to embarrass me." Chapter 3205. Only now did Monk Ming Yu realize that Xing Chen referred to himself as an old man. His eyes narrowed and he hurriedly said, "If Martial Uncle isn't willing, then sit up there. This disciple will host on behalf of the Buddhist sect. Either way, it's a glorious affair." "What glorious affair?" Xing Chen said in annoyance. "This old man has never heard of a Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian challenge held in an arena made of several wooden pillars. This kind of arena can be used by ordinary people, but it will collapse as soon as a cultivator goes up there. Let's not talk about anything else. With a flying sword from a Confucian cultivator and a Buddhist seal from a Buddhist disciple, wouldn't your thin wooden planks be destroyed? This disciple understands." Monk Ming Yu blushed and smiled apologetically, "But this disciple's little gold temple only has 30 people. How could we have the financial resources to make it perfect? This stage is nothing more than a place for unranked disciples to play around on." When Martial Uncle sparred with Longevity Academy's literary masters, he naturally flew back and forth in the sky for the people of the secular world to admire. Why would he need this stage? Although that's the case, this is still the face of the Buddhist sect. We can't ignore it. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan, go add Buddhist light to the arena so that others won't laugh at us if anything happens. Yes, we understand. Hearing the order, the three arhats who had been silent with their brows lowered responded and stood up. Martial uncle, this way please. Ming Fa glanced at Monk Mingyu and hurriedly said. Let's go. We'll go out together. Xing Chen waved his hand and said, it's almost dawn. We won't be able to cultivate in the quiet room for long. Yes, martial uncle, this way please. Monk Mingyu and the others hurriedly stood up. When they arrived outside the Shaojin temple, they saw a large flat area under the mountain gate. There was an arena that was several zhang in size. Below the arena, there were dozens of thick wooden pillars supporting it. The thickness of the arena was at least a foot. It could be considered extremely sturdy. On the two sides of the arena were two sheds. They were empty inside, without any tables or chairs. Under the morning light, the arena looked very lonely, especially between the thick wooden pillars. Darkness seeped through the gaps, making it look very rough. Perhaps because he had just been scolded by Xing Chen, Zen Master Mingyu, who had always been proud of the arena, felt his face heat up. He stole a glance at Xing Chen in front of him, as if waiting for Xing Chen to speak. Unexpectedly, Xing Chen only glanced at him indifferently before raising his head to look at the longevity town in the distance. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Zen Master Mingyu didn't dare to say anything. He only accompanied them quietly. On the other hand, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan discussed in a low voice for a while. Then, they stood at different parts of the ring and waved their arms. Some of them were chanting mantras, while others were making Buddhist seals. After half an hour, a faint Buddhist aura appeared from all parts of the ring. The originally simple and crude ring seemed to have a bit of a Buddhist aura. Ming Fa leaped up and landed on the stage. He circulated his internal energy and kicked the stage a few times. He didn't hear the previous zhuzh sound. He put his palms together and bowed, many thanks to the three martial uncles. Amitba. The three monks put their palms together and smiled faintly. It was already dawn in the east. Everyone's monk robes fluttered in the morning breeze. A solemn atmosphere filled the air around the ring. At this moment, a Buddhist aura that was fainter than the wind and brighter than the sun suddenly swept across the ring. However, it paused for a moment when it swept past Xing Chen and the other monks. Xing Chen and the other three monks were in the transcendence realm. They were at the second and third tier of elemental energy. How could they not notice the Buddhist aura sweeping over them? Xing Chen was shocked and almost lost his voice. Which martial ancestor is here? Xing Chen didn't hesitate. A cloud appeared under his feet and he flew towards the source of the Buddhist aura. He wanted to welcome the owner of the aura. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan didn't want to stay. They hurriedly flew up as well. Martial uncles, martial uncles. Zen Master Mingyu was anxious. He was only at the first and second tier of elemental energy and couldn't fly. He didn't have a Buddhist weapon in his hand. He couldn't help but shout. However, Xing Chen and the others didn't seem to hear him. The figures in the air became smaller and smaller. Senior Brother Abbot. Ming Cheng and Ming Fa turned pale with fright. Their Buddhist aura was weak and almost inaudible. However, they also noticed the abnormality of the Buddhist aura. They walked over to Zen Master Mingyu and asked excitedly, which martial ancestor's Buddhist aura is this? Are there other seniors coming over? How would I know? Zen Master Mingyu replied unhappily, even martial uncle Xing Chen doesn't know. How would I know? Then. Ming Fa said softly, what's this martial ancestor's cultivation level? Can the old man block the demon's blood sacrifice? Senior Brother Ming Fa. Ming Cheng smiled. Since martial uncle Xing Chen calls him martial ancestor, then it must be Ru Ni's cultivation level. He was at the 4th tier of elemental energy in the hidden immortal continent. What Ru Ni's cultivation level? Zen Master Ming Yu rolled his eyes at Ming Cheng. That's Ming Ni's cultivation level. He, yes, I know. It's Ming Ni's cultivation level. Ming Cheng said embarrassedly, a martial ancestor with this level of cultivation. I'm afraid he's on par with the abbot of our Cloud Forest Temple? No, he should be stronger than the abbot of Cloud Forest Temple. Why did he come to Longevity Town? Naturally he has the same goal as martial uncle Xing Chen. Huh, that's good. Ming Fa laughed. With him around, we don't have to worry anymore. Senior brother abbot, you didn't go to Hao Clan so you don't know. That demon is really powerful. Even my Shaojin Temple's Buddhist artifact couldn't do anything to it. If there's an even more powerful demon coming over my Shaojin Temple. Humph. Zen Master Ming Yu snorted coldly and said, it's because my Shaojin Temple doesn't have that kind of power that martial uncle Xing Chen and the rest came to Longevity Town. Now that a Ming Ni's martial ancestor has come, my Shaojin Temple has nothing to worry about from now on. That whatever rabbit, whatever radish, they're just methods for us to spread Buddhism. Yes, we understand. Ming Fa smiled and said, with martial ancestor, what Tidal River Temple, what Longevity Academy, they're not enough for my Shaojin Temple. Zen Master Ming Yu waved his hand to stop Ming Fa and ordered the two, quickly go and inform the disciples in the temple to prepare for the martial ancestor's arrival. Yes, we understand. Ming Cheng and Ming Fa left excitedly. However, after an hour, the sun had risen and the 30 or so people in Shaojin Temple were already waiting in front of the Shaojin Temple in their monk robes. Xing Chen and the other 3 flew back. There were no other monks in front of them. Martial uncle. Zen Master Ming Yu frowned slightly. He looked at Xing Chen who had landed on the ground and said in a low voice, is it because martial ancestor doesn't want to stay in my Shaojin Temple? No. Xing Chen frowned even more tightly than Zen Master Ming Yu. I didn't find any trace of martial ancestor. He seemed to have passed by here. His Buddhist awareness swept past, so it's not easy to find him. Zen Master Ming Yu was extremely disappointed. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Oh, of course. Xing Chen raised his head again and looked into the distance. Perhaps he's in Longevity Town. And he has the same purpose as me. But he's not from Yunlin Temple, so he doesn't want to meet us. This martial ancestor's cultivation. Ming Fa couldn't help but whisper, has he already reached Ming Jin? Yes, in terms of Buddhist awareness, he should have reached the Ming Jin realm. Xing Chen nodded. However, Buddhist disciples don't pay much attention to Buddhist awareness. They only focus on refining relics. If I'm not mistaken, this martial ancestor has just stepped into the Lotus realm. Pseudo-Lotus? Ming Fa was dumbfounded. Of course. Xing Chen said proudly, this is just a feeling based on my Buddhist awareness. It can't be true. If martial ancestor is Ming Jin, he could even be Rugu. Martial uncle Xing Chen. Ming Fa smiled and said, how many realms are there in Buddhist cultivation? I haven't entered the rank yet, so I really don't understand. Martial uncle, please enlighten me. Hee, little guy. Xing Chen laughed. You haven't entered the rank yet, but you want to know the 9 realms? Aren't you biting off more than you can chew? Seeing Xing Chen joking like this, Ming Fa knew that Xing Chen's worries had disappeared because of the presence of the Buddhist sect's master. He smiled and said, although I haven't entered the rank, I should at least know the secret of Buddhist sect's cultivation. Otherwise, if I accept a disciple one day, I'll be too embarrassed to tell him about it. Okay. Xing Chen was in a good mood. There are 9 realms in Buddhist cultivation. They are benevolence, transcendence, rugu, bright gene, pseudo-lotus, canopy transformation, embryo formation, stationary spirit, and living Buddha. The mysteries within can only be comprehended when one cultivates. This old man doesn't know either. You just have to remember it well. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Ming Fa was overjoyed. Forget it. Let's go into the temple. The immortal Buddha ceremony is about to begin. You should get ready. Xing Chen waved his hand and said to Monk Mingyu, "Oh right, you said that the rules of the challenge were set by the temple of Jiangchao. Did they send it here?" "This." Monk Mingyu smiled bitterly. "Xiao Jian hasn't sent it yet. I don't know if he sent it to Chongqing Academy." "Nonsense." Xing Chen scolded. "The challenge is today. If you don't even know the rules, how are you going to compete with them?" "Martial Uncle." Monk Mingyu smiled. Originally, there were only 2 people in the temple of Jiangchao. One was Xiao Jian, the other was Yuanya. It wasn't 10 days ago. A third person came. I don't know his name. I only know that his surname is Xiao. These days, the temple of Jiangchao has been very busy. It should be the work of the newcomer, Xiao Daoist. The 3 of them had probably never seen such an exuberant situation before. Where would they find the time to come to my Xiao Jin temple? I can't send people to ask them. Wouldn't that make my Xiao Jin temple lose face? Moreover, I think, as long as Martial Uncle comes, no matter what the temple of Jiangchao has, won't it be destroyed under the Martial Uncle's dharma? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.